The Whatever Dating Talk podcast. Thank you for tuning in tonight. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you're here with me. I appreciate that. We're coming to you live from Santa Barbara, California, every Sunday and Tuesday at 7 p.m. Pacific. I am your host, Brian Atlas. I'm joined by my co-host, Kiki. She's a bit shy. She's somewhere back there. Full house. A few quick announcements before the show begins. This podcast is viewer-supported, heavy YouTube demonetization, so please consider donating through Streamlabs instead of super chatting, as YouTube takes a 30% cut. The Streamlabs link is in the description. Mods, F11. Scuffed. Oh, and we're muted. Audio's muted.
What the fuck was that shit?
Holy shit, okay. So, mods, if you could spam the Streamlabs link in the chat a couple times. Guys, so if you super chat 100, YouTube takes 30. If you donate 100 or tip 100, Streamlabs is only going to take like the processing fee, so that's $3. Donations and super chats, $9.99 will be displayed in Stream Overlay. Donations and super chats, $49.99 and up will be read/answered, and this is via Streamlabs only. $99 and up triggers instant TTS, text to speech. Please see the description for other triggers and full details. Guys, please keep the super chats. Oh, wait, what? Oh, okay. Please keep the super chats, donations, TTS respectful. Playful roasting is okay. But if you go too far with it, we reserve the right to not show or read it. Guys, we also have channel memberships. To become a channel member, hit that join button. We have 6 different tiers of support. Check out all the perks. Tier 1 is just $5 a month. You can also gift memberships. 50 gifted for a fit check, and you can now gift memberships through iOS. You previously couldn't do that. Guys, we're also live on Twitch right now. Do me a favor, guys, pull up another tab, go to twitch.tv/whatever mods if you can spam it in the chat a whole bunch of times. Twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow, drop us a Prime sub if you have one. Prime sub, basically, if you have Amazon Prime, you can link it to your Twitch. It's a quick, free, easy way every single month to support the show. And let me just shout out, got a couple primes here. Yo, Daddy, thank you for the prime. G Murphy, thank you for the prime. NPC, thank you for the prime. Andy, 1776, thank you for the prime. Thank you for all the follows, guys. We'll check back in here a little bit later on in the show and thank all of you. So thank you, guys. Guys, we also got merch. Shop.whatever.com. Yo, King, thank you for the prime. Yep, those are shirts that you can wear to not be naked. That's useful in moving through life to not get charged with crimes. Okay, follow us on Instagram at whatever. Any girls who want to be on the show, DM at whatever on Instagram. Follow me on Instagram, BD_Atlas. Yep, that's me. Should I grow the beard back? Yes or no? Check out my nonprofit, Big Labia Matter, or BLM. Yeah, we're under construction, so it's in the works. If you can't catch the full shows, we have 3 Clips channels. Links for those are in the description. Yep, those are the 3. Scroll up. Those are the 3 channels we have. Links are in the description. And thank you guys so much for getting us to 100K on our second Clips channel. Oh, scuffed. Okay, well, you've shown our hand. Okay, without further ado, we're going to have the guests introduce themselves. So please tell us your name, age, occupation, and where you're from. Go ahead.
My name is Burke. I'm 26 years old, and I'm from Virginia, but I live in LA now, and I do OnlyFans, so spicy content creator.
Rock and roll.
Hi, I'm Daria. I'm 29. I'm from Iran, grew up in the Valley, downtown, K-Town, whatever. School for photography, but do music, art, modeling, whatever.
When did you move from Iran?
I was 8.
8 years old.
Yeah.
Do you speak Farsi, is it?
Yeah, I still do.
You still speak it? Can we hear a little Farsi? Or? Of course, yeah, totally. I agree. Okay, what about you?
Hi, my name is Mandy. I'm from the San Fernando Valley, A18. I'm 23 and a full-time OnlyFans creator.
Okay, welcome.
My name's Aubrey. I'm 19, from Kansas, live in Colorado currently, and I am a door-to-door salesperson.
Sorry, age again?
19.
19, okay. Got it. What about you?
Hi, my name's Brittany. I am 26 years old. I am from Texas, and I'm an OnlyFans model.
All right.
Hi, my name is Tasia. I'm 24 years old. I'm from New Mexico, and I'm a student pilot.
My name is Nicole. I'm the panel elder. I'm 39 years old, and I'm an investor and business owner, originally from California, and still live here.
Sorry, my pen is fucking up properly. Maddie's getting me a new one. So you're 20 what?
24.
24, and you're 39, correct?
Yes.
Thank you, Maddie. Scuffed. Okay. 24. Holy shit, this one's busted too. Okay. I'll make it work. Okay. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Priya. I'm 22 years old, and I'm from Sacramento, California. I co-run a family business. I'm an athlete, and I'm a full-time student at ASU Online.
All right.
Hi, my name is Grace. I'm 18 years old. I'm from San Diego, California, and I'm a marketing student at John Paul the Great Catholic University.
My name's Jake, 27, Rattlesnake TV on YouTube, and I'm from Australia.
What part of Australia?
Brisbane.
Brisbane.
Land of
That's the
dangerous
East
spiders.
Coast, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sweet. All right. And so we're going to go out on the table one more time. What is your current relationship status? So are you single? You got a friends with benefits, talking stage, situationship, relationship? And then also, if you are single, how long have you been single? And what's your longest relationship? Go ahead.
Okay, so current relationship status, very single. And I've been single for about, I want to say like 3 years. And then longest relationship was it was like an on and off relationship for like 6 months.
Okay. I'm very single as well. Last relationship, like maybe 2.5 years ago, I was
What's the difference between
engaged.
single and very single?
Oh, like I'm not looking to not be single anytime soon.
You're not looking to not be single.
Anytime soon.
Okay,
No.
cool. Me too.
You know, like I'm good. You almost get married, and so it's like
Talking to the mic.
I'm gonna reel back in like a lot.
Yeah.
I'm single. Longest relationship was a year. About 1.5 years ago was.
Did he break up or did you break up?
Oh, first
You
of all,
got the question.
What did he do?
What did he do?
Yeah, what did he do?
That was the question. Okay.
I know what the answer is.
He broke up with me because I caught him cheating.
He broke up with you because you caught him cheating.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Interesting how that works.
Yeah,
eh?
okay. Yeah, right. Okay.
Were you also cheating?
No, never.
Never.
Yeah, ever.
All right.
Not on my roster.
That sounded a little sarcastic.
But, no, I'm just kidding. Never.
Wait, okay, so just to recap, single. Okay.
No, those two are very single.
Oh, very single.
Very single, yes.
Very
There's a difference, Brian.
Big difference. Okay.
Clarification needed.
Sorry, Burke, what's your age again?
I'm 26.
26, okay. Very single for the both of you. You're single. How long have you guys been single again? Sorry, I had to get up and fix something.
I've been single for like 3 years, I think.
Didn't you have a ting last time you were on the show?
I'm like wondering, when was I?
March? I think it was March, or no, wait. Shit, when was
I'm like
that?
trying to think, 'cause it was when I wore my blue wig, and I'm like,
I think it was April. Wait.
So you had
I
a
thought it
ting.
was January.
What's a ting?
Like a thing with someone, but I like, listen.
So you had a
apparently he
ting,
was
you wore the blue
irrelevant,
wig, now
yeah.
you have no ting.
Actually,
I honestly don't even remember.
Might have been February.
Only a thing
I think it was
with the wig.
February when you were last on the show.
February. Oh, I don't remember actually, who it was, honestly.
Okay, that's fine.
Probably not that important.
Yeah, probably not that important.
Got it. What about you?
Okay, I'm single. Been single for about 2 months. My longest relationship is just over 10 months.
Okay.
I am single. I'm in a situationship with my ex-boyfriend. We've probably been on and off for like 2 years now. We broke up 2 years ago. And my longest relationship was 2.5 years.
Is that the current situationship?
No, it was not.
Okay.
I love that story. Your ex-boyfriend is your current situationship and your manager.
Yeah, it's
Amazing.
a great dynamic.
On OF.
So
On
Do you make
OnlyFans.
content with him or you do solo content?
You have to go check that out on.
How much per month? How much
I'm
is going
okay.
to set
I'll
me
pass
back?
on that.
How much per month? It's $15 per month.
Okay.
Is there a
So-
discount? Use code whatever. It's free.
What was the
100%
initial
discount if
reason
you
of
use
the
code
breakup?
whatever.
So the reason that we broke up, I was still finding a lot out about myself. You know, went through some crazy stages, and we just weren't in tune with each other.
Timing.
Yeah, timing for sure.
Heard that one before.
He's also
Weren't
in
in
LA,
tune with
and
each
I'm in
other.
Texas.
Okay.
So it's kind of a long distance thing.
Okay.
A long distance situationship, and he manages your OnlyFans.
Yeah, it's
Good
a
times.
great dynamic right there.
Good times. Does he stop managing it when you guys are like, you know how people are on again, off again? Like if it's in and off again, does he kind of hands off when it comes to like uploading like nudes and shit? Or?
No, he's pretty professional when it comes to
Okay.
needing to stick to business.
He
Okay.
should want the
But he
money.
does give us our time if I'm like, what the hell are you doing? And then,
Okay.
yeah.
All right. Good times. Good
Hey,
times.
Spicy and productive.
And I did see in the pre-show information you provided for us, you said you consider yourself traditional. Is that correct?
Yes.
Traditional in what sense?
So traditional in the sense that I like to be like the homemaker at home. So if
Okay.
I provide as well, but if you provide, I'm going to I like to cook and I like to clean and I don't know, I'm just like a traditional
Sure.
housewife.
You domesticated.
Yeah, I'm domesticated. I definitely fall into that.
She's domesticated. Okay. And also, when you say traditional, is there a religious component to that or not really?
No, not really.
Okay. Got it. What about you?
I am single. If you count a 6-day committed relationship, then I've been single for 4 months. If that doesn't count, it's been a year and a half.
How committed was
hold
that
on.
6 days?
Wait, okay. Can you just repeat that? So there was a 6-day something.
Yes, a committed 6-day relationship.
The commitment lasted for 6 days.
Indeed.
Wow. Okay.
Yes.
How did it? How? Just how?
I don't know. You'd have to ask him. I think
What do you mean? he
these
just
men are
ghosted you?
scared.
They're scared?
They're scared.
Well, he committed to it for 6 days.
On the 7th day,
Yeah.
he said.
You can't
"No,
On the
6
7th
days.
day.
On the 7th day, he pulled the plug.
Yeah. So.
Nothing good was created in 6 days, huh?
So
Yeah.
besides
That's kind
the
of smart though.
besides the 6-day thing, it's been you said a year and 4 months,
A year and a half.
a year and a half.
Yeah.
Just single.
Single. Yeah.
Single. Okay. So you're currently single.
Currently single. Longest relationship was 2.5 years.
Okay. And you've been single, you said for 4 months, was it? Or how long have you been single? 2 months?
Single 4 months if you count the 6-day relationship.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that was 4 months ago.
That was 4 months ago.
Okay, gotcha. But if not, a year and a half. Okay.
Correct.
And in our pre-show messages, you said that you only date outside your state and fly out to go on dates. Every relationship I've been in has been long distance at one point, if not the whole relationship. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So you've never, what's going on locally? Nothing locally, or
I live in a scary place.
where? What do you mean? You
Uh,
live in like or what's a scary place?
The whole state?
I apologize to our Kazakhstani viewers. Kazakhstan,
Very
it's
nice.
not scary.
I like.
I'm a fan of Kazakhstan. I'd be glad to visit. Wait, so okay. What's a scary place? Are you like in the border conflict where Ukraine and Russia is currently fighting, or
a little bit scarier. You ever heard of
Compton?
Breaking Bad?
Albuquerque?
Yeah.
Albuquerque. Hold on. Albuquerque's worse than the current Ukraine conflict.
I'd say the dating scene is probably worse in Albuquerque than in Ukraine.
I mean-
Ukraine's got traditional men at least.
So
facts.
New
Yeah.
Mexico is not good right now.
For dating, it's scary. Yeah.
How so?
There's not much to do, so got drugs, got alcohol, got feminine men.
In New Mexico? Is
Yeah.
New Mexico like more liberal or conservative? Is it?
Well, in
blue
the
state?
city I'm in, it's pretty liberal.
Albuquerque's blue?
Albuquerque's blue, yeah.
Okay.
But I do long distance for a multitude of reasons. I think it helps when you widen the dating pool.
Yeah.
You got better options.
Are you getting flown out by the dudes, or are you flying out to see the dudes?
No, I fly out to see them.
Yeah.
Well, don't you work in like an airline, or what's your job again?
Yeah, I fly for free. I work at an airline.
Are you one of the desk people, or are you a flight attendant? Or
No, I'm desk person.
You're okay.
A ticket agent.
A ticket agent,
Yeah.
and you get to fly for free.
I do get to fly for free.
Oh, that's convenient.
I'd be so
Yeah.
flattered if someone flew to another state to come and go on a date with me.
But then you find out it was part of their
I'm not the only
compensation.
one, apparently.
But then 6 days later, they abandon you. What's
Yeah.
up?
It's a win-win.
It's a win-win. It's really fun. I recommend it if any of you can do it.
Okay, so have you done any international travel to meet a guy, or is it strictly domestic?
International's a bit hard. I dated in France for 5 months.
Okay.
Yeah.
So how are you meeting these dudes? Like, are you just swiping in like New York and Vegas? So you're on dating apps, right?
I am, yeah.
And you'll like put your location as Vegas or LA or.
Exactly.
Where's your like premier #1 location you'd like to set it to?
Minneapolis.
Huh?
Please elaborate.
Got that
Very
premium.
random.
Got that Tinder premium.
Not on Tinder. Yeah, they got sweet boys over there.
Oh, okay.
Minneapolis.
Yeah.
Isn't it cold there?
I love the cold. But also when you start a long distance relationship first, people get a lot more vulnerable because you're not face to face. And it really, really moves things in a good direction.
You don't have to like go through that physical phase first, so you get to like know, you know what I mean? Like know that person deeper.
Yeah.
Would you date someone who works for the APD?
Albuquerque Police Department.
Yeah.
My 2.5-year relationship was with a cop.
Stop.
She said stop.
It's okay. You
And
got through it.
in your pre-show information, you also said that you used to be a hardcore leftist, atheist, feminist, but you are now recently a conservative, born-again Christian.
Thank you.
Love to hear it.
Yes.
Okay. So when you were dating the cop, was this during your hardcore leftist, atheist, feminist phase, or your conservative, born-again Christian phase?
Hardcore leftist, atheist, feminist phase.
How did you reconcile your hardcore leftist, atheist, feminist beliefs with dating a...
I like to say it can be pretty convincing. So I think we both got to a point of being pretty moderate. But I've always been a tame leftist.
I mean, isn't that kind of the antithesis of being a hardcore anything? I mean, can you be tame hardcore?
My beliefs were hardcore. My delivery was sweet and gentle.
So
Okay,
was your
I see.
upbringing, like, were you brought up Christian or
No,
before, or was it
liberal
atheist?
Buddhist family.
Oh.
Okay, interesting. Okay. Moving on. What about you?
So my longest relationship was 2 years, and I've been single for a year now.
All right.
My longest relationship was 5 months. I'm currently single and have been so for almost a year now.
I'm currently in a relationship, and this is the longest relationship. It's been a month and a half, so I'm very new.
You got this.
Yes, I'm single. Not very single, but single. Tried to slide into Jenna Ortega's DMs. She didn't reply. So
Who's DMs?
Jenna Ortega. You know the girl who does the dance, that dance thing?
She played. Oh yeah. Okay. I was like.
She didn't reply.
Who the fuck is that guy?
Okay. So you said sort of single, or?
So single, but not very single, because the girls across were very single.
Oh, they're very single.
And when they defined it, they said that they don't want to be in a relationship anytime soon. So I'm single, but open-minded.
Wait, none of you want to be in a relationship?
Well, she said that,
That
but
was-
I
yeah,
don't.
that was my
Okay,
definition.
I
I'm
don't.
very single.
Listen, if I meet the right person, that can spoil me, make me happy, down.
Wait,
very
did you-
single seems like cope now.
Agreed, but yeah.
Okay. We just don't want Rattlesnake TV to misrepresent, your what you're looking for at the moment. So.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So the first thing that we're going to react to today is this came out about 2 days ago. Jonah Hill. Are you guys all familiar with the famous actor Jonah Hill? He was dating a woman two and a half years ago. They broke up. I think he's now having a kid with his new, I don't know if they're married or new girlfriend. So I don't know if it was spurred on by the fact that he's announced that he's having a child, or I don't know if the girlfriend gave birth. In any case, ex-girlfriend comes out of the woodwork saying Jonah Hill was emotionally abusive and controlling and manipulative and narcissistic and misogynistic and every buzzword that you can throw at somebody. And there's a bunch of articles on this, so if you can pull that up, Nick. So this is on TMZ. Ex-girlfriend posts his, can you mouse wheel control scroll up? A little, yeah, that's fine, okay. Scroll down. Blasts him as misogynist. Scroll down just a tad so we can read this. Oh, nope, up. Nope, now you're covering it. Scroll down.
Oh, yes.
Nope, scroll down. Yep, yeah, okay. Jonah Hill's alleged dirty laundry is getting aired out by an ex who's posting what she claims are a ton of old texts from him and painting him as a toxic partner. Surf instructor Sarah Brady, JH's former flame of about a year from back in 2021, is dragging the new actor on her Instagram account, and she's not holding anything back in her repudiation of him as an alleged misogynist narcissist, as she puts it herself. And scroll down just a bit so we can see, that's good right there. So the primary one that we're gonna react to is that one on the right. Can you alt-tab over one? I just wanna see what we have pulled up here. Or is it Control-Tab? I forgot. So this is Jonah Hill. I don't know if you're curious, 39 years old. Scroll down just a bit. And every single journal or whatever, they're all writing about him. Glamour, scroll down just a tad. So we got Vanity Fair, Glamour, Huffington Post, People Magazine, Washington Post, scroll down. Entertainment Weekly, just keep scrolling. Okay, I think that's fine. Go to the next one really quick. Yeah, go to the next tab. Scroll down. So Huffington Post, yeah, just like pretty much every Vulture, Daily Mail, Independent, they're all talking about this story of Jonah Hill, misogynist, narcissist, abuser. So we're gonna actually investigate the text messages and we're gonna get your guys' reaction to this. Can you go to the next tab? So these are screenshots direct from her. So this is just one of the posts she made, and she says, reviving a pic I took down by request of a misogynist narcissist. So I guess this is one of the photos that he requested she takes down. I think this one's fairly tame, but there were definitely some other photos. Go to the next. Okay, so this is a text from Jonah Hill. She took a screenshot of it and posted on her story. She says, fuck it, plain and simple. If you need, this is from Jonah. If you need surfing with men, boundaryless, inappropriate friendships with men, to model, to post pictures, I guess this is a list, to post pictures of yourself in a bathing suit, to post sexual pictures, friendships with women who are in unstable places, and from your wild recent past, beyond getting lunch or a coffee or something. Wait, sorry, what happened there? Why were we not visible in the window tab? Or were we previously in the window tab?
We were in the window tab. Yeah, we were in the window tab. Just made it bigger.
Put it back into the window tab though, please. And you can make it bigger. There's the other GH5 center down there. The eyeball. Yeah, cool, thank you. So friendships with women who are in unstable places from your wild recent past beyond getting a lunch or coffee or something respectful. I am not the right partner for you. If these things bring you to a place of happiness, I support it, and there will be no hard feelings. These are my boundaries for romantic partnership. My boundaries with you based on the ways these actions have hurt our trust. So there's a bunch of other screenshots, but we're gonna just start focusing on this one to start. So I guess there's a couple questions here, and I'll open it up to you guys. Do you consider this to be abusive? Do you consider it to be, is this manipulative, controlling, or do you think it's reasonable? And then also, do you think it should have been shared publicly? So let's start with you, Burke, why don't you go ahead?
Okay, so first I'd like to say that I think that it's honestly pretty respectful of him to state what he wants to find in a romantic partner, and if she is not doing those things, like there are so many people in this world that he can find that would respect that. And I think that it's very like, I love how he said like the boundaries and stuff instead of going off on her or anything like that. Like I think that that's like, I think that's great. Yeah, I think that that's a very mature and adult thing to do. Communicate your boundaries. Yeah.
Well, definitely I don't think that should have been like shared publicly. Like personal like tips or like whatever, that should be kept to yourself. And if you get bothered that people like comment on it, like it was your choice to put it out there. But aside from that, like, yeah, I do agree, like at least he said what he wanted, and like it wasn't necessarily in like a mean way either.
Yeah, we can pull it back up really quick. Go to the window tab. So, I mean, he says, I'm not the right partner for you. If those things bring you to a place of happiness, I support it, and there will be no hard feelings. These are my boundaries for romantic partnerships. So he's saying, like, look, if you want to break up, basically, that's totally fine, respect it. Just this is what I want in a romantic relationship.
I mean, yeah, I feel like he definitely did the best he could in that situation. Like, regardless of like whatever else we don't know about, like, because that could play like a part in her reaction, but it's still not like okay to like put people on blast like that. Even if you're like separated or something's happened between you guys, it's not other people's business to comment on or know about. But especially like if no one's forcing you.
Why do you think she did it?
Why do you think she? I mean, you know, some people emotion over logic when like that's.
Do you think maybe it has something to do with the fact that he just had a child and he's happy?
It could be. It could have sparked up like some old, you know, like whatever issues she had with him while she was with him. It could have sparked it up and made her think about it again. And like, but it's still not okay.
Yeah.
He said it pretty respectfully.
Yeah, and also let's just. It's okay if you know. I suspect that most of us at this table are going to say probably shouldn't have shared it publicly, but you might actually think, well, maybe he was being a bit controlling, or maybe he was, you know, maybe he shouldn't try to restrict what his girlfriend is posting online, or you know who she's associating with and hanging out with. So I don't want you to necessarily like just because she perhaps overstepped by sharing it publicly that she might not also be in some ways. I don't think she would necessarily be wrong for saying, well, hey, I do want to post this stuff, and then the relationship should end there. But perhaps a better way to frame this question, and we will continue going around the table, is would you object to a boyfriend or potential boyfriend wanting to restrict you from posting risque photos online, from associating with like your single female friends who are fucking out partying and doing drugs? And we don't know all the details, but I mean, it sounded like she was associating with some scoundrels, let's just say. So
I mean, honestly, you can't, that part is a little bit out of pocket, I'm gonna say, like, especially if like you met me a certain way and you wanted to be in a relationship with me, knowing that's who I am, these are my friends, this is what I do. After you try to tell me like don't post or don't, but when you first were like meeting me, that's what you saw and that's what you came and got in a relationship with me for. Like you can't kind of, that part's a little too much. So, but you know, you have the option. Like he doesn't agree with that, that's fine. There's plenty of other people that agree with it, but like that's mine.
I don't see it as like manipulative or like anything like abusive like that. I could see how people could see it like that because some people don't like being told what to do, especially when it comes to social media, because social media is a big piece of life, I guess, now. But I mean, as an OnlyFans creator, yeah, it would be kind of hard for someone in a relationship with me to tell me to not post scandalous things online because that's kind of my job. But you know, there's just some things like hanging out with men with no boundaries is weird. You shouldn't do that when you're in a full committed relationship. And I'm not sure what else he like put up as like the rules. the Jonah.
We can pull it back up really quick just to give everyone a little reminder.
the-
So she didn't want him to be surfing with men, boundaryless, inappropriate friendships with men, to model, to post pictures of yourself in a bathing suit, to post sexual pictures, friendships with women who are in unstable places and from your wild recent past, beyond getting a lunch or coffee or something respectful.
I agree with that.
Well, you're making a little bit of a...
Because I'm like, what is like something respectable? Like, can I only get coffee with my friend, and like what fucking like exchange little like notes about my recent like escapades, and that's it? Like that? All right, bye. Like that's it. Brunch.
He probably doesn't want his girl like going to the club or the bar with her single female friends.
Single girls are recruiters.
Yeah, right. There's a lot of people in LA that are like involved with a lot of like scandalous, dirty stuff, doing drugs, and just out till like 5 a.m. every night.
Oh, hold on just a sec.
Devon Malik donated $100. God forbid a man emotionally manipulate a woman into being a good candidate to be the mother of his kids.
Word. Yo, Davon, thank you for the TTS, man. Very much appreciated.
Facts.
Yeah, I mean, good point. Davon Malik. Is that Davon? Okay, anyways, go ahead. Thank you, man.
But yeah, basically, like, I could see, like, on the way over here, me and Burke were talking about how, like, as a friend, you should be able to point your good friends right or wrong and tell them, and they should be able to, like, take that as perspective. And
Do you think that girls tend to do that? Because I find that a lot of the time when girls have single friends, the single friends tend to be recruiters. They want you to come join the single train again.
1,000%. There are a lot of single girls, they look at their friends and they, no matter if they're in the wrong or the right, you look at your friend as like, okay, you're hurting. Let's go out and party. Let's get, let's turn it up.
Do you think that's good advice for a girl in a relationship with a man who has an $11 million house in Malibu?
No, not always. After a certain age, you gotta like, you kind of just fuck it.
It's okay.
You get hurt. You gotta pick yourself up and you gotta get your stuff together.
So if one of your friends is in a happy relationship and they have a fight and she's hurting, you'll come and say, let's go party.
Did they disrespect you? Was it overstepping any boundaries?
No, I'm just saying, is that what you'd say?
No, as long as they weren't disrespecting you, no boundaries are overstepped, fix that with your relationship, you're happy, you're in love.
Wait, so you wouldn't, as the friend, tell them to come out and party with you? That wouldn't be your advice?
No.
Can I have you tilt your microphone down just a little bit and get a little closer to it? Perfect. Good. A couple of people are saying your mic's a little low.
But why does it matter if you like want to go party with your friend? Like, does that mean like directly like, oh, we're
Put yourself
go
in
party,
Jonah
so
Hill's
that
shoes
means,
for
like,
just a
we're
second. So if your girl goes out and parties in LA with her friends, crazy friends from her recent past, and she's like hurting or whatever it is, I'm not sure what the situation was. Don't you think that's a pretty big red flag for Jonah Hill? That his hurting girlfriend is going to go out and party?
100%.
Yes.
Because you know that those single friends are in her ear like, ooh, like it's okay. You can just like kiss that guy or dance with that guy. Like I think that's very toxic.
He'll never know.
You'll never know.
And can I ask you guys, just quickly to follow up, what's more unattractive? A man who sets boundaries, like I think Jonah Hill's a bit of a bitch if I'm honest, but like a man who sets boundaries or a man who has no boundaries?
What's more attractive?
What's more unattractive? What's a bigger turn-off?
Unattractive is someone that doesn't have boundaries because you know that he doesn't have boundaries with anybody else, any other women in his life. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
You're like a man who tells you what to do.
Let's just continue around the table, give everybody an opportunity to weigh in on this. What about you?
I don't think he was disrespectful in what he said at all. He stated his boundaries and he was very clear with it. I think oftentimes women are really quick to throw the word abuse out there. And maybe like in other areas of their relationship there was like there's a whole scale obviously of what can be considered abuse. And that screenshot specifically though, like he was respectful and he just stated where he was at. And I mean, if you looked at it turned the other direction, like, and it was her sending the text message, she probably would have a ton of people on her side with it, but it's kind of double standard sometimes.
Yeah. What about you?
Can you go back to the screenshot? I'm pretty sure when I read it, considering the job that I have, I'm going to have to post those pictures. So I'm not going to date anyone that's going to tell me that I can't. I do respect that that's not what you want, though. But he stated right there that he's happy for her. There's no hard feelings. So he did give her the option.
She doesn't do OnlyFans though. She's a surfer.
She's a surfer.
Like,
well, doesn't she surf in her?
Cute,
I mean, like
cute bum photos when she's surfing. You know.
Yeah, I mean, she's taking those pictures for herself. She feels good in those pictures, so she should be able to post
Why
those.
Why does she need to post it then? She feels so good.
I feel like it comes down to the intent. Like I definitely take pictures and I'll save it for myself, but like I don't know. I feel like it is like getting validation from other people or like most other guys, because girls, you're not really posting for other girls like your body. It's more so other guys.
Sure. You're posting it because your bum looks cute and you're surfing.
Do we all have Instagram? Everyone has Instagram? You guys post on Instagram?
Yes.
Don't you guys? Oh, you don't post on Instagram?
No,
I don't post bikini photos.
How many green flags over here?
Okay, not bikini
Boyfriend's
photos.
a lucky man.
Sorry, it's a disappointment.
But we all post photos just to update our lives with people around us. And
Here, we'll come to that once we let everybody answer. Go ahead.
I pretty much agree with everyone. I do want to add that Jonah Hill brought this on himself, and he was making reckless decisions and picking a partner. If he saw those photos, that should have been something that was addressed before entering into a relationship with her. I think all of his boundaries were valid, except for she can't surf with other guys, because I'm pretty sure she's a professional surfer, so it's like a work thing.
Well, I think it's like intentionally going out, like paddling out. I surf, paddling out with a guy, sitting next to him, talking to him. I think it's like in the same way if you just like went on a hang out with a male alone, it's kind of a little suspect. But I mean, so you're saying that because he should have known going in that, well, she was already posting these kind of photos and she was already doing this before they got into a relationship, that it's kind of like, well, you should just accept it now that you're in the relationship?
He should have never gotten into it in the first place if that wasn't addressed.
I mean, it's fair. Like, for example, some of you guys here do OnlyFans. It's kind of like if you date a girl knowing up front that she does OnlyFans and then expect her to stop doing OnlyFans. I mean, you could negotiate that, but it's like, it's going to be a pretty tough sell, I think, unless you're prepared to like fully support the girl at her income level, whatever she was making. But I think what his issue was is I don't think she was like a model. I don't think she was like making money from posting on Instagram. I think it was more hobbyist. And so wouldn't it be fair to say, like, because I think what originally happened is he saw her like cute, sexy surfing photos. So you could argue, hey, I mean, this is what you first messaged when you saw me. Why should I have to take it down? But couldn't you make the argument that like you have no problem she was engaging in what he considered single behavior. But once they started dating, he wanted her to act in a way that he thought was consistent with being in a relationship. And his thing was, well, okay, you were single, you're posting these kind of revealing photos, fine. Now that I'm in a relationship with you, though, I want that to stop.
Yeah, I still think it should have been a conversation way sooner, but I commend him for how he handled it. I don't think he was totally bogus.
Okay. What about you?
What do you want to know specifically?
Well, just, I mean, your reaction. Do you, you think it's abusive? Do you think it was manipulative, controlling? You think it's okay? What do you think?
I think when a text message goes out like that looks like it was constructed in notes for like hours and hours, the problem started a lot earlier than when it was sent. My guess is that someone like that probably had difficulty setting boundaries in the first place. Mm-hmm. And I think that we're allowed to have our preferences and boundaries in what we want with a partner. And if we see things in their behavior, if I see something in a man's behavior that I don't like, I just step away. I exit the situation. I'm not big into like behavior control of a man that I'm with. So that text to me seems like things got really bad. He was like, final straw, here are the bullet points. And I'm kind of like, well, why'd you stay so long?
Yeah, I definitely think that is a conversation that needs to happen sooner in a relationship. I'm not too sure how long their relationship lasted, but I definitely think that it should have happened soon in a relationship. All of his boundaries are completely valid, especially being a, for lack of better words, a celebrity of some sorts. You kind of have to protect your image at some point, and the people that you date are definitely going to be associated with you So,
Facts.
yeah.
I totally agree with you guys. I feel like they should have had that conversation so much sooner, and over text it's just kind of weird because you're in a relationship with that person, so they're like your best friend. I feel like you shouldn't be hiding all these emotions for so long and like not addressing that in person in a conversation. It shouldn't have been this bulleted list. Like that makes no sense if you're actually in a good relationship.
Yeah, Jonah Hill's also a male feminist as well, just so we know. So he obviously he had zero frame in that relationship. That was absolutely clear. He should have set that from the jump. And the fact that he had to say all of those things means that she's already crossed all of those boundaries already. So it should have happened at the very start.
How would you introduce that earlier on? Like, because do you think it's maybe like, second date, it's like take down these photos? You think it's maybe like much, or
probably from the start? Like he can see who she is. He can see that she loves surfing. He can see that she's got a nice cute bum that she posts on Instagram. So he should have just said it from the jump. Okay. But yeah.
Got it. And what we're gonna do, so that wasn't the only thing she posted. So Nick, can I have you pull it back up?
And then there's more.
Next one?
Yeah, go to the next one. There's a shit ton. Okay, so then she started posting a bunch of like kind of semi-related stuff. There's something about the equality wheel for domestic violence. I don't know.
What is she wanting to achieve by posting all of this?
She's a bitter person who's lost a millionaire.
I feel like she's prove that he's abusive.
Now, if you look at the very top, look how many stories she's posted. That in itself is a red flag. Like, even if it's not like, if you're posting that many stories a day, I'm sorry, that's fucking...
More red flags than the Chinese Communist Parade.
If you're posting memes and shit, that's a red flag. Fucking 20, 30 memes a day about fucking... Anyways, next one. There's a ton. We're going to go through them all really quickly. Next one. Okay, just like she's posting about it. She says that it was emotional abuse, not physical. I mean, it's really not abuse, but okay. Next.
What? Not abuse at all.
This is a warning to all girls. If your partner is talking to you like this, make an exit plan. Love y'all. Call me if you need an ear. So, I mean, this is in reference to the list or whatever.
You need an exit plan from Jonah Hill.
Yeah.
This is like...
So
I don't think she has a clear
next one
idea or gauge.
So keep going. Next one. Sort of done with explaining this. Also, like one thing I'd just point out is a lot of her, and we'll see this. She's mostly taking snippets of what he said. Sometimes you see her responses, and I don't know. Anytime you're just like excluding your responses, like it'd be interesting to obviously see the full unedited back and forth that they've had, but let's see the next one. Okay, there's just more back and forth. Next one, she posted so much. I too struggle with mental health, but I do not use it to control people like he did to me. It's been a year of healing and growth with the help of loved ones and doctors to get back to living my life without guilt, shame, and self-judgment for things as small as surfing in a swimsuit. Rather, this seems like a very I don't know what the right word, like soft, you're destroyed because he, look, even if you're of the opinion that this is controlling behavior, it does not rise to the level of like abusive, like, it might be controlling, but like,
I feel like before, because we don't know the context, so like he stated those things and was like, oh, like, you need to work on these things. She could have been like, oh yes, definitely, I will do that. And then it progressively, he started to get more and more frustrated because she was promising that she would change something and she didn't.
This is like her shit testing him though. Yeah. She'll keep pushing the boundaries, and then here we are with like 55 different Instagram stories.
Sounds like it had something to do with like her upbringing too. Because if she had that much like guilt and shame to work through, it's probably, and oftentimes people get into relationships that are familiar, and familiar is like family. So it's like you get into these unhealthy dynamics with similar things you were.
Trauma bond vibe.
Yeah, trauma bond. And so it sounds like there was maybe some deeper rooted childhood trauma behind some of her, I guess, feeling this way, that it was abusive. Yeah. I do think like there is a fine line between like abuse in that sense, especially emotional. Like it's really hard to gauge that because it's very different, obviously, than physical abuse. But
yeah,
I mean, I can
there's
see
more
like
though.
that.
We have some more that we have to react to. If you want to, next one. Okay. More. Just next one. Sharing this publicly now because keeping it to myself was causing more damage to my mental health than sharing it could ever do. I mean,
I find it very interesting when people need to share their personal life, especially like this on the internet. It seems very attention-seeky and
100%.
needing to play the victim and get attention. There's no reason that she should have posted any of this on the internet. It doesn't help anybody.
100%.
And she's pretty delusional if she truly thinks that this is any sort of abuse.
Facts. It's never okay to post this stuff. That's why I have no respect for Prince Harry putting his dirty laundry
I
out with
agree.
his family. And like this, there's no excuse for it.
Especially if you claim that you want privacy and don't want to be in the public eye and then sign multiple contracts to publish your business on the internet. It's very interesting.
yeah, I mean, it's definitely a pretty bad look to, one, to like talk shit, publicly talk poorly about an ex. I mean, how many like relationships are truly, I mean, some relationships will end amicably, but I mean, there's always some, people have arguments, people have disagreements. I mean, I'm sure like everyone here has some ex that could either, you could say maybe something negative about, or they could say something negative about you. Maybe even you yourself reflect back on a past dating experience and you're like, maybe I could have handled this better. Maybe I shouldn't have said this. Maybe I should have just moved on, whatever,
Absolutely. No one's
whatever it may
perfect.
be. So, I mean, I think it's just like, nobody's perfect. And to just be publicly airing this shit it's such a, I mean, if you were like actually like physically abused or emotionally abused, then
Go to the
know,
police.
It's
but-
inappropriate.
Yeah.
Absolutely,
But
and
like-
it seems very Me Too-esque.
And not the same, not the right place to address this.
No,
Like, this is
and
not.
yeah, like I said, none of that's going to help anybody else other than, getting yourself attention.
Let's pull it back up because there's a shit ton more. We'll try to blast through them. Next one, please. This is what healing looks like. And I guess she's text. It's so like self-congratulatory, like pat myself on the back. I'm a victim, blah, blah,
Only
blah.
in the West.
Let's see the next one. Teen Vogue did for me what couples therapy didn't. My boyfriend, and this is something from Teen Vogue, my boyfriend says the way I dress at the beach is too revealing. He says I shouldn't wear bikinis or short shorts. I don't want it to make him feel bad, but I like my style, which I do. Ditch the boyfriend, keep the bikini. And hey, look, if that's just you want to dress how you want to dress, if that's just non-negotiable for you, and you're a woman, I think that's fine. And I think men are justified in having their preferences and boundaries. It just comes down to a negotiation and a conversation. Let's bring it back. Okay.
And he gave her a valid out. If she wanted it, she could have said, okay,
Yeah.
like those are your boundaries. I don't agree. I'm not going to abide by those. I'm going to do what I want to do. She could have left. He said, no hard feelings. That's totally fine. I wish
Yep.
you the best, but she didn't.
I'm curious to know how much longer, because I don't know if maybe someone knows
Yeah.
from the point, she took the screenshots of that conversation. I think they stayed together. I think she obliged him in his requests. She took the photos down. So they stayed together. And I think now, years after the fact,
after he's just had a kid.
Yeah, it's kind of sus.
Yeah, it is very
Too
interesting
late.
that this is happening 2
Way too
years
late.
after their relationship ended. There has to be some sort of incentive. I get that his girlfriend is pregnant now, but I feel like there has to be some sort of
Yeah.
other incentive for her to post these so
Well,
so long
even
afterwards.
what she's saying and what other people are saying, and I don't know if we have the screenshots of this. She's saying that, well, sometimes you don't realize you were traumatized until years later, and sometimes you have to work through, to really know that something happened in the past that was wrong, and maybe that may be the case, but I mean.
But if you have to
it's
work
just like
through it and post it on social media, go to therapy. Like, go take it to a therapist.
totally.
No,
You don't
she
have
wants to go to
post
Teen
it.
Vogue.
Yeah, Teen Vogue.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's pull it back up. Let's try to get through all of them. Gaslight much. Even the person I loved and shared a bed with uses me and can't just be like, yeah, you were super nice. It hurt so badly, but I'm done apologizing. I was so lovely to you. 8/31/22.
I'm assuming that's a text
I'm not
message
sure.
he sent to her.
I don't see how that's
I think that's sent to
gaslighting.
her.
Yep, it is.
Next one. And then some memes. The right boundaries in the right places don't limit, they liberate. Okay, here come the memes, the feel good. Okay, as you heal, you'll stop trying to force people to see you in ways they're unwilling to. You'll remember more often that choosing yourself is sacred, even if others don't. Okay, next. She being our couple. Okay, so I guess they went to couples therapy.
Red flag.
Okay, next. There's so many of these. Safe word. It was pineapple. Okay, next.
Great word. Oh my gosh.
Okay, yeah. Oh, and this is the one we already saw. If I'm not the right partner for you, number one boyfriend. So Jonah, I don't think Jonah Hill was 100% perfect here. He was sending her like walls of text, which maybe came across. I mean, definitely a little bit. It's
a bit much.
A little too much, a little extra. Sending, like I said, sending these long walls of text. Yeah. But I mean, she's being pretty crazy and opportunistic with the victim card.
So weird that it's texts, though, don't you think? Like that is an absolute face-to-face conversation every day of the week.
Screenshots too.
Yeah.
It's not.
Yeah.
And it seems very contract-like, like the bullet points and all of it. If you're dating, I feel like this is a conversation you could absolutely have in person. So it is very interesting.
Hold on just a second.
Gorlock the Destroyer donated $100. Get in my belly. I want my baby back, baby back, baby back, baby back, baby back. Ribs, I want my baby back, baby back, baby back, baby back, baby back. Ribs. Chully eyes, baby back ribs.
Gorlock the Destroyer, thank you very much for your TTS. Much appreciated. Priya, you were saying?
You were saying it's contracty.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that's kind of red flag right there. Also, that he didn't have the conversation earlier in the relationship. It's very interesting. I'm not too educated on Jonah Hill and his beliefs and his career other than his pretty mainstream stuff. But yeah, it seems like that they're, nobody was perfect in that relationship.
I can say I think I could understand why like obviously I think it's definitely better to handle things, if not face to face, like at least over a phone call. But I understand like if things had gotten as toxic as they did, why maybe it came to text message instead. I know like sometimes
any man who is self-respecting would see that situation and be like, I'll talk to you when I see you.
He'd do it hands on. Like
I don't know how you guys could ever respect a man who would send those little
very much agree. It seems very immature.
I guess more so it depends on who initiated over text message, because a lot of the time I think women would be more inclined to initiate.
And then she just pushes him and he's just
and they're both they're both in therapy.
That's a red flag that they're in therapy.
Not even a red flag.
How is that a red flag?
Couples therapy.
This is probably the best way he thought or was taught by that therapist to explain himself. It can't be like, don't take it personally. Like, you're going to therapy too. Like, don't you kind of get the gist of like how? I don't know.
I think he definitely should have. I think he definitely should have taken more of initiative in the beginning of the relationship to state those boundaries. But I could understand why after it gets to that point where he like hadn't had that voice for so long, why he was doing it the way he did. But I agree, he should have kind of taken it from the beginning.
Let's pull up more of let's see the rest. I mean, there's a bunch. We'll just try to blast through them. Next one. Sorry. Oh, shit. Basically, we don't have to go back, but the previous one, he was being pretty cringe. Actually, if you can go back one, Nick, you'll have to go. Here, I'm going to switch it back here, and if you can just go out of F11 and do it. But and guys, we have some spicy stuff coming up after this Jonah reaction. So, wait, why should I go to therapy? Oh, F11. No. Yeah, you're good. So he is being like. Literally just say hello and leave the convo. I love how your therapist thinks I suck. I literally am the best boyfriend on earth. That's pretty fucking cringe.
Don't you reckon he sounds like Jonah Hill from Superbad?
Yeah.
That's something that I'd expect his Superbad character. But like, this is the problem with guys who get really rich and famous and they're still dorks, is the fact that like, he clearly can't hold that frame and he can't have that conversation because he still thinks that he's fat Jonah Hill from Superbad,
He lost weight though, so I mean, good for him.
Yeah, but I think he still exists in that.
Internally, he's still fat.
Well, he's like super woke and.
Yeah.
Actually, there was a Vice article we'll pull up. Pull it back up. Next one. Okay, I don't know where this is.
I would never
Okay,
read
there's
this.
just more. Icky to see how I took blame for him. Okay, I guess I don't know. Next.
Well, even on that last text that she sent, she's manipulating him by saying like,
did you read that?
I'm
What did
not. I was like skimming it. It's like I'm not good enough for you, and I know like blah blah. Blah. Like that's her manipulating him.
And also, she left out because she said, "I'm sorry, I said that." Like, what did you say?
Right. So she
What did
like.
you say when you were
It
drunk?
looks. Yeah, she said she's drunk,
Yeah.
so she took the step to say stuff she shouldn't.
And another
then
thing she kept on
tried to
saying
reel it
was
back.
that like, oh,
Hey,
it's
Nick,
because I'm
can you do the
socially
exposure?
I'm socially no.
She's
Girls
got
are girls are very socially.
She's got this victim
accurate, you know?
mindset of like I'm just the victim, and like then pushing the manipulation back on him.
If someone
Absolutely.
ever says I'm not good enough for you, leave.
Mm.
They
Yeah.
are
They
obviously
are
telling you something that you don't know yet, and obviously they know.
It can be cute from a girl. If a guy says it, leave. Yes,
No.
but it can be cute
Anyone.
coming from a girl.
Anyone.
I'm not good enough. It's kind of
That's
cute.
a real red flag.
Red flag.
No,
If you
because
don't-
if a guy says that, it's a simping thing. But if a girl says, it's a difference between guys and girls when it comes to simping. Girls get rewarded for simping. Guys get broken up with for simping. It's very different.
Okay.
If a girl dotes on you and says, you know, oh, like I'm not good enough for you, you're so amazing, that's a great thing. That's a green flag. But if I say that to you, it'll be the biggest
That's a good
dick.
point.
So it's like what? It's
That's
like an
very
ego
true.
feed, like you know what I mean? I'm
Yeah,
feeding
exactly.
your ego,
Men just want to
so
be respected
what if I
ultimately.
wanna-
There's certain things that you girls live for, certain moments, and the moments we live for is when you come up and just say, I love you. I could not live without you. I respect you.
But I
That's it.
feel like if they say that they don't feel like they're good enough for you, I feel like if they say that they don't feel like they're good enough for you, that means they're struggling with that a little bit on their own. And so
Good.
they don't feel good in that relationship. I don't think it's good. I think that you should feel like comfortable with your partner, not like you're inferior to them.
No, I think that the girl always has to love the guy a little bit more than the guy loves the girl. So if she feels like she's kind of chasing him, she feels like that like he's the absolute best she can get, then she's not going to leave him. But if she feels like she's above him, then she'll leave his
I don't
ass.
think she should feel above him. I just
Based-
don't feel like she should feel like she's lesser than him or like she's not good enough. I feel like she shouldn't feel like she's not good enough.
Have you ever heard of the term hypergamy?
No.
Yes.
So women are hypergamous daters, which means that they like to date across and up the socioeconomic hierarchy. Men can date down. Like, I'd be happy to date a girl who works at KFC. Do you guys get KFC here?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'd be happy to date a girl that works at KFC. If I worked at KFC, you guys wouldn't look twice at me. So women tend to date up. So we want you to look at.
You guys say that, but I feel like
Yeah.
there's a double standard for that for sure.
Yeah.
What's
I
the double
agree.
standard?
Like that people, like you'll say that you'll date someone that works, like a man that works at KFC, but when you're in that situation, would you really?
No, God, no, you
Like, would
wouldn't.
you really?
No one at this table
Like
would.
being honest, like, would you really?
It depends
Here,
where you
show of
are in
hands.
life.
Any girls here who would date a fast food worker?
I like to
Anybody?
be spoiled.
It depends where you are in life. Like as a college student,
Granted, you are 18.
Different, yeah, absolutely.
Wait. Oh, she.
Little slip.
So your KFC worker is studying medicine.
I mean, but let's also do a tier list.
Okay, it's different.
Let's do a tier list of the respective fast food restaurants because not all are, like Chick-fil-A is pretty up there, I'd say, and then like if McDonald's, like KFC is
Chipotle's
pretty
up there,
shit,
too.
Mm.
but like I feel like
Hey, what about
Chick-fil-A is more
Popeyes?
respectful.
Mid.
Very true.
Or like In and Out.
In and Out's like
Does he own the
probably
franchise?
top of the
'Cause
food
then I might be
chain.
in.
Hey, if he owns the franchise. No, but the fact of the matter is that the generalities don't really make the rule. If it's Chick-fil-A, it doesn't really matter. But the fact of the matter is that women tend to date up the socioeconomic hierarchy. So we want you guys to be looking up at us and saying, oh my God, you are the best thing I could ever have.
Well, I would agree with that
I wouldn't
too.
stay with a man if I didn't feel that way.
Exactly
Right.
right.
no,
I feel
I
Exactly
agree with
right.
you. I just don't feel like you should always be in a state where you feel like you don't deserve them, because it's not a good way to feel.
I think maybe feeling deserved is probably the wrong way to
Does
put
not-
it.
yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
There's also like a psychological component to it. In every relationship, there's somebody that loves the other person more than
Deserved isn't quite the right way to put it. But like if you're looking up at them, you feel like that they're the best you can get. That's a good thing.
Yeah.
What
If
they
you just
have
feel like you're really
hobbies?
lucky
I
to
think
have
it's
them.
admiration.
Yeah.
Yeah. No,
admiration.
I think they should definitely admire.
If I'm looking at my girl, I'm like, oh my God, like I'm so lucky to have you. Yeah, it's just not gonna work.
What if they have hobbies outside of KFC? Like, no.
You
like,
answer the
seriously,
question.
like,
Would you
I
date a
could
guy
be a
who
full-time- I could
worked
be
at KFC with some hobbies, or who liked to go rock
I
climbing?
mean, if I could be an OnlyFans creator and also work at like fucking Subway, 7-Eleven, fucking Walgreens.
But then those are both
99
careers.
cents store, Target,
They're
all
both-
of these places, in and out, they have insurance, they have a lot of benefits.
So you're saying that he's works at KFC, but he's fucking loaded because he has another thing that he's got going on.
No,
People
I think
can work in multiple jobs. You can never make too much money.
Like that could be.
That's
your,
not
like,
a hobby though.
your-
That's
But are you saying that if you were on a comparable level to the guy, like if you were like making shit money on OnlyFans and you also had a
That
fast
sounds like-
food
No,
job,
I'm
then
saying-
you would date a fast food guy?
Couple bottom
I'm saying,
feeders.
like, okay, if he only worked at KFC and didn't do anything else, if he didn't do anything else besides work at KFC, no.
Yeah,
Sorry.
But what Brian's saying is though, like if you're earning high amounts of money and then you're dating a guy who's earning minimum wage, then that you're not going to put up with that. But if you're just struggling away, posting your booty on OnlyFans and you're only making like $10 a day, then he's like on your level, you know?
Yeah, I wouldn't be doing OnlyFans if that was it.
Speaking of which, we do have a couple girls here at the table who do OnlyFans, and some of you may very well be high earners. So I'm curious, maybe we can go around the table. I need an exact dollar figure, exactly how much you guys make per year. Everybody at the table. Everybody. Burke Baby. That's your name, right? I got Burke. How much do you make on OF, or just in general, I guess, because maybe you do Bitcoin and shit too.
Honestly, it varies. Like as OnlyFans creators, you don't have like a certain amount of money that you make each month.
Well, let's just.
There's like a
how much do you make in a
range.
year? 6 figures, 7 figures?
I don't know.
Do you make 7 figures in a year?
No, that's insane.
There could be like a
No,
good
I mean,
month
there's
and a
OF girls
bad
that do
month.
that.
You
Yeah.
know?
It just depends.
Well, that's why I'm
like,
saying a year.
It
Yeah.
depends. It's like
Am I
owning a
dumb?
store. You never know how much.
No, but in a
whatever's gonna
year,
sell.
I mean, you know.
Okay, break it down to like a month, right? I don't
You
know.
can. I mean, if you
What's
want to
like-
break it
what's
down
like
to a month, but you could
bad
say,
month? feel
I
like
made
bad.
300K last year. I made 300K this year.
On a good month, I'd probably say maybe like 5 to 6K.
Okay.
On like an okay month.
Okay. But you've made more. Have you
Yeah.
you've had a 5-figure month, I'm assuming. So above 10,000?
Like maybe like once or twice.
Okay. Has any of the girls here who do OF, or anyone else, made over 6 figures in a month? Anybody? Bueller? Bueller?
Who here does OnlyFans?
I believe these 3 and then her.
Us 3.
I have an OnlyFans too.
What?
Onlyfans.com/whatever. Go sub.
I'm at like 5 figures each month.
5 figures each month. Okay. Okay.
Hot. Okay.
How much do you make on OnlyFans, Brian?
Like 100 a month. I don't
$100
post. I don't
or-
post. I just have.
See, that's also what it depends.
I have a couple troll photos of Kiki over there, and that's it.
Hey, she's
Are you
sexy.
posting provocative photos of
She
Kiki?
collab?
Are you exploiting her like that?
I am
It's kinda messed
exploiting
up.
She's
You're
going to like leak some
catfishing?
texts in a few
Yeah.
years.
Oh, yeah.
the robot.
Misogynistic
Rise
of
up
you, Brian.
is coming for me. But just curious, how much do the non-OF girls make?
It depends.
Well, you're
So
19, right? So are you in school right now? Or?
So I have been going to cosmetology school, but I'm on a leave right now for the summer to make money.
Cosmetology school?
Yeah. So
Red flag.
no, yeah.
Hair or makeup?
But
What hair?
well, like hair and nails, but
Hair and nails?
I'll first of all say
Oh my god! Holy shit!
I know it's
Major
like,
red
and,
flag.
and it's in Utah, which is like even worse. Don't
you-
hit,
are you
don't hit
Mormon?
that
You're a
button.
Mormon.
I grew up Mormon.
Oh, you grew up.
I'm not anymore.
Are you,
though.
are you atheist or are you agnostic or?
I
You
I
switched
don't
to
know
Buddhism?
exactly what to consider. Like I'm still Christian, but I do follow like teachings of like other religions. Like
Sure.
my view as far as religious stance goes, like I'm definitely one of those where I say I'm not religious, but I'm spiritual. I think when it comes to religion, like
Pick a side.
around the world, honestly, no, I think it is that like there's like a lot of truth. I think it's a lot of lies, a little bit of truth, and it's putting the puzzle pieces together of things. So I don't necessarily throw myself in a box anymore where I'm out on that stuff. But yeah, cosmetology school. But I have a brain. I use it. I just didn't want to go to a 4-year college. So
But did you want to be a hairdresser?
Honestly,
Hairstylist,
I honestly don't
whatever?
know at this point. Like I at least thought like, okay, worst case scenario, like let's say the world goes to shit. Like I have like a hands-on thing. Like everyone's always gonna need to
Wait,
get
if
haircuts.
the world goes to shit, you're
Yes.
gonna be a Bro, if the
I'm gonna be
world goes
cutting
to
hair.
shit, nobody's gonna give a fuck about haircuts.
No, they just
Imagine Mad
will.
Max,
They just
everyone's
might.
getting
With
haircuts.
my
If I'm
Haram
with
during
yo,
the apocalypse.
if I'm with a girl in a zombie apocalypse,
For
we're both
convenience.
buzzing our hair.
And then I
don't
can
give
be
a
the one
fuck
to buzz
about your
it. I can give you a
style.
nice fade.
But think
like,
about
you know.
around
Bro.
At least you look
COVID,
nice when you're
how
killing
much
zombies.
money
Yeah.
We're tossing your
I'll look for
makeup.
lightning
There
bolt.
is no makeup in the zombie apocalypse.
I know.
Okay.
I know. But honestly, that's why like I don't exactly know if I'm gonna actually do anything with that after. I just thought it's kind of a place to start
Sure.
rather than like getting out of high school and being aimless with
There's
my
something to
direction.
fall back on.
Yeah,
During
fall back
COVID,
on something.
Like,
That's fair.
that the hair and nails.
But
people were
it's
spending
ironic.
a
Like
lot.
in Utah too. Like everyone there is very like up on their looks and like everyone's blonde, and like I definitely was more down to earth out there. Like I had a hard time, which is why I like needed to take a break for a little while from it too. Was because like I'm not super into like the making sure you always like look presentable, but you don't have to be super done up.
Yeah.
And so it's just kind of.
Okay.
I'm still figuring out, still navigating what I'm gonna end up doing.
Yeah,
with
you got
that.
time. I mean, yeah.
Definitely.
Okay. You are the airline agent.
Yes.
How much you pulling in?
I make a laughable wage,
But you get to fly for free.
but
too.
I'm rich in happiness and fulfillment.
That's beautiful.
Thank you. That matters.
I don't pull a traditional salary because I don't have a traditional job. I have investments. I'm not comfortable disclosing my
That's
net
fine.
worth, but I do okay. But I'll go with a salary of $0 since I'm starting a business and I have made $0.
Okay.
Hypergamy is good for you. You got options.
I'm a full-time student, but have multiple sources of income, so I do well.
Okay.
I'm working at like a stock firm right now, and I'm making $15K a year.
Okay. So, I mean, just curious, maybe a better question is also to ask, like, you're the guy who you're eventually going to marry, how much money would you like him to be earning, say, when he turns, I mean, we have a variety of ages here in this group, but say when he's 30, 35, 40, in that age range, how much would you like your future partner, husband, to be making? 50K, 75K, 100K? More? Here, we'll go around the table really quick. Your future partner, how much do you think he's going to be earning? Go ahead.
So
Or do you want him to earn?
Honestly, I don't necessarily care. Like, honestly, I don't really care. Obviously, I don't want
Stop the cap.
Stop it. Stop it. Let's be honest.
So
Otherwise,
you would date,
everyone's going to say that.
You date a KFC guy? Come on.
No, okay. Well, I was saying that I wouldn't necessarily date that. I just want someone that has drive in their life and that is able to kind of let me be able to travel with them. Like, we can travel together and like you can
With
kind of
what?
spoil
With what
me in a
money?
sense. With the money. Like,
With what money? What if he's poor? You said you want to travel with him.
That's going to take money. It's going to take money.
Like a certain like number. I want someone that has like drive and they are. I don't have like a certain number, honestly. Like, I wouldn't. Someone could come to me and they would be like, "Oh, I only make like $40K a year or something," and like.
That's pretty low.
That is pretty low. It is pretty low.
Well,
yes,
I think 45K is the average, the median average salary for men in the U.S.
That's no
but
holidays.
It's low. No. It's low in the sense. I'm not trying to shit on anybody in the chat that makes that much or less, but living in California, if you want to live in like a major city, you're probably gonna have to, if you want a certain lifestyle, if you want to travel, for example, go on vacations, if you want to, afford a certain size house that has bedrooms. Do you want kids? Maybe you don't want kids, so maybe
I'm
it's
not sure, honestly. I haven't met a person, like, I'm open to it, but I haven't met a person that I could see like a life with. Like,
Sure.
I want to meet someone that I'm like, oh my God, I want to have your babies. Yeah.
But it would break down like this. You have to look, okay, well, what city do I want to live in? The square footage of the house, how many bedrooms do you want? How many bathrooms? How many cars do you want to have?
Yeah.
Do you want the kids to have their own separate bedrooms?
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to travel 2 or 3 times a year? There's a bunch of other factors that you have to, and then what kind of house do you want? Do you want kind of like a mid-tier, low-tier, or like maybe a bit more luxury? The cars you have, do you want 1 car, 2 cars? You want mid-tier cars? You want luxury cars? And international travel versus domestic, so all these are a factor. So we can say that money doesn't matter, but if you do want to, for example, have kids, your partner's income is going to be is going to have to be a factor in, you know, a deciding factor in your partner.
Correct, but I'm more so attracted to, like, not even like a number. Like, I am more attracted to someone that has the drive in their life to, like, want to make that money. Like, if they are making 40K, but they have, like, business idea that
I
they're
do see what
putting
you're
into
saying,
motion,
because
you know what I mean?
women
Yeah.
do tend to invest in men.
Yes.
They'll see someone with potential, and they'll see a potential winner, and they'll invest. My mum is hilarious like that. She's single at like 50, and she saw a guy who earned good money, not so attractive in terms of what he had going on. She took him. She goes, grow out the facial hair. We'll get you a new wardrobe.
Yeah.
This, that, and now he walks around like an absolute don.
Yeah,
and she's
that
invested in
sounds
that guy, and now
smart.
took him from like a 5 to a 9.
No, yeah, and that's how my parents were. Like, my dad wasn't making like a ton of money, but then they started dating, and she saw that he had this drive, and he's like doing very well for himself. He's doing amazing, and that's like something that I would want, like, honestly, in life, to be able to grow with someone.
I think some women move like that, but there's also, I think, just as many women. I disagree with you a bit slightly here, in that I think a lot of women wait at the finish line
and fuck the winners.
Yep. So I think I don't think you're wrong for saying, and there's definitely a lot of women who do care about ambition, but I think my view on it is women are not so concerned with a man's ambition as they are concerned with, has he reaped the benefits of said ambition? Because an ambitious guy who, there's a lot of like really ambitious guys that want to fucking be SoundCloud rappers and shit that work at fast food restaurants. Maybe one day they'll be successful, but I think women are much more attuned to actually picking the men who have already reaped the benefits of said ambition.
And it's an age thing as well. Like, if you're 21 and you see a guy who's like studying whatever, but he's broke, and you know that he's going to be rich one day, then that's a good horse to bet on. Yeah. But if he's 40 and he's not earning any money, but he's got ambition, sorry, mate. Yeah, not
and
happening.
a lot of people who have ambition don't make it. Like, not everybody is going to make it, you
it's
know?
for more about, I would say, like, how is that matching up to, like, the work they're putting in, like, realistic, everyday, like, type of thing. Maybe.
Word.
People have to be realistic. People have to be realistic at some point. You can have all the ambition in the world, but not everyone can make it, unfortunately.
Not everybody is going to be a rock star.
Yeah, 80-20 rule.
Let's continue on a little more with the Jonah Hill stuff. Then we're going to get the Superchats, guys, and then when you have some good stuff, some other good stuff to react to. Okay, so this is another screenshot. She's at the top. I don't care for your misogyny. What does he say here that's misogynistic? We can't do surf social things. Give regard to our relationship. I've been vulnerable as possible, and I'm telling you I'm needing you to step up to the plate, which you can. I'm sure of it, but these losers don't get your time if you want me. Straight up, it's consideration. I respect your love of surfing, and I respect myself as well, and your love of surfing and being in those situations and lack of awareness are not mutually exclusive. That this isn't me. I have my own issues that I own. If you want marriage and family, you can't use the 25 card. Okay, so I guess she was 25 when they were dating, and she was still like living her best life, and I don't know. Step up and cut the shit. These people don't get your time or your kindness at the sacrifices of minds. So we don't know all the details here, but it sounds like she's hanging out with some dudes or something, who knows. By these people, he meant any friend of mine that he hadn't personally approved of. And somehow she's saying, I don't care for your misogyny. I don't see, I mean, if you guys can parse what I don't see anything in this text here that is misogynistic.
Absolutely
so like
not.
hateful of women or contempt of women, or, I mean.
The personally approved, I don't see, okay, it's not misogynistic, but it's a little bit like, okay, so you have to meet every single person I encounter, but there are people that, you know, your partner's going to meet and they're automatically going to get an off vibe. I'm sure you guys have met your partner's friends, and there are one or two people that you're like, that person, right. Like, it's just how it is. So I get that.
It depends what they're doing around them as well.
Yeah.
I mean, there are definitely toxic friends. I had an ex-girlfriend once who just, one of her friends were all just cokeheads. And I couldn't stand it. And I was like, just don't hang out with them. She wouldn't listen to me.
But like our other partners should be given the room to, like, they should be able to be around certain behaviors, and like it depends on the relationship to be able to
really
like control yourself.
To an extent, you are who you hang out with.
No, it's literally exactly.
You reflect who you hang out with to a very large extent, and I think that if you're surrounding yourself with people that have horrible behaviors and patterns, that you're gonna
that
copy
saying
those
where
as well.
it's like if you hang out with people that smoke all the time,
absolutely,
eventually you are going to pick up a cigarette and smoke
like
it with
you
them.
are who you whatnot.
You are who you hang out with.
But also at an extent, you gotta put an accountability of your own, like.
Yeah, you do have to practice self-control, but it comes to an extent.
Like,
if she's hanging out with these low lifes constantly, she's going to be reflecting those behaviors that they're engaging in. Of course, if you have a friend that's going through a hard time and they're currently engaging in toxic behaviors, that's a little bit different. You're being a good friend, but then you also, like I said, you have to practice self-control and not encourage those behaviors or enact.
Do you mind if we go around on the question I said before? What would you girls prefer? A man with no boundaries or very strong boundaries, and why?
I would say a man with very strong boundaries, because like I said earlier, if he doesn't have boundaries with you, he doesn't have boundaries with other people in his life, and that's a red flag to me personally. I think that if it comes from a good place and good intentions to help you in life and like help you not hang out with people that are doing drugs or stuff like that, I think that it's a positive thing, honestly.
Can you think of a situation where somebody's ever had too strong of boundaries with you? If you're out on a night out, for example, and then he's like texting you every half an hour, where are you, what time should I pick you up, etc., is that a turn off, or are you happy that he cares?
No, I think that it's like he cares about me. Like he wants to make sure I get home safe. Like I don't view it as a way of like him being like, oh, she's doing something sketchy. Like I view it as a way of like, oh, I care about you. I want to make sure that you get home safely and that you're like protected. And that's what I look for. I want to be protected and all that stuff, like in a relationship. Yeah.
If he's texting every like 20 minutes, I think that's codependency, though. There's a fine line between really strict boundaries and then just having insecurity. Yeah.
Leave some space to like talk about your day, or like leave some space for space. Everyone needs it.
Doing something so simple and did not have the time to text is a text for a reason, so you can read it later. And if it's important, you call, or you can't be that upset at the end of the day. Like,
yeah, I don't think you should discuss anything super important over text, just because like you can't see what they're trying to express.
It's not personal.
There's room for miscommunication as well. Yeah,
totally.
Like,
and maybe
100%.
That's what was happening with that
like
whole
the
scandal. She read it
thing
completely different.
Yeah.
What do you guys think? No boundaries or too strict boundaries?
I mean, somewhere in the middle would be
not the question.
Like nice,
either
but
one.
I would definitely go for boundaries. Right. That shows that you're self-aware enough to have set those boundaries, or at least thought that.
I mean, when I say strict boundaries, I mean Jonah boundaries.
I wouldn't say
that's
those are
not
strict.
really that strict.
You don't think they're strict?
I don't think so. I think that
he seems like he just figured that out.
Yeah.
But let's put this. If the strict boundaries were you can't post on social media, you have to give up your Instagram.
That's a strict boundary.
If you're supporting me, and we're like going strong, I want to have a family with you. I see myself spending the rest of my life. Yeah.
So you'd give up your Instagram?
If the man took care of me, yeah, for sure.
You guys would all give up your Instagrams?
No.
I love to be spoiled.
Why not?
Because that's...
This is the guy. You like this guy. What does Instagram give you that he can't?
You should not be that insecure to a level to think that like me having an Instagram is gonna ruin our bond.
Right. So the act of him saying that is a turn off.
But what if he's like everything else matches everything that you would be looking for, but the one thing is he's saying like just get rid of the Instagram? Because maybe from his perspective, it's like if he's giving you everything you need, like what would you need from Instagram?
That's really
like
tough.
Other men's validation?
No. What if I just this is what I want to post my art. I want to share my art with the world.
Your
like,
art. If he said you can have your art page,
you want to pay,
but not
but
your page.
I can't post myself.
Yeah, exactly. You can have your art page.
What's wrong with me? Why can't I do that? Like.
It's just his boundaries. It's just.
But why is that a boundary? Is it because you're
I don't know
afraid
the
that
guy.
other people are gonna like steal me away, or like what's the deal? You know what I mean? I gotta know the reason. I gotta know the reason. That depends.
That probably is a reason is
So
the
then
fact that
that's
there are
something you
there are
need
a
to
lot of
figure out
there are
for
a lot of
yourself,
girls
my boy.
there are a lot of girls who are getting a lot of attention from a lot of guys on Instagram. Instagram is the biggest dating app in the world.
You're still advertising
Yeah.
yourself as single
And
on
maybe
Instagram.
maybe it's not as much like you as much as it is like guys know guys. And so knowing what other guys are thinking as they're like scrolling through and looking at your stuff, like maybe he's just not comfortable with the idea of you putting yourself out there for other men to kind of have access to in that way.
Guys know guys, but I know myself. And if you're dating me and you really care about me like that and know me, then you should know that the attention or other people can't steal that. You know what I mean? And if that's not the case, then don't talk to me, please.
I've got a question for you. If you knew that no guy would ever see your Instagram, would you still post pictures of yourself? OnlyFans, you're OnlyFans, right?
I have, and I just a little.
Okay,
one
that
of
aside.
that's an avenue, yes.
That aside, you're not making money. If no guy could ever see your photos, would you still post on Instagram?
I mean, there's been times where I haven't posted for like 2 years at a time. So like that's not.
And you would have given up
it's
Mr. Right. You weren't even posting.
Yeah,
Mr. Right
no,
comes along.
it was just like I don't know what to. I don't care.
Idiot.
Like I have pictures.
Do you feel
I
like
have
it's maybe
things.
like an attachment thing for you? Like you feel like somebody's trying to control you, like you don't want to let go
Yeah,
of
like,
that
what is-
autonomy that you have over Instagram?
Yeah, it's like why is that the.
What if he did it? What if
make
he
or
did it
break?
in a very loving way, and he said, you know, this is
No, that
who we are.
still is telling me that you have a problem with yourself that you need to figure out before I get any more invested in you.
So what if he had a completely valid reason that had nothing to do with dating or anything like that, that had nothing to do with men looking at you? What if it was like a safety reason?
Safety? What kind of safety?
Just
make it make sense. Just
Oh,
whatever.
well,
it
here's
is.
an example. Here's an
Whatever
example.
It is, make it make
some
sense.
some people will like take stories at a restaurant while they're still at the restaurant, and if you're like with a high status guy, he's like, bro, don't be letting people
Sure.
know where the fuck we are right now.
I
You're with
dated
Jonah Hill.
someone
You don't want people know like paparazzi or fucking stalkers
Rapper got
and
killed
shit.
because his girlfriend
You
posted a
should-
photo.
Oh,
You
yeah.
should
Who
set
was
those
that? Who's that
boundaries.
rapper?
Yeah.
Pop Smoke.
Yeah.
No, it was different rapper.
No.
Who? Oh, Nick knows it.
So I dated
Nick behind the
someone-
scenes coming in clutch with the
Yeah, she posted like a photo of like
Rapper.
the food, and he was in it, and then they
Yeah.
showed up and they popped
What's
him.
his name?
Yeah,
Pop Smoke?
but
Nah.
Aw.
Rest in
But-
peace
but
to Pop
just-
Smoke though.
Just
Who's
humor
Pop
humor us in a world
Get
where
with
there
it,
was
man.
there was a valid reason that
Make me get my voice out.
Wait, what?
No, look, like
Tell us how you really feel. Tell us how you really feel.
just that's all giving you're insecure. There's something you haven't worked on. Like you're not like
if I'm say I'm dating you and
Yeah.
I had some crazy stalker that was trying to kill me.
Yeah.
And I said, "Hey, you need to delete your Instagram if we're going to be together."
What does
because
mine have to do with you?
You're
but
with
if
them.
if we're together, you could be in jeopardy as well. But also things that you post could totally give away where I'm at, what I'm
Then
doing.
obviously I don't want us to die, and I don't want to put myself and my partner in danger. But if this is like we're talking about like a generalized,
We're just talking about like theoretically if this were the case.
theoretically, if it's like a special like thing
Yeah.
like that, then yeah, okay, like whatever. But also,
You
then
still sound
don't get
kinda
into
not
a
sure about it.
relationship with me knowing that I'm choosing this path in life to want to be more public than you.
Okay, I thought I
didn't
could
ask
change
you.
you.
We can't work
But
it out.
no.
Like it's okay.
I
Like
thought
we
I
could
could
be
fix you.
friends. Maybe we could
Here,
just be
let's
good friends and
let's try to get through the rest of the messages. I'll just try to read them and then we'll go ahead. Next.
So many.
I know.
Okay, yep, same one. Next. Next. Okay, yeah.
seeing those
You make
little-
me sick. That makes me feel like, okay, I guess he made her sick. Okay. Next one.
That just looks like her own insecurities that she's
Yeah.
pushing onto him.
The amount of women I know and do not know pouring in with love and support is not something I was expecting from sharing all this, and it really is a beautiful silver lining.
It's
Okay.
been 2 years.
Next one.
Like, girl.
Real.
I hope my ex has a daughter. Maybe she'll turn him into a real feminist, because the fact that he calls himself a feminist now is laughable. Okay.
That's
He
so
calls himself a
sweet.
male feminist. That was the red flag.
Yeah, that was-
everybody
that
should
was-
have seen.
Facts.
There's more. Next one. There's just so many of these. We're just not even going to react to all of them. Oh shit, she's posted. Okay, next one. I don't know why she's posting that.
Who's got past anyone?
Uh,
Can I?
screenshots of her pics, and I guess he was sending her. Oh, he's saying here are like the photos I dislike. Next one. I respect your skill in your surfing. Blah blah blah. I respect that you're hot and beautiful, but I also respect myself and what I'm interested in my own life, and what I let into my heart and inner circle. So celebrate yourself in your life however you please and shine bright. But I don't want to have to deal. And we didn't see the rest of it, but get whipped. I did this all in the name of protecting him from crippling anxiety. That would be hurtful and triggering for me. Understood. I don't need or want.
It's like the same.
Okay. Oh, something came in here.
It just looks like they're both very insecure and pushing that onto each other. That's all I'm seeing.
So, I mean, I don't know. That's a mess.
And hurt people.
Next.
Mm-hmm.
Good job for me taking all those screenshots to counteract the gaslighting. Grom me would be proud of us. Okay. Congratulations. What? Okay. Feeling fortunate for all the amazing women in my life and extra fortunate that I go to law school with several of them and that I'm sure we'll cross paths in our future careers. So this is going to be your future attorney representing you in the case she's airing her dirty laundry about an ex. That's a great look.
Is that like a
It's a
threat?
great look. I would not, me personally, as someone who's like gone to see lawyers about various different things,
I wouldn't
trust this
litigation,
person.
like I would not want to go to a lawyer that is like this petty. Keep it up. Keep it
Yeah,
up.
because
Next
what
one.
if she gets upset with you and then she uses some screenshots or discloses
Well,
some
yeah, I
information
mean,
she should?
in her professional capacity, I don't think she would do that, but it's just such an unprofessional thing to do. And she's saying she's now recommending her people boycott his documentary, I guess. Next one. People are making memes of Free Sarah as if her situation is comparable to Britney Spears' situation where she was in a conservatorship. Also, she claims to be bipolar, which is interesting. And apparently
she's proud of it.
A little research that I did on her, I think she disclosed that she's type 1 bipolar, which is massive manic upswings, impulsive reckless behavior on upswings. Type 2 is more the smaller hypomanic swings, and then depressive phases, that's courtesy of Vermilion. Thank you, man. So she has the crazier version of bipolar, apparently. I'm not really super familiar with is anyone here bipolar?
No.
Anybody? Show of hands. Any bipolar people?
Not diagnosed.
Are you? Anybody? A couple of you sighed a little bit.
Some of us might be. Who knows? I don't know.
Are you talking about? Is it you?
I don't know.
You got
That's
bipolar?
What I'm saying. Like,
Here, let's just everybody.
I got some symptoms, but.
Oh shit! Okay. Everybody at this, just right now, I want you all to disclose all your mental illnesses, and
now.
as well as any medications you might be taking. Let's
A
start
little
with
trigger warning.
Rattlesnake TV.
Absolutely 100% mentally healthy, and I reject most of the diagnoses. So.
Oh, guys, look at how beautiful it is outside. We got a little palm trees. It's like twilight right now. It's nice, you know. Madison, what drugs are you taking?
None.
Oh, what the fuck? Okay. What about you?
None.
Any mental diagnoses?
Nope.
DSM?
Not that I know of.
Okay.
Very mentally stable and healthy.
Based.
No
Okay.
drugs.
Let's not. Okay. Go ahead.
Surely someone's got something.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
I used to be liberal, but I took
Wait,
the
did we
red pill.
Did we skip over you?
We skipped, yeah.
Do you want to?
Yeah, I can share. I take 5 milligrams of Lexapro.
Okay.
What
is
is
that
that?
for anxiety, depression?
No, it's for more kind of OCD kind of tendencies. It's pretty mild. Like I don't really notice it.
What would happen if you didn't take it?
If I didn't take it, probably I would have like a lot more kind of like racing thoughts. Like it would be a little more difficult to organize my thoughts.
Okay.
Particularly like late at night, probably like before sleep.
So it helps you sleep.
Indirectly, I think so, but not directly.
Got it.
Like to calm the brain.
It doesn't calm, it more helps organize it a little bit.
Oh, did you not hear what I said?
You said you used to be feminist or
I
liberal?
used to be liberal, but I took the red pill.
No, it's already good. It's already good.
Based.
You took the red pill?
I did.
Based.
What was the red pill?
Oh, you know.
You know?
The flip side of YouTube. The flip side of Twitter.
She started watching
No,
Rattlesnake TV.
Boom. Go subscribe. Okay.
I'm mentally stable, but I probably have a few ex-boyfriends that would like to debate this topic.
Okay, so they would say you're not mentally stable.
Yeah, but they don't realize that my reaction is probably a reaction to their action. But we're working on it.
But you also get to choose how to react.
That's very true. So therapy's helped me with that a lot.
It's their fault.
So what would your boyfriend say about you?
So there was one incident that, so my situationship keeps bringing it up. So about 2 years ago, he owned a detail shop where we're from, and one of his employees was texting me, was like, oh, like he was hitting on this girl and asking her to come over to his house when we were at breakfast, and I asked him about it, and he was like, no, she's just a friend. And he was having some sort of watch party at his house, and he ended up inviting this girl. And I was really upset with this. And I was not controlling my emotions at this time. Sorry, I'm a little nervous. But I was not controlling my emotions at this time, and we got in a huge fight. And I may have kicked a dent in his car, but I immediately sent him the money to pay for it as soon as I was done. So, you know, I fixed it, right?
Accountability, yeah, I like that.
What else? What else you got for us?
Yeah, that's mild. There's more.
It's a little. I don't know.
What else? Oh, I can't
What did you
think.
do?
Vandalism.
Go on.
Just some
I have
mild
not-
vandalism.
You know, one time I chased him down the highway going like 110.
There we go. It comes out.
There we go.
Was it in the OnlyFans car?
No, it wasn't.
Oh, no.
I was in my, I have a Benz too, so I was just driving my car. He was going to the bar, and I was like, no, you're not, not without me. I actually had COVID during this time too, so, you know, we were risking it all.
Wait, you were, how fast were you going?
Like 110.
You were chasing him down the highway.
Yeah, because he was trying to go to
Reckless
the bar,
endangerment?
and I was like, no, you're not going to the bar. We're both sick with COVID. And he was like, no, I'm going anyway, because he was asymptomatic. So,
Okay,
I don't
kind
know.
of scummy, but
Very scummy.
then like the whole reckless endangerment thing probably wasn't.
Yeah,
a
I
good
just
look.
kind of took it 10 times more, but
Okay, so did you catch up to him or?
I did, and then I decided to I was like, what am I doing?
Like, what were you
I
gonna
need go
do to
back home.
stop him? Like,
I have no idea what was
wielding a
going through
machete,
my,
obviously.
At this point, I was just like, I just need to talk to him. He's gonna listen. And now I look back and I was like, he definitely was just gonna do what he wanted to, and I should have just stayed home.
this is current situationship?
Yes.
Is he gonna be upset
We've
that
been
you're
through a
saying
lot.
all this, by the way?
Oh no.
Oh, he's fine with it?
Is
Okay.
he watching this right
He's
now?
a cool guy. He was
Probably
downstairs.
not. Yeah, he was actually downstairs.
Yeah.
Word. What's the third one? You said there were like 3 things, I think, or?
No. There
That's the
probably is
worst.
some more stuff. I just cannot think of it at the top of my head right
Or
now.
you just can't disclose it because it statute of
I'm
limitations.
trying to think.
Self-incriminating.
Still gotta wait another year before you
Yeah,
disclose
we'll
some
just
of those.
wait.
Okay.
I knew there was more.
What about you?
I'm mentally healthy. I also would reject any diagnoses. I think
That's
lot
that,
of
that
people-
Mormon in you.
Huh?
That's that Mormon in you.
Oh, maybe. Yeah. Maybe just a little bit
Yeah,
left
yeah,
over. That was probably.
Wait, you're ex-Mormon, right?
Yeah.
Wait, just curious. What do they believe? Isn't there something about like a planet and then there's like spaceships that are gonna rescue you or some shit?
What are you
I
That's
don't know,
Scientology,
Scientology.
right?
Oh, that's Scientology?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought there was something about that.
Tom
in
Cruise is on
Mormonism.
that train.
There's something.
He
about
also
that
rejects
Mormonism.
Big Pharma. We love
Isn't
Tom
there
Cruise.
something about that in
We sup-
Mormonism?
We
There's
support
like a
that decision, but
Yeah, Tom Cruise.
There-
spaceship that's gonna
Best.
rescue. Am I?
I mean,
not?
honestly, I was Mormon until I was about 16, and
Okay.
so like from there, and honestly, it was like something that was like kind of held over my head in
Yeah.
a sense. Like it was like if I didn't go to church every Sunday, my dad was like, "Do you want your phone for the week?" And I was like, "Well, yeah." So I went to church.
I
Okay.
respect
But since then, I've like figured out my own connection for myself, and it's a lot more meaningful.
Do
As
you
far
want
as like a
to
God
raise your
and
kids
Christ
as Mormon?
Absolutely not.
No.
No.
Have you been excommunicated?
No, my mom was, but
Your mom was
oh.
excommunicated?
Yeah,
Wow.
because she
That's a thing,
she
right?
publicly shared some beliefs that were contrary, or just not even contrary, but just not taught in the LDS Church. Mormon
Aren't they meant to
church.
be like super like friendly people, like overtly friendly?
It's ironic, yeah, because
they're super
especially
friendly.
in
Yeah.
Utah, like it's surprising how unfriendly the culture is in a lot of different
Right.
ways. So
Huh.
it's very very interesting. It's very
Interesting.
unique.
are you religious at all still?
I was kind of said earlier,
Spiritual.
like I'm
Yeah.
not like
Okay.
religious but spiritual. So like I still like follow Christ and like
Sure.
God, have a relationship there. But But yeah, I think it's a lot more complex than a lot of religions get into.
So you say that you follow Christ and you follow God. So you have a specific definition of what your spirituality entails, but you wouldn't call yourself religious?
No, because I think religion is, it's the organization around, whatever spiritual belief that is.
Okay, yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
I wouldn't say religious just because, like, when it comes down to religion, like, I think, it's imperfect organizations because it's imperfect men. So therefore, like, when it comes down to it, I don't want to, and I guess that's kind of why I made the decision to actually leave the Mormon church. And like I went and got records removed and everything like that.
It's interesting though, because like you said you don't believe in Mormonism, but like, do you think that? So you said you don't believe in religion, but do you think that your experiences with Mormonism potentially turned you off just believing in a more generic religion?
I think somewhat. So I think, definitely, like, obviously that's where the base of my beliefs has come from, and obviously from there, like, I've taken what I was kind of cultivated to believe growing up. And just learn for myself. Like, I think, like, in order to get answers for yourself, like, you have to take it to God. Like, there's not going to be, you can read as many scriptures, you can read as many, things or like whatever, like, men are going to give to you. But anything that's had the chance to be even written down has a chance to be swayed one way or another. And I really think, like, it's about having that own connection with Elohim to figure out, like, what that is.
I'd be very interested to see where you are 5 years from now. In your journey.
I'm very interested.
It sounds like you're
even a year ago, like,
really
it's
figuring things out.
Yeah, and it's kind of coming to the point to where, like, I've been a little more wishy-washy in the past, but now I'm like I know I have a set of beliefs that I know that it's personal to me and my experiences rather than just what people kind of spoon-fed me to believe, because they told me that would
Okay, moving on.
Nice.
We were talking about mental illness and if you're on any drugs. I don't know why I asked that question, but if you guys want to share really quick, and then let's continue on. What you got for us?
Nothing
SSRIs,
diagnosed, but I do have
lithium.
Anxiety. No, I know.
Okay.
No, unmedicated.
Okay.
But getting through it.
Okay. What about you? You don't have to. But this is a very personal question. So if you guys don't want to fucking share this shit.
I'm not gonna say I'm like mentally healthy for.
But you do take a cocktail of various mind-altering drugs. Sometimes.
I go out. I'm in that industry. Like you go out and you whatever.
It happens.
And
I've
done my like rehab.
You did your time? How long were you in prison for?
I was in that type of prison for 1.5 years.
Oh, really?
Were you actually incarcerated?
No.
Wait.
Rehab.
Rehab. Oh, okay.
My ears just pricked up.
Oh my.
Yeah. So I did that, but that's because I know I have like other mental things I need to, but
Sure.
still no diagnosis. No, I don't know.
You said you were in rehab. Are you?
No, I did. I already finished it.
Are you sober?
No, not anymore. Not fully. No.
How long were you sober?
1.5 years.
You fell off when you came to the podcast. Was it earlier?
To Los Angeles.
When you moved to LA, that happens to a lot of people. Don't move to LA.
If you want to be like, or at least like, don't come here. Right.
I've noticed that since I've been here the last few days.
And it's not like respectfully, like you gotta like build up to that, but not like I'm doing like horribly.
Yeah. This
LA, if you know me, like this is like pretty good, but
okay.
Yeah.
Burke,
moving on.
what about you?
I would say I'm pretty mentally healthy. Sometimes I have I'll get a little bit of social anxiety, like randomly going to places with like a lot of people, just because like makes me very anxious sometimes, and like I don't think this is a mental illness, but I feel like I'm like pretty horny all the time. So if that's a mental illness, then yes, I'm not mentally healthy.
I've thought about that. No, honestly, that's the thing though. I think I understand that.
Yeah, we know.
Do you?
Oh yeah, we have 16 times more testosterone than you guys.
Oh my.
That's our sexual hormone. Try waking up in the morning as a guy.
Those levels are dropping now.
Sorry?
Yeah, those levels are dropping.
Yes, they are. Our testosterone is dropping big time, unfortunately.
Well, mental health really does have like.
Oh, me so horny, me love you.
It does. Burke.
Okay, all right. Here, let's get some chats out of the way. We will come back to the Jonah Hill thing really quick. But first, let us get these chats. Give me just a sec as it pops up. Okay, we have Mick Gold. Burke, can you read this one for us?
Yes. Okay, McGold said, ask the ladies, how do you feel about this? Men are allowed only one emotion, anger, and women are allowed every emotion except anger. If she's angry, she will cry. Oh.
Lots of luck, guys, figuring out why she's crying. McGold. I don't really understand the question. Ask the ladies, how do you feel about this? Men are only allowed one emotion, anger. Women are allowed every emotion except anger.
I understand the question.
It's kind of a statement.
It's
a question.
It's asking how you feel about that, because that's sort of what's generally accepted. Like, men are allowed, quote unquote, to show and express anger, but feel that they are not able to express any other emotions, and women are able to freely express all sorts of emotions, except for anger. Women feeling that they're not able to express that emotion.
I see.
I think he's asking us how we feel about that.
Word.
Well, obviously,
We'll do this. Agree or disagree with what he's saying. So, men are only allowed one emotion, anger. Women are allowed every emotion except anger. Raise your hand if you agree. If you don't raise your hand, I guess that means you disagree. I think it's a hard question to parse, maybe?
Yeah.
Well, hey, Mick Gold, thank you very much for that. I think perhaps maybe what he's getting at is like men are not allowed to cry,
Right.
like not allowed to show sadness because it's like viewed as weakness. So I don't know. But okay, McGold, thank you very much. We got Doc Venablis here. Thank you, man. Burke, can you read this?
Yes. Okay. Jonah administered the laxative first. Sarah then took the emotional dump on Instagram, and she seems to be auditioning for the role of Amber Heard on the Hallmark Channel.
Yeah, that's definitely some Amber Heard-ish going. Okay. We have Marcus Incelidius? Oh, like Marcus Aurelius? Wait, fuck.
Marcus
Aurelius. Marcus Aurelius. Except Marcus Incelidius. Okay. Brixan, was Kay Walsh scheduled? Thumbnail fake out. Anyways, yeah, we fucked up on the thumbnail. We accidentally put, we're going to change it after the show. Your life is yours to live as you would have it, free of guilt, shame, and fear, and whatever struggles you face, you are not alone. Good luck with it, and stay healthy, kings. Hey, Marcus Enceladus, thank you very much for the super chat. We have one here from Billy via Instagram. My question is, he like prepaid this or whatever. My question is, I think this is directed at us guys. If body count doesn't make a hoo-ha more loose, why does it matter? Wouldn't you rather be with someone that knows what they're doing versus a virgin acting like they're getting stabbed when you F them? I hate going slow during sex.
This is a guy who never has sex, first of all.
So he's kind of challenging like why men care about body count.
I mean, it's kind of respectable because goes both ways, I guess. But
Does it?
Yeah.
Well, it is a myth.
seems like it's mostly concerned about like if women have a higher body count than like if guys.
It sounds like he's just got
That's
a
the double
preference
standard
for girls who have a high body count. And if that's how
He
you, I
wants
wouldn't
a girl with
say
experience, yeah.
I wouldn't say experience. He sounds like he wants to just go hard at the paint. That's what we say in Australia. Yes.
Yeah, well, I guess he's like, maybe he's been with a virgin and,
Yeah.
maybe
I think, but like, if you
gotta
think
be
about it,
more-
it sounds like he's talking about a one-night stand, though. He wants to like, have a girl who can fuck. But like, it's a bit different if you're looking at a long-term partner, because you can...
go ahead.
I was saying, with a long-term partner, you can sort of, she
Figure it
becomes
out.
more experienced sexually, but only with you.
Rattlesnake TV, Jake.
Yes, sir.
Even for a one-night stand, would you rather get with a girl who's a virgin or a girl who's slept with 50 guys? Even if it's just a one-night stand.
Virgin.
Virgin?
100%.
Why?
Would you not feel bad taking her virginity for just a one-night stand?
No, because if it was consensual, then they get to choose. But the thing is,
better me than somebody else.
Like,
but who's gonna?
The thing is, like, it's going to sound harsh, but a lot of the time, guys are actually quite repulsed by girls who have like a high body count. It's something that's like we're internally, inherently very repulsed by.
I mean,
So.
it's just kind of could go the same
Youth, beauty,
way
and
as-
fertility.
I
It
think-
could.
I
but
think
it
with
not.
women, it kind of comes down to. I mean, obviously, like, guys, like, when it comes to men courting women, like, the woman that, like, only a certain amount of men can get, like, it kind of shows the value of how many men she's allowed in her
Exactly. It's a very attractive thing. If you meet a girl who's got a lot of self-control like that, it makes you feel like, you know, that you've earned something, you know. And if you don't feel like you've earned it, then it's not really that special. So scarcity is important.
Are you
Supply
saying
and
that
demand.
like being on the other end of like you also have that same discipline, or like you just expect that, but you
me personally, or are you talking guys in general?
I mean, you at the moment. Since,
Yeah. Well,
you were asking the question.
I probably was a little bit crazier back in the day. These days, I'm a little bit more sort of reserved about it. But I don't think it is as big a problem for guys as it is for girls.
So if it was reversed and the girl that you were dating used to be a little crazier, body count's still there.
It depends how crazy, really. It depends how crazy. If we're talking three, no, hell no, I wouldn't look at that. No.
That's kind of crazy.
No, but the thing is though, men and women are different. It's different standards. That we're not the same. We have different things. Like, for example, I don't care how much money you guys make, but women care how much money we make. I care about your past. You care about my future. It's very different.
Do you make a lot of money?
Well, it depends what you consider a lot of money.
Do you like to spoil your girl?
I don't have a girl, but if I did have a girl, yes, I'd spoil her.
Okay, well then I feel like that's why you don't care, because that's your love language.
What do you mean why I don't care?
Like, that's why you don't care if they don't make enough money.
But I think
no.
most men in general are not really particularly preoccupied with the income that their partner makes.
Right, because they like to be in charge.
Well, I think it just comes
not
down
necessarily,
to...
but...
I think it just comes down to, like, kind of the different roles. I mean, it depends on, like, people... I guess how you feel about, like, more traditional gender roles, but even, like, from a biological standpoint, like, men are more of, like, the protector and, like, caretaker and, like...
Provider,
have been built to, like, take lead in that situation, which I think plays into, like, the whole Jonah Hill thing with, like, you know, having, like, the man, like, the woman more so stepping into the man's frame so that the man can take lead in the relationship in that sense, so that the woman, like, doesn't have to.
It sounded to me like Jonah Hill was very much in a very feminine frame in that relationship. And he was saying, you know, I've been so vulnerable, I've been the best boyfriend ever, because society has tricked him into thinking that being very vulnerable is the way to be the best boyfriend ever. And then he goes and identifies as a male feminist, and he does an article with Vice saying how he wants to fight toxic masculinity. And it sounds to me like he was just in a very feminine frame. So,
Brittany, you had something?
Are you okay with a woman making more money than you? Because I've gone on dates with guys that I made more money than, and I feel like it demasculates them.
They can't handle it.
Yeah. They can't handle it.
And it's hard because usually we don't care.
You go ahead and then I'll answer.
To be honest, it really depends. It's more of an attitude thing for me. Like, if she makes more money than me, but like the dynamics in the relationship are right, then it doesn't really matter.
That's
like,
to be honest, it in your face.
Yeah, but if she makes something, like, if I have a girl who makes a lot of money doing something that she's very good at, I find that very attractive. So I'm not going to be like, oh, she makes all this money, like, if she's like an artist or something like that, and she sells her art for big money, I find that very attractive. I find creativity and intelligence very attractive.
I definitely understand that.
Yeah. It doesn't intimidate me if a girl makes more money than me, although at this point in my life, that's a very small proportion that make more than I do. But in the past, I've dated women who make more money than me. It doesn't bother me, but there can be some corresponding personality traits that can come with hyper-successful women. For example, I mean, to be successful in business, you need to be, there's a certain degree of cutthroatness. Like, for example, someone who's a lawyer temperamentally, whether you're a man or a woman, is going to probably lean towards being more disagreeable than like the average population. In order to be a lawyer, you have to be skilled in argumentation.
Yes.
So, I mean, a lawyer is going to fucking
run
circles around you when it comes to, like, you know, if you ever get into a fucking argument with your boyfriend or girlfriend, they're a lawyer, like, watch out. Not necessarily, but they're going to fucking, like, lay out, okay, here's the rules, here's the laws and shit. But that's not always the case. There are some women who are hyper successful that are still feminine. I think the thing with women who make a lot of money, I think it more so falls on women who do make a lot of money not finding men who are not on their level attractive.
Yes.
Because, like, for example, take a woman who's a lawyer or take a woman who's like a successful businesswoman. She's probably not going to look at a guy who, as we said earlier, works at like a fast food restaurant and view him as a suitable mate. Whereas like a guy who's an attorney will gladly date like a hot barista or like attractive, you know, she could be a college student or whatever. So, yo, Andy, thank you, man.
Donated $100. Burke and Mandy, you guys said you drove together. Any of collabs in the works? Also, the girl with flowers on her shirt looks like Sloane from Ferris Bueller.
Who's
I've never seen that. I haven't seen
Sloane? Wait, who's the flower? Is it you?
I think it's me. Yeah.
Or is it? She's got flowers on her shirt. No, it's definitely you.
Oh yeah. Your
Wait.
Ferris Bueller's girlfriend.
Yeah. Can we actually pull that up, Nick? Can you pull up another tab? Just whichever one is the.
A good call. You do. Yeah.
Whichever one is we're on with the Jonah Hill. You can just replace the tab. Sloane Ferris Bueller. Yeah, you kind of look like her. I reckon.
I can see that.
Ish. Kinda.
Yeah.
Nah, I don't know.
I love it's gone backwards now.
F11.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
She's got dark brown eyes, but it's a little bit different.
X out. Just X out of that. Hit the X. Where Yahoo? Nope. No. F11. The big photo. X. Yeah. Scroll down. I mean, kinda.
I think it's the
I
hair.
think he thinks all white people look alike. Or wait,
I'm not white.
Oh, you're not. What are you?
I'm half Indian.
Oh, half Indian, half.
Mixed European, yes. I'm half white,
Okay.
but
Well, he thinks. Okay, I don't know.
I should-
Sorry,
I
I didn't mean to. What's it called when you
disprove his.
be insensitive to your racial identity? I guess I don't know.
No, it's okay. I'm not worried about it at all.
I misraced you. You know, like misgendered, but I misraced
Sure.
you.
Yeah. We
Are
can
you
go
offended?
with that. No, not at all.
Are you upset?
So
Do I need
upset.
to apologize? And am I
Thanks,
canceled?
Brian.
Okay. Thank you, man, for that TTS. Was it a TTS? I reckon it was. Thank you, man. Where were we? We were talking about a woman's income. Yeah, I mean, here, Jake, would you date? She's not great, but she makes a lot. Kylie Jenner?
No way. She's like
Is it 'cause
all
she
up
has
in
a
that
kid?
LA like influencer vibe, and it's not
And
my
she's a
thing.
Kardashian.
Yeah, I find humble girls very
But you
attractive.
DM'd Jenna Ortega?
That was a joke. I never DM'd her.
Oh, you didn't DM her.
Yeah,
Okay.
That's cap.
It was a joke. And if I did, she would have replied.
Yeah.
We like the confidence.
But yeah, I think as guys, like, I mean, a lot of the women I date, I'd say, in recent history, they've probably been around my age. They've been professionals. I like girls in STEM. So like girls who've...
You like dorky girls?
Yeah, I kind of like nerdy girls. So like
I
they
dig that.
tend to make good money. Like they'll, anyways, in any case, but I would also date like a girl who's 21, who's works at Chick-fil-A.
Would you date like an influencer, like a Jenna?
Jenna
Like a
or
Jenna?
Tate?
Like
Is she an influencer?
Kylie Jenner.
Or
Kylie Jenner? I would honestly, and I'm probably gonna get dragged for this, but I feel like I try to be very upfront and honest. I would date her opportunistically. Granted,
That's fair enough.
she is.
Couple months and then yeah.
I was gonna say she's attractive, but like a lot of it's really plastic, and I don't like plastic. Like I don't like fake lips. I don't like fake tits.
Question.
No offense to anybody here who may have plastic surgery. What?
Question.
What's up?
Do you think she would date you?
Oh, no. Probably not. I mean, never say never, right? But opportunistically, I mean,
She could get some clout.
career-wise,
But
you
if
know.
you dated her opportunistically, then are you doing what Jonah's ex-girlfriend's doing and being an opportunist? And
Well, I
taking
think
advantage of
there's a
him?
difference. Well, but here's the thing. I think there's a difference between like exposing someone vindictively for revenge
Yes.
and like dating someone for their status. Women do that shit all the fucking time.
Yeah.
So
Like
do
women
It's
will date
common.
a guy who's like, and look, men will date a
God.
woman because she's insanely fucking hot. I just think it happens to be the case that women value status and wealth more than men do.
Yeah. It
But
sounds unusual because
I'm
it's
just-
coming from a guy.
I'm just like,
Yeah.
I'm being extremely blunt. No, most people are not going to admit, yeah, I would date someone who's like extremely wealthy and famous for opportunistic reasons. Look, I mean,
Most
also
people would do
the
it.
lip fillers and the, I don't know. Plus single
I reckon they'd be
mom, that's another
incredibly
thing.
boring to be around.
Am I
those
toxic? I
girls.
don't know. Am I
Yeah.
being, I'm being
A little
honest
bit.
though. At least I'm being
Toxic.
honest.
You're
I don't
being
know.
honest. I appreciate that.
So,
Yeah, I feel that.
But I don't know. There's, I don't know.
Would you
There's
date
a lot of
her?
guys
Would
that
you
date-
date her if she came knocking?
What?
Would you date her?
Who's her?
Kylie Jenner.
Kylie Jenner.
Is she? Are you bi?
No, I'm
Have we
good.
established that?
Yeah, I like. I also like women.
Oh,
but,
okay.
like, no, I would not. Respectfully.
Collab on the way.
Show hands.
Is it opportunistically or is it like?
Well, you might fucking
Is that how
be
we're
down.
talking about? Like,
You might just be playing the game like Brian.
Isn't
I'd
you know
rather play
what
the
though?
game with
Like
someone I'm more like.
maybe my framing is wrong. Doesn't everybody date someone from
Yes.
an opportunistic? Like it's either this person is really physically attractive, therefore I want to date them.
The catalyst is
don't think so.
like what gets your attention.
Okay, so I'm
maybe?
not a total scumbag. Okay, good.
It
I'm
could-
glad.
it
I'm
could
glad
be,
everybody
like that,
agrees.
That's some people, yes, it could be that.
Yeah.
And a lot,
Yeah.
like a majority, yeah, maybe. But
Yeah.
like, there is guys that date women opportunistically. Like, we don't take into account like all the guys that have dated like famous.
I think women tend to
successful
like
women
socially
that
calibrate
they
that
don't-
sort of thing a lot more though. Like they tend to really analyze things socially, like social groups and like who's where, and then date people because of future prospects and that sort of thing. Whereas guys are much more like sort of we see something and we're like, okay, yeah, she's cool. Boom, boom, boom. All right, let's do this.
As an OnlyFans creator, I've definitely bumped into some guys. I don't know if you guys can relate with me, but some guys who have definitely been like, "Hey, come be my sugar mama." Like, it's hard. It's kind of.
But
like,
you'd also.
What do you?
It's
But
kind
the thing
of
is,
fulfilling. It's like,
you'd
it's like,
you'd
do
also
it.
bump into guys who send you photos of their penis and say laugh at it. You know.
Huh?
There's-
1000%,
That's
and I'll laugh
true,
at
yeah.
it every single
For
time.
mine.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Pay me.
Yeah, guys are into weird shit. So
But
like OnlyFans is like you can't really take that exception and make it the rule
But if
because
you're
it's a
only
weird
going to a relation-
universe.
If you're only going to a relationship for someone to take care of you, it's like, why are you going to a relationship? You guys should, it's 100-100, not
Go-
50-50. You should be able, someone should take care of you, and you should be able to take care of someone.
Yes, I'd
So-
say so. Can I ask a question, Brian, to the girls who do
Go.
OnlyFans?
Yeah.
What is some of the weirdest requests you've ever had?
Ooh. There's a couple.
What's some of the strangest things you've ever seen?
I have one.
Okay, go for it.
Someone asked to like, okay, this was more of like a request, right? That
Spit it out, we're
prolapse-
waiting.
To give them a prolapse in real life, like prolapse them in real
Wait,
life.
what does that mean?
Huh?
Sit on that for a second. Do you know what that
I don't know
is?
what that means.
Does
Does
the general
anyone-
public know what that means?
No, explain it in the most YouTube way
Prolapse.
possible.
Prolapse their bumhole, okay?
Oh.
Like
Ugh.
it's when you like the inside is on the outside.
Oh, what's the
That
next? What's the next one?
happens.
What's the next one?
That was like the weird,
Whoa.
and I had to look it up. I'm like, I don't even know what this person's asking.
You did it?
No, I didn't do
Okay.
it.
I was
but
like-
I found out what it was,
you for
and I'm like, I
asking. I wanted
don't
to
even know.
They
how
wanted you to do that online for them?
No, like it was a request for a larger amount of
I
money
see.
So-
to do it in person.
so-
but I'm like, I don't have the equipment, I don't have the knowledge, and you're not gonna die. Like, this is too.
At any point, did you stop to think that there could be some sort of a serial killer in the making here that you should tell the authorities?
No, that's not even the worst. But like, that's like that. Respectfully, like I didn't even know what that was. I didn't even know what that was. But that is definitely like.
All right,
more
I'm
out there
all in
request.
on this conversation. Who's next?
I think
I
respect
had
might
a
have been
guy
lost on that one.
ask me to gag on my whole foot and snot on it, and then collect all of the spit and the snot in a bowl and then drink it afterwards.
Did you do it?
No, I did not. That was a limit for me. That was
Wait, he wanted you to like.
yeah. The
You
whole
want to do something with the fluids, or?
did I? Yeah, he wanted me to
He
drink the
wanted-
fluids.
Okay, all right.
After I was done, he's like, collect everything in a bowl and drink it when you're done. And I was like, I'm gonna
See,
pass on
this is the problem with porn. When guys get too into porn, like nothing is enough. Like you'll get into one thing and then
You need
it'll
the
be a bit more
next
extreme, bit more rough, bit more this,
Everyone
bit more
has
that,
their
and then
own
eventually
kinks.
they're asking someone to gag on their foot and snot in a cup or whatever.
Yeah, but we can't shame him for his kinks.
Yeah, like, that's
someone,
okay.
someone else is gonna.
Hold
do
on
that
a
for
second.
him.
Hold on a
Where
second.
did
Hold on a
that come
second.
from?
I think we should shame that kink.
I agree.
I think that's a shameable
If it's not
kink.
harming
second
anyone,
Look.
At what point?
What you got? What you got for us, Berg?
Go.
Oh God, I'm like trying to think. I would say, I've gotten like weird bodily fluid ones too, honestly. Like I've gotten a few times where people have asked me to like pee on my phone for them, like in a video, or like make myself throw up for them on a video. And like weird, it's just like I don't know. I feel like that's like the weirdest things.
Lucky you've got someone in the Philippines doing the chats.
No, I actually don't. No, I swear.
Wait, doing the
I
what?
really don't. No,
Someone in the Philippines.
Put me on.
No, honestly. You can look at.
No?
What about you?
All right. So
What about
you do all your chats. Fair play.
I mean, yeah. Honestly, I'm gonna have to side with Brooke on that. Like, probably like pee on my phone. I have
on the phone.
Yeah,
I was like, that's
have
gonna
like
ruin it.
other people in my life who do OF. I don't want to say because I don't want to put their business out there, but they've asked me to do collabs with them, and it's like family members, and I'm like, no. They've also like confessed their own things to me, like they've like things I didn't feel comfortable with, so I had to like block them. They'd like had
non-YouTube
their,
friendly
like,
things,
family members
yes.
as well
Yes.
that were like weird as hell, and
That's why I never look at
who's not.
who's
Yeah, that's why some
like,
messages get very overwhelming. They like start confessing secrets.
Haram!
You become
Haram.
like their personal therapist.
Haram. What are you doing, Rattlesnake?
Sorry.
Asking
Sorry. I went a bit out of the YouTube guidelines. I didn't ask permission for that
If
one.
we get demonetized, you have to make up for the ad revenue.
Okay. I'll send you a check.
All right. Okay, let's do some super chats. We have Ligma Johnson. Thank you for becoming a member. I get it. Yo, Puffy Vegas. Thank you, man. Wait. Hold on. Oh, okay. Can you have the girls rate themselves? Yeah, we can do that. We'll go around the table. We also had this one from Stifler, so thank you, Puffy Vegas. So he's asking you to rate yourself on a scale of 1 to 10 in terms of your physical appearance, your looks. Let's start with Burke over here.
Okay. I would say I'm like a 7 or 8.
Should be able to say 7.
7. But I would say like my mom thinks I'm a 10.
Okay, what about you?
I'm at least a solid 8, 8.5, and then whatever else with that I bring to the table. I mean,
It's pure physical, right?
Yeah.
no, not purely physical. This is purely
We're
physical.
talking purely physical.
Purely physical. All right, I'm an 8, 8.5.
Okay.
That's what I would say.
Purely physical, maybe like a 7.5.
Come on, ladies.
Okay.
Realistically, I'm not
7.
everybody's type.
Hold on. Go ahead.
7.
I would rate myself a 9.
Okay.
Say 5.
A 6. I'm gonna say 6.57.
I would say a 6, a 7 if I'm all glammed up.
I'd say 7.
I give myself like 6.
You guys.
It's not bad to
not
admit
bad.
that you're average.
Don't
though.
underestimate
It's not bad.
6 women.
The thing is, though,
we're
these
good.
things operate on a bell curve, though. You have to understand that 90% of the population falls within like the 4 to sort of 7 range. It's like the rule of anything, really. Like the very, very end of the spectrums are going to be like much, much harder to come by. Most people operate within those middle bits. It's not like it's like 10% are at the top. It's a bell curve.
There's also
Word.
an objective like standard of beauty.
Yeah.
But everyone has
exactly,
their personal
like that's my
preferences.
opinion.
Realistically, you're not going to be everyone's type.
Exactly.
Have you ever seen an actual 10? It like hurts to look at them, you know?
It's painful.
No,
Yeah.
honestly.
It hurts.
Brad Pitt when he was young.
Oh, man,
Some,
Fight
like,
Club.
not
Personality
so-
comes with it too.
Nah,
That's a
not
huge
with
one.
physical.
All right, we have Puffy Vegas here. Hey, thank you, man. Appreciate it. No message attached to this one, but you're Chad. Thank
did
you.
you-
Good to see you back in the chat, Puffy Vegas. I hope your Las Vegas escapades are going well, my friend. All right, we have Marimore. Hey, welcome back to the chat. Good to see you. Partner's reputation reflects the other partner. He is a 1% public figure man. On top of that, even he gets this kind of treatment. This is related to our conversation about Jonah Hill. Marimore, thank you very much. Good to see you back in the chat, man. Thank you for your patronage. Vitrace, thank you for the 50. Burke, can I have you read this one, please?
Yes, of course. It's the difference between I don't deserve you and I'm not worthy of you. One is complimenting their partner and the other is degrading themselves. In my experience, women typically mean the first and the guys mean the second.
Yeah. I don't really.
That's like circling
a
back to an
statement,
earlier
just a
conversation that we had.
All right, Vitres, thank you very much. We have Mr. Cappadocia here. Hey, good to see you in chat, man. Thank you for the super chat. Girls make it on OF, guys make it in crypto. Shibarium releases next month. Buy Bone now, fellas. Crypto winter is over. Not financial advice. Cappadocia, give me some advice in the DMs about some moves I should make.
What's going on? Where do I invest in?
Can you read this one, El Burco? Is that that's your nickname, right?
What, El Burco?
El Burco.
Not that I've heard of,
Okay,
unless
that's
you
so
know
cringe.
something that I don't.
Okay, go ahead.
Disagree with Jake. When a woman looks up to a man as more capable than her and empowers him, that's hypergamy. When she says she is not worth him, that's a red flag. Jake went standard textbook red pill without understanding women and trauma. Common RP mistake.
Your response, Jake?
I think we kind of cleared that up a little bit. We just had our definitions a little crossed.
You caught the first bit, but not the second bit, and I said, I think, what did we say? Like that.
We said it was more of an admiration type of point of view, not necessarily I don't think I'm good enough for you in a literal sense. More.
I don't really know what he means by doesn't understand women and trauma.
I think the last one there, the last comment that we read kind of goes into it, how they were differing, the difference between you're too good for me and I'm not good enough for you.
Yeah. So I think I was going along the lines of saying we appreciate it when women look up to us, and that women this is proven that women date up because of hypergamy. But I think we mostly agree.
Yeah. I think it's more of a somebody to look up to. I mean, in the kind of end game, it's somebody that I want to raise my kids with. So I want somebody that's going to be a good role model.
Yeah. And I don't think that it's I wouldn't say that it's a traumatic. It says trauma to me if they say they look up to you.
I think he was saying in the way that you were saying before, how it was how men when women are I'm not good enough for you. Before we kind of established our definitions.
No, that's right. We established it. It's not I'm not good enough for you, but it's you're the best.
Correct.
That sort of thing.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much for that, TTS. And then we have Andrew here. Burke and Mandy, you guys said this one came through as. I guess you guys can respond again. To it.
I mean, yes, we do, and we also stream together.
Yes, the collab is coming soon.
All right, I'm in between two bags.
Also, one happened yesterday. So.
Beautiful. All right, we have Sharon here. Burke, can you read this one?
Yes. Never ask an ex anything about a previous religion. I bet once she has a couple kids, she'll find a religion. I'm a Mormon, derogatory term. Married at 19. We have 6 kids together for 20 years. Oldest kid, daughter, on a mission. Love the show, Brian.
Yo, Sharon, thank you very much. So, I'm a Mormon, derogatory term. Have 60, what?
Oh, by derogatory, it's...
Oh, she what?
Mormon is more of derogatory. They kind of... They go by LDS, Latter-day Saints. Okay. And it was deemed that Mormon was a derogatory term a few years back.
A few years back? Huh?
A few years
back. This is a woke changing of definition.
It's they used to literally have videos where it's I'm a Mormon, from the church that they put out, but then...
Was it the South Park guys who did the Book of Mormon? Did that change things?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, there's lots of things that do that, but I think they went back to the origin of Mormon and where it came from, and it wasn't rather than accepting it.
If you're self-referring, what if you're what is it? You say I'm LDS, or what do you say?
Yeah, LDS, Latter-day Saints, because the full name is Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. So it's more respectful to say LDS.
No, but how do you self-refer? For example,
they say I'm LDS.
I'm LDS.
I'm LDS. Yeah.
That doesn't, because for example, I'm Christian or I'm Mormon. If you're Christian, you believe in Christianity, but if you're just LDS, you believe in LDS.
Well, no, because they're technically it's a Christian church, but they're just a little more specific rather than just saying I'm a Christian.
But I'm a Protestant who believes in Christianity.
Right. So I guess.
So I guess LDS. I'm an LDS.
I don't know. I guess it just goes when I was a member, I would just say I'm LDS, or I would say I'm Mormon, because most people no one really knows what you're saying if you say LDS.
So Mormon is no good anymore.
Supposedly, I mean,
it's not good.
I mean, I guess within the church, like they strayed away from saying, you know, referring to themselves as Mormons.
Can I clear this up a little bit?
What's up?
Can I clear this up?
Oh, you're Mormon too?
No, but
oh, excuse me, you're LDS too?
So it's offensive because people don't view Mormons as Christians, and so they're trying to rebrand with the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saint to put emphasis on Christ and that they are indeed Christians.
Okay, but they always were Christians.
Yeah,
Just
but
with a
people
twist?
just don't. They're like the black sheep.
Christian denominations would not consider them a valid Christian religion. Like I'm Catholic, and we would not consider like a Mormon baptism is not valid.
Yeah.
For example.
Word.
So, and I think most mainline Protestant religions, if I think I'm pretty correct, also do not consider Mormons to be Christians.
Yeah,
they are considered a religious cult, not a cult like how we think of a cult, but a cult in that their beliefs do not meet the criteria to be considered true Christianity.
Who here would date a Scientologist?
Nope.
Anybody?
Hard
Anybody? Going once, going twice?
What defines a Scientologist?
You adhere to the principles and dogma of Scientology. The great L. Ron Hubbard.
No, dude.
Okay.
No way. I'm sorry.
All right.
Talk about red flags, that's...
Scientology.
I try to get you on Hollywood. It's
None of you would date Tom Cruise.
No.
Come on.
I could be friends with him, but
Come
I will
on.
not date him.
Come on.
Somebody
like,
would
he
date
looks
Tom
like he could be a good
Cruise.
time, like
No
to
good.
party with, but
Tom Cruise is a good guy to party with.
he looks like he would be active.
Rich.
Active.
Still handsome.
Right? No, but he does his own stunts.
I will
He's
say
gonna do
he is
some
very
crazy
handsome.
He's
but I
got
would
a
not date
weird.
him.
Has anybody noticed his smile? Are you guys aware of his smile?
That it's overly. It's overly.
His teeth.
Yeah, he has 3 teeth.
His teeth are like
The 3
demonic or
when
some
he
shit.
was younger,
I love you, Tom Cruise.
Has
Please.
anyone
I'll hang out with you,
never
brother.
seen Tom Cruise when he was younger? He had really messed up teeth.
Veneers.
Oh.
Everyone in his
Only
family
when
has
he,
way.
only when he got like
Well,
more
it's not-
established that he fixed his teeth.
It's not just messed up teeth, like the align, like he's got like an extra tooth or some shit. I don't even know. It's like
blame him
It's
for
because
it.
He's
of
missing a
that.
tooth, so it's
It's because of
it's
that.
like
I'm telling
shifted
you.
over.
I'm
You
missing
seen
a tooth on my
Outsiders?
bottom
Like,
row.
Let's see. Give us a big smile. Yeah, you got that Tom Cruise
we
look
rating
going.
his
too.
smile?
Cool.
That's way. I'm
I have
worse.
3 right here.
I got like look,
So, like,
I
the
got
canine.
these.
What's up?
Right next to my canine.
Look.
F11.
He's still
F11.
got 4 teeth though.
cute.
Between the canines.
I think he's
Oh
kind of
my.
creepy.
So you guys would date him then?
Do you see?
I
You
would
see
not
what I'm
date
talking
Tom
about? Like,
Cruise.
there's
Yeah,
a,
it's
it's a
like-
little. Are we body shaming Tom?
Search
Guys,
him.
can we please not
Okay.
body
But
shame?
search him when he.
I apologize.
You're
Bad
gonna get
teeth.
canceled for this.
I'm
body
probably gonna get.
shaming.
I'm gonna get
Can we see his
canceled.
bad teeth version?
Here, let's just keep it going.
He's a Chad.
Sorry.
It looks like they
well,
photoshopped an
do.
extra tooth.
He
Here.
didn't do anything.
We got Curtis M. Would Jake and Brian date a female prison guard if you were locked up for life?
Yes.
Duh.
She's gonna sneak
Yes.
you all the
Only
snacks.
Benefits.
Any of them. Any of them.
Yeah, but you can't. You could be married and just do conjugal visits
No,
with your
dude.
wife.
She's gonna be there more.
Oh, true.
She's there daily.
And she could get you
can't
like
do anything.
freebies, or she can get.
You need a woman's
Right?
touch
You
in
need
prison.
something from the outside. She knows.
Yeah, but have you seen female prison?
Yeah. Well, it's that, or you're getting the new inmates and you're like making one of
Yeah, I
them.
guess you're right. Beggars can't be choosers,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
My
Yeah.
aunt's a prison guard. She's fine.
Oh, what's up?
Yeah.
I think she's fine.
Oh, she'd have a good
Yeah,
time.
she's squad game.
You know, there's a lot of female prison guards who get fired for like going down
Oh,
that
they
path.
definitely. Well, because
Like
they're
hooking
like.
up with
Yeah. A lot of them actually
It's
like have a bit of
power
a fantasy,
dynamic,
you know.
I feel like.
Well,
Yeah.
and it's also, you know what I think it is? You know what I think it is? Is that a lot of men who are in prison, despite being criminals, are hyper masculine, like
Yes.
very masculine.
They
So
have
these
to.
like, yeah, so these like female prison guards are like, socioeconomically, you're not like in the best position if you're like a prison
Yeah,
guard.
yeah.
So they're like, oh man, these guys are fucking hot. Let me,
Because they're pretty masculine themselves, and then the guys are just like at the next level, you know.
Yeah.
They need that next
or
level.
they're just about like
But you know, there's a
about
lot of
the
girls. Like
same,
I knew a
but-
girl once who used to pen pal
You
with
work
like
with
guys, and she's Australian. She was
Yes,
pen
I know.
paling with
Yeah.
guys who were in like a prison like San Quentin,
Yeah.
doing life, just
Yep.
a normal girl. And I'm just like, God, that's so funny. It's such a deep sexual fantasy that girls have there.
Has any girl here ever sent a letter to an inmate in prison?
Oh my God, she has.
Oh, whoops.
Guilty as
We
charged.
need details.
I can't give details. I can't give details.
Come on,
Sorry.
who? Come on.
Let's
Wait,
pretend.
Listen,
Let's pretend it was your friend. Let's pretend it was someone else. Tell us what she did.
Your
friend.
Hold on.
Your friend sent letters.
We're doing mental jujitsu. Tell us what your friend did.
I can't. I
No?
really can't. Sorry, I should have never.
Have you girls?
Was this-
All right. On this topic, have you girls ever seen the movie 365 Days?
Yes.
Yes.
It's about like a mafia, like mobster, who imprisons this girl, kidnaps her, and locks her up for a whole year, and then eventually they fuck. And like the tensions just build up this whole time.
Is that not
and
like
for,
a
You know
and,
where
for,
he's at
and
all
for
the
some
time.
and for some reason, these like women absolutely love this movie. It's like a 50 Shades of Grey type thing.
That sounds.
Do you, have you girls seen this? And if so, did it get you going a little bit?
It did not.
It definitely did you, because you're always horny. You were horny before the movie.
It's true. It did, but also the guy that played the character, he's very, very
Handsome.
attractive. Yeah, he's very handsome. The accent.
Big Italian, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, there's definitely a discrepancy between and I mean, maybe this is also due to the fact that there are more men who are institutionalized than women, but there are more women who are contacting men in prison seeking romance than the reverse. There's not like dudes who are just like, oh my God,
No, dude.
get me a fucking, no, they're,
Did you see the Richard
Mugshot
Ramirez
Shawty?
trial? The
You know
Richard,
Mugshot
the night,
Shawty?
the night
who
crawl,
the fuck is that? What?
the night. What's he called? The night.
It's the NFL.
No, Richard Ramirez. He's like the
Yeah,
a serial killer,
yeah,
and he's
yeah,
like
the football
he used,
player.
No, that's
No,
a
he's-
different
no,
guy.
no,
So
he's
this,
the dude with the-
let me just explain this. So Richard Ramirez was like a serial killer who used to literally.
The Night Stalker.
Yes, that's the one. He used to sneak into people's houses and kill them. Like he's brutal, and he looks like the devil. He's the scariest guy I've ever seen in my life.
But he's
At his trial, there were women in their hundreds.
Bro, you look a
Yeah,
little turned
yeah.
on right now. What the
Yeah,
fuck?
yeah,
No.
he-
I also went through this. Like there was women that were in love. They were there at the stands watching him do his trial, and they were like obsessed with him because
He was a sex symbol.
attractive.
even
Go
Charles
back to these
Manson,
pictures.
like,
Come
come
on,
on.
this man
All
is
of them.
ugly as hell.
He's the
He is
creepiest looking
so
guy I've ever
ugly.
seen.
It's
Richard
scary.
Ramirez.
He looks
Richard
evil.
Ramirez.
His not
eyes.
cute.
He's terrifying.
It's terrifying.
Yeah.
But the thing is, back then, if you look at the women, they were into gory stuff. They were into like kidnapping.
Do you think it's changed though?
Dude,
I think it's something that's
I
like
don't
inherent.
like to king shame, but the thing is, this man, he actually, took
Like-
people's lives. It's a difference between role playing that stuff
Yeah.
and then actually doing that.
There's a book called A Billion Wicked Thoughts. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of this book.
No.
So it's a book done by a bunch of Google engineers. And basically what they did was they took billions of different Google searches and then they rank ordered them in different categories. And one of the categories that they did was female pornographic searches. And when they looked at the most search terms for female pornographic fantasies, can I just really quickly go around the table? Just really quickly give me one word or one sentence what you think women would be searching.
Like what that would be.
Women,
Yes, what do you think women are searching on when they look at porn?
lesbian porn.
Lesbian?
Yeah, are we like BDSM
Yeah.
type vibes? Yeah.
Yep.
Definitely lesbian, BDSM,
Mhm.
but I think like
Big.
Yep,
I'm
lesbian
gonna
BDSM.
say like rape fantasies are
Great.
that
This-
kind of
okay,
crazy,
let's not
like-
talk about this.
Can I tell you the five because
Huh?
they're pretty PG.
If you're gonna say the R word,
Anything
No,
about
let's
that
say
R word
CNC.
is not
Not
Call
at
it
all, not at
CNC.
all. So the five were I might get some of these wrong, but vampire, surgeon,
Oh, okay.
pirate,
I've heard this.
billionaire, and something else.
Surgeon,
Surgeon.
Oh, did you
was
say
in there.
surgeon?
I might have said surgeon. Yeah.
Interesting.
werewolf, vampire,
Werewolf. That was the other one.
surgeon.
Yes.
Billionaire?
Exactly.
Twilight? Come on now.
I mean,
So-
yeah, vampire.
Okay, vampire. I
Wait,
get
hold
it.
on. Okay, we're not gonna let you off the hook that easily.
Oh, wait.
You sent.
Did you know this person personally?
Stop! I knew you were gonna go back. Oh no.
Come on.
Obviously.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, I knew the.
Ta-
person
here,
personally,
let me
knew
ask some questions. Okay. What was his prison like? What was the length of his prison sentence? Do you know?
I
5
don't-
years, 10 years,
I
20
don't
years,
think
life?
I don't think I know that. I was young. It was a while ago. It was
Were
when I was,
you
like, 19.
dating him prior to him being locked up?
Yes.
Okay, so you were romantically involved prior. Okay, I mean
Yes.
that's not quite as
How
objectionable, I
long were you
suppose.
involved before he went away?
Were you involved in the murder?
No murder.
Oh, okay.
That's pretty based. That's like green flag if you helped him hide the body.
Yeah, that's kind of based. That's kind of like ride or die.
Yeah.
Oh, so okay. You sent him letters. You were already romantically involved with him. This wasn't some guy who you saw on the news.
Letters. But the thing is, it was a lot of red flags. It was already like I was already thinking about not talking to him
Drugs.
already before he had gotten in trouble. Talked to him for a little bit, and then was like, "This is boring. I need this in-person stuff. Can't do this long distance locked up. Can't do it. We'll see you later."
It's a lot. That's a lot.
It is a lot.
Wow.
But I mean, it was, the role play was nice for a bit, and now we're on to the next.
Well, and you said you were really young at the time too,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So.
Super
Okay.
young, not worth
Anybody
it.
else here sent a letter to an inmate? Anybody?
I haven't sent a
No
letter,
letters.
but
No
the longest
You got a
relationship I was
conjugal?
in. Well, a week and a half into our relationship, he went to jail for 18 days.
I wouldn't have picked it from you.
Wait, huh?
I know, right?
I would not have picked it
Wait,
from you.
what? Okay.
And
wait.
I stayed with him months after that one.
Oh,
but-
wait. So okay, you had just started seeing this guy.
So we'd been friends for quite a few months leading up to it, and then we became official boyfriend girlfriend. A week and a half later, he got a DUI. Upon being arrested for a DUI, which I definitely don't condone drinking and driving. I wasn't there when it happened.
Okay.
I just want to say that. But he, a few years back, had a medical emergency where he cracked his head open. Basically had a warrant out for his arrest for assault because, and this was in Texas, so he got a DUI. So he got a DUI. I hope he's not gonna get mad at me for talking about this right now, but he probably won't. But basically, he slapped a male technician at the hospital. He had done shrooms. Okay, it's all these details.
Is Wayne Brady gonna have to choke a bitch?
I don't.
And then when he got a DUI and they did a deeper search, it showed they had an assault. So they had to wait for Texas to come get him and extradite him out to Texas. This was after I was
It's always the ones you don't expect that
This
like the
was-
bad
well,
boys.
I was sworn off. I was literally I just want to work on myself and I don't want to date anybody. And then the first guy I opened my heart to, he
Next minute.
gets arrested. I'm like, oh,
Good
all
shit.
right.
Congrats.
Thank you. Yeah.
Nice. Okay. What were we talking about before we got onto this
Dated
point?
anyone? Have we sent letters to any inmates?
We were talking
so
about
far?
prison.
Yeah.
Oh, the question was, would we date a female prison?
Yes. God,
And then,
we went.
We strayed
That's
far.
a topic that we could go far down.
Yeah.
But
Well, yeah.
YouTube
We'll move on.
algorithms.
Let's go back. Let's finish up the Jonah Hill shit. If you can pull that up. Next. Oh, this
There's
is
Richard
the dude.
He
Ramirez.
looks like an ant.
Yeah, he does look kind of
No way.
evil.
On his good day,
Yeah.
He's got good cheekbones, though. I guess. I don't
He's
know.
got crackhead sort of cheekbones.
He's kind of got the Michael Jackson look.
Yeah,
in
he's
some
a
of these
hard
photos.
no
I
for
don't
me,
know.
dog.
Yeah. And you look into his eyes and he's just
Okay.
seen some shit.
What's this chick got to say about our boy Jonah Hill? Jonah Hill, if you ever want to come on the podcast, we will have your back, sir. Okay.
I don't know.
Something about turning down jobs for him next.
I'll roast him if he comes on.
There you go. I would agree.
This is more from Dr. Stern is the couples therapist we were seeing once a week for about 4 months. Okay, next. Let's just. I think
You can
there's
always change your therapist. If you don't
Jonah. Okay. Let me know. We'll respect you either way, but these are my boundaries of this romantic relationship. Thanks. I'd love to know before the premiere, so I'm not put in the position of publicly flaunting our love. If my boundaries are going to be continued to be disrespected, that would be hurtful and triggering for me. And she says, understood. Okay, next. Abuse, by the way. You know who. Is this photo revealing sexual since she's in a bikini? And I guess this is, I don't know if this is her arguing with him, sending him, I don't know, whatever. Next. Okay, I guess next. These are some photos. Next. Dump him. I would not date any of these. Oh, okay. So she was sending him photos of other girls or whatever, trying to get a sense of where his boundaries laid. And people who value their internet presence over their relationship is not where I am in life, and it's fine if that's where you are in life. Wish you the best with it, X. Please stop sending me this stuff. Thanks. Life will present real problems. These are unnecessary ones. Okay. Pretty reasonable from Jonah Hill. Okay, next.
What about the lady? She's pregnant in that picture.
It wasn't her. It was something else. I don't know. Well, maybe you should have asked me more about what I do for work before you decided to date me then. A little late now. Keep taking me for granted. Go model. It's a fulfilling life. You'll love it. Real depth and substance and sustainability for relationships, but actually I'm done. I think he's meant to say I'm done with this convo next. Your story matters. Silence equals violence.
What?
Well, how would
That's
you
a
know
negative.
how bad it was unless I share? I never acknowledged that for you. Well, how would you know how bad it was unless I shared these screenshots? I don't know if this is a present day conversation she's having with Jonah, but basically she's saying if she didn't share this, it'd be violence upon herself.
Interesting.
Next.
She keeps poking at him, and it's just to make
Bro,
him mad.
She sent like at least 40 stories in the past 48 hours. Next.
Like you can see those like little.
If I could, wait, whatever. Someone being an emotionally abusive partner doesn't mean they're a terrible person. Okay. Again, I mean, she's using emotionally abusive next. Oh. Wait. Oh. Sorry, this is one of mine. That's me. What the fuck? Oh, shit.
Someone got a shout out.
Whoops. No, that's just, we got.
Could have been those news.
She wanted to be on the show. Yeah. Good. Oops. Oopsies. Okay. In any case, X out of all of those, all of the Jonah Hill stuff, because we're done with that. And then we do have one article to pull up from Jonah Hill. Let me know when you have it, good sir. Do you know how to? Oh, it's Control W to. That's the command to just X out of a tab, so you don't have to like click. While we do that, I had some notes here. We had Jonah Vice. Okay, we need. Priya, you have horses. Are you a horse girl?
Yes. I
How
do.
many horses do you have?
I have 3.
3 horses.
Yes, sir.
Do you do equestrian?
I do, yeah. I've ridden competitively since I was 4 and done it professionally for the last
Anybody
6
else
years.
here have a horse? Any other horse girls?
I did equestrian though in college.
I know there's a stigma around horse girls.
Why?
There is a bit. Yeah, can you
There
explain the stigma
So
with horse girls?
I don't know all that much about it. I've heard it from guy friends and past romantic interests that have exclaimed that they know that there's a stigma around horse girls. But other than the fact that I have heard that they are generally crazy, I don't know too much about it.
I wonder what it is about the horses that make them crazy.
I couldn't tell you. I don't know if anybody else wants to chime in on that, if they're more well-versed than I am, but...
I thought that was a green flag, the horses.
You gotta click F11
Hobby?
again. Yep.
Could be at the club, you know.
I don't know. I mean, I have other opinions on like the benefits of it, but I mean, I don't know.
I think, isn't there a hierarchy when it comes to women who have horses? As a guy, you will never be number 1. It's gonna be horse, dad's money, you. Correct or incorrect?
So my dad has never paid for any of my horses. My dad did not like the fact that I was involved in horses, so he did not support it whatsoever.
Mom's money?
No. Mom definitely helped a bit when I was a kid, but for the most part, I started working and to pay off my horse habits from the age like 5.
Did you have to frame it like that?
I didn't mean to phrase it like that.
Hold on, just a sec. Hold on.
You're in horse habit.
Quiet.
Congratulations. A G600 jet will arrive in 48 hours. You'll be flown out and be required to sign an NDA with ATRO due to your clinginess post-act. Wear less makeup, lose the nose ring. Brian, don't embarrass me with the Saving You Bear story.
I just would like to remind you, Burke, of my friend here, Marquavius Martin. He did rescue me from... Are you sure it was a bear? No, that was Mike Davis. He saved me from a shark, if I recall.
That's cool.
Or was it a raccoon? I forgot.
I think we need the
I got
full
my
story,
mixed up.
Brian.
Well, I've been saved numerous times from various wild, feral animals by my audience because I have a relationship with my viewers. We go camping, we go surfing, we hike. And it happens to be the case. I don't know why. I think maybe my pheromones or some shit. Animals are attracted to me, and they fucking like attack me and shit.
Test you like.
Yeah. So I've been attacked by a bear, a rabid raccoon, and a shark. And all 3 times I was saved by my compatriots that happen to watch my show. It's confusing.
That's beautiful.
Okay,
Though.
it's very beautiful. Okay. Burke, do you accept his invitation?
To be flown out?
Yeah, he wants to fly you out. G600 jet.
I don't know what kind of jet that is, but
What's that song by that?
very nice
Anybody know that song?
G6?
Like a G6?
Oh,
Yeah.
Fly Like a
Far East
G6,
Movement.
yeah.
That was a tune
I'm
back
down,
in the day.
Martin.
Do you accept?
I do accept.
Okay.
And I will take the nose ring
Boom.
out.
Done. It's done. Okay, sweet. What were we? Oh, we were talking about horses. So you said you bought all your horses? Aren't horses like super expensive?
They can be, yeah.
How long have you been riding?
18 years now.
But so you said you had a job, but like where you were working at like
To pay off
7
her horse habit.
or some shit?
Yeah, I started like essentially just like trading like manual labor for like to pay off lessons.
Wait, question for you.
Yes.
The man of your dreams
Okay.
or your horses?
Man of my dreams.
You're not a
Sure
real
about that
horse
one?
girl.
I don't know about that one.
So, I mean, I love the horses, but they're not, the end all be all in life. I would eventually like to raise a family and obviously get married and have a good family life. The horses are a plus. I'd like to
Okay.
have both though.
Respect.
Good times. Good times. Okay. Yeah, pull it up here, Nick. Pull it up. Okay, so this was the Vice article from a couple years ago. Former bro film king Jonah Hill wants to fight toxic masculinity. He hopes the fans that loved him in Superbad will watch him shed light on the ugly side of what binds bros together. So he's like a feminist, So it's like, there he
What
is.
is a man being a feminist really mean?
You don't want to
It's a guy who likes to be pegged, basically.
Yes. It's a cock.
If he likes to be pegged and shit. Okay. All right. In any case, you can X out of that. You can X out of that. Good times. Okay. Where were we? Talking about horses, I think.
Did you have any more questions about the horses, Brian?
Are horse girls really crazy? Is that what you're trying to say?
I mean, maybe you can shed some light on this. My understanding is horse girls be crazy.
I'm sure, but I feel like there's crazy girls in every
every
sport,
lane.
every industry.
But I feel like it's especially noticeable when it comes to women who have horses.
But crazy.
Kind of like
in what way?
ballerinas.
I don't date
They're
them
crazy.
personally, so I can't give you that
People
side
who
of the
were.
perspective.
Oh,
but
what?
I said I don't date horse girls myself personally,
Oh.
so.
Anonymous donated $100. Nobody cares about Jonah Hill. The girls look bored AF.
We have talked a bit
Anonymous.
Jonah Hill for quite a while. We just had to wrap it up, but yeah, we're pretty much done on the Jonah Hill thing, I reckon, unless
No Arabs.
what? Huh?
Somebody in the chat said, "What type of horse, if they're
Oh,
Arabs, choose a red flag."
I thought you were talking about men. I was
No.
like, that's offensive.
It's a breed of horse. Arabians are.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot to say about Jonah Hill. I mean, I think the big thing, since you're so the chat's bored of it, is look, who knows what happened in the relationship? Maybe she's has some valid points. Maybe he has some valid points. Ultimately, though, the greater faux pas was publicly exposing this non-story where it just looks really bad on you. You're like dragging Jonah Hill for no reason. He just had a kid or whatever. So
Don't date a feminist either.
what's that?
Don't date a feminist. Moral of the story.
Don't date.
And don't
feminists.
be a male feminist as well. Any disagreements with that?
No disagreement here.
No disagreement over here either.
I am not a feminist.
Good.
Who? Show of hands. Who here? Oh, hold on.
777 donated $100. 77777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777. 777 quadrillion 777 trillion
Definitely a feminist.
777 billion
They just want to derail me.
777,777.
That was beautiful. 777. Thank you very much. Who? Show of hands. Who here is a feminist? Anybody?
Okay, but what?
It's a good question.
What's
because
like
there are
what's
different
like
waves
the
of
guideline
feminism.
Of like whatever makes you a feminist. Like,
Well, I mean, originally feminism, what they said it was, but there was different strains at that time as well, was that it was they wanted equality. So they wanted the right to vote. They wanted the right to be able to, education,
Same
do what men could
pay.
do, be able to open bank accounts, be able to own property, which they could do, but
When you say
not
they,
as much.
When you say they, you mean women?
Yeah.
Yes.
I wouldn't call myself a feminist, but I have heard that like feminism means like equality, not just for women, but for everyone. Everyone should.
No,
be.
feminism is about women. It's a women's movement. But like, this is the thing. A lot these days, a lot of these different movements get sort of intertwined, like the trans and the Black Lives Matter and the feminists. But and then you've got your second wave feminist, which is like we can do anything a man can do, and then you got your third wave feminist, which is like we hate men. So there's different sort of lines of feminism. Once upon a time, I would have been a feminist. Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't. Yeah. Hating on any
There's
other
also
type
the
of
new
person is like not.
There's like the new bimbo feminists.
Oh my gosh.
What is that?
Yeah.
Can
you
explain
that?
I'm not educated on that.
A lot of women right now are trying on TikTok, especially.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead. They're trying to act like they are smart women, but they're trying to act stupid on purpose because they like, as empowerment, like sexual
As
empowerment.
So
Like
they're sort of reversing it. So it'll be women who often have like bleach blonde hair, really big breasts, wearing pink, like Barbie
Spray
over
tan.
the top, spray tan, and they proudly say that they're bimbos, or you're bimboizing yourself, or bimboization, and they're feminists, and it's called bimbo. They're bimbo feminists.
But this is supposed to be like a positive thing?
Yeah,
or?
they're saying it's
Yes.
empowering.
Okay.
Because guys just want them so much, basically.
We have a very based panel tonight, so I guess the question here would be what like turns you off from feminism? If you guys could give like what turns you off from feminism?
So I think that feminism now, this like second, third, and maybe fourth wave feminism, I don't know what wave we're on currently, but
There's a fourth, I've heard.
okay.
The future is female, this narrative.
Yes.
If the future is female, there is no future.
I agree. It's all about demasculating men, I believe. And I think it's resulted in the destruction of the nuclear family, and that's why nobody wants to get married, less people are having kids. But to say that women don't need men, I think is a very horrible statement. I think men and women complement each other, and they both need each other. And we're completely different for positive and amazing reasons. So
I'd agree. It's very, very based, and I think you're right about that. What do you think?
I think that what turns me off about that and like a lot of movements nowadays is that people aren't really fighting for equality. They're fighting to be more seen or like better than everyone else. I think everyone, if you're fighting for equality, you're not going to try and like have like
make yourself more than
exactly.
Yeah, the future is female. I think it's more. I mean, it's male and female.
Yeah.
I love men. I think men are great. And I think that we are interdependent, and I know I depend on a lot of different men in my life for many different things, and that's a blessing to me. I do believe in the equal treatment of people, because I feel like human persons all have equal dignity, no matter who they are or how they identify. But I do hesitate to use the label feminist because of what is attached to it and the confusion around it, and so I just steer clear of it.
Such a based panel. So much femininity in the room. My testosterone's going to spike.
Yeah, can we argue about something? I feel like it's just too agreeable. Does anybody have any hot takes that they want to throw out there?
On feminism or just
just in general,
Can I ask the panel, would you
This
date
is going to be the most milquetoast question after my statement, but go ahead.
milk toast? Like vanilla?
Really like
Just go ahead.
Would you
Oh, Saved by the Bell. Oh, sorry, Curtis, I'm going to re-trigger it here. Hold on. Ask your question.
would you ladies date a man who made less than you? Maybe even you made double than what he did?
The TTS is about to come in, but
No.
No.
I would say
I
I
would
already have like a couple.
No.
So.
No.
would you? Oh, okay. We'll go around the table on this. We'll start with Burke. So the question is, would you date a guy who makes less than you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Curtism
Hold on,
donated
we'll get to it.
$100.
Yo, thank you, Curtis.
You guys aren't getting off that easy. The female prison guard is Hulk Hogan, born with a and no conjugal visits. She threatens to throw you to the wolves if you don't. You are on suicide watch, so don't even try to use that. I will pray for you.
So this is for us, I think. Curtis.
So the female guard prisoner is Hulk Hogan with a, you know what, with a dick. I guess we can just say that.
That's not a female, brother.
Yeah.
That's not a female.
Yeah.
Wait, what is the blanked out with a? Huh? What?
Martin
okay.
donated $100.
Thank you.
Burke, a few pre-flight logistics. You appear to be 5'7" and 124 pounds. Need to verify these stats as I'm 6'2", 210 pounds. Need to ensure that when I throw you up in the air and catch you with my tongue that we both avoid injury.
Okay.
Your response, Burke.
I am 5'6", 115 pounds, so I think that sounds perfect.
Okay.
Spicy.
So to go back to Curtis, Curtis, can you just clarify what is the blanked out? Hulk Hogan, born with a. How many stars is it? It's 6 stars. Would be censored? That's 6
Hulk
stars.
Hogan born with a vagina, maybe.
There you go.
With a vagine? Wait,
so.
no, that's 5 characters.
6.
No, that's 6.
Yeah.
Vagine.
Vagina.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
That's what it's called.
Yeah. Okay, Hulk Hogan, born with a vagina.
If it's not Hulk Hogan, then you know it's
I don't know,
nothing.
is it an innie or an outie?
If you're in for life and you don't get conjugal visits, then Hulk it is. Man's got to eat.
Facts.
I'm not judging.
It's a pretty bad situation.
I'm not even judging.
It's a pretty bad situation.
Not ideal, but.
We WrestleMania.
All right, here we go. Pussy's pussy. You know?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Okay, I guess.
Just close your eyes. It'll be fine.
All right, brother. What does he say? What is Hulk?
Hell yeah, brother.
Yeah, brother.
Just don't speak. Bit of duct tape on the mouth. Close your eyes.
That's a pretty shitty situation. I mean, but Curtis, thank you for that. So your question was to the panel: would you date a guy who makes less than you? So we'll go around the table on this. Go ahead.
So like I said earlier, at my age, 26, obviously if I was like way older, I would want the man to be making a nice amount of money to provide for me and our future family, whatever. But as I was saying earlier, I find it very, very attractive when they have the drive to make that money. And I know like not everyone succeeds, but it's just like, it's so attractive to me, like with someone that has that, honestly.
What age group are you talking about? What age group do you look for in a man?
I don't have like a specific age group, honestly, but like, I don't necessarily like saying that I am attracted to someone that makes a certain amount of money, because like,
If you had to give an
can be up in
average
the
of the
air.
last 3 guys you've been seeing, what's the average age, do you think?
Like in their like 20s, like middle,
North-
kind of where
north of-
my
north 20s, yes.
yeah. So like my age, I was
How old are
seeing
you?
someone that was 30. I'm 26.
26. So a guy about 30. If he's 30 and he's got the drive, but he doesn't have those Benjamins, is that acceptable or is that unacceptable? Because you have to understand
Right.
that it is tough out here.
Yeah.
Like when you
It's
walk
hard out
when
here.
you walk around LA and I don't understand how people live in Los Angeles and just make a normal wage.
Oh, for sure.
It,
Yeah.
like it's so expensive, and like life is only getting more expensive. Inflation is only getting worse. I don't know if you guys have noticed, but over the last 20, 15 years or whatever, it's only getting worse. People used to be able to buy a house off a one-person salary. So, like, it's all well and good to say like drive, but
Right.
but life is going to be fucking miserable if you don't have money.
I agree. Yeah.
And you look like a girl who likes the finer things, might I add.
I do like to be spoiled. Yes.
Well then, drive won't spoil
I don't have like
you.
a number that, so I would prefer for the man to be making more money, but like if I met someone that was making less than me and he made me happy and like could provide me with things and like
I get what you're saying.
Sexual chemistry is there.
I think this is another product of why feminism ruins everything, because I think that like feminism also is like says that like gold diggers, women who want to sort of just marry a man for his resources. And I don't think that there's anything wrong with that. Like women have always since the beginning of time looked for security and looked for a man with resources. And then men have always looked for youth, beauty and fertility since the absolute beginning of time. But now I feel like women are so afraid to just say, yeah, I want a guy who has resources and who can look after me. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. But like it's such like women are so hesitant to say that.
Yeah, I mean, I would love to be taken care of and like protected, but I can also take care of myself too. So if I found someone that was like, that genuinely made me happy and like we could do things together that I'm passionate about, that he's passionate about, like I wouldn't like push him away because he doesn't make that money.
So it's not the be all and end all, but if the other ducks were to align, you'd look at it, but like
I would prefer for a man to take care of me.
You could conceptually not have a man who makes a lot of money. Okay.
Let's allow the rest of the panel to answer. What about you?
I mean, I'm pretty sure I'm on the same page as Burke about that. Like, it's not gonna like deter me from like talking to you or dating you or whatever. I've had experiences in my own past where I've been definitely pulling in everything, and it didn't make him look any less like worse in my eyes. But at the same time, like, yeah, I would prefer more, but I'm not gonna not give someone a chance, like, due to that either, because everybody has their time where like I might be down at some point and want you to pull up and put in the work where I did before, whatever.
What about you?
No, I want them to make more money than me. Realistically, the relationships I've been in, maybe like let's count the past 3, I've been the breadwinner and they hate it every single time. It makes them feel like not as manly, and as much as guys are probably gonna hate that, being like, oh yeah, she wants a guy, she's a gold digger, but like realistically, like when I'm older, I want to invest in money, I want to own my own store, and I don't want to be doing OnlyFans anymore. So I would like my man to take care of me, and insurance, make sure you're stable enough to take care of the kids and the house, and I'm gonna get my bread on the side with my store, and you're gonna get your bread with however you're making your money. Just,
do you think that the OnlyFans is hindering your ability to be able to do that?
1000%.
Yeah.
It's hard to be in a relationship as a content
What's
creator.
What's your thought process on the trade-off that you've done there?
What do you mean?
So you've done a trade-off where you've traded your market value by putting your body on the internet. So what's the thought process in terms of making that trade-off? Because it seems like a significant trade-off to make.
Your dating market value.
Well,
if that is what you want in the future, a man to look after you.
I mean, realistically, most men don't like OnlyFans girls. They don't like, their women putting their body out.
So with your knowledge of that, so you understand that concept, which is good, but why do you do it then? Why do you do OnlyFans if you're sacrificing your future prospects?
Because it's not necessarily what I do for money or what I do as my job right now doesn't necessarily make me as a person as whole. Like, I'm not just an OnlyFans girl. I'm not just Mistress Mandy. I'm Amanda. I'm, me. That's how I am. I'm not, full sex worker all the time. If it's a client, then it's a client. I'm work duty. Yeah. But,
I've got no judgment whatsoever, because like I said, it is hard out here. People need to do what they need to do these days to be able to get by and make money.
But it's not just, I'm not doing it just to get by. I chose to do this. I wasn't pressured. I wasn't.
And that's what I'm asking is, like, you chose to do this because, and do you think what I'm asking is, do you think it's worth it for your future prospects and the fact that you could, like, it could be a repulsive thing for somebody who potentially would look at you as a partner long term, but now doesn't because you do OnlyFans? That doesn't bother you?
That's a personal problem, honestly. I feel like I've had partners who have accepted it and who are fine with what I do. It just didn't work out. And then I have some partners where I wanted to be with them, but they didn't want to be with me because of what I did. But like I said, it's just a personal preference. No judgment, no harsh feelings. But my person will accept me for whatever I do, however I am.
How do you frame it? So if you're in a relationship and say you start seeing somebody, because as guys, this is not a trivial thing to have your like girl have her body on the internet. It's not a trivial thing.
It's not an everyday thing
whatsoever. So how do you frame it? Like when you guys have that initial conversation, if you're seeing each other?
Well, most of the time people have my Instagram, so they automatically see the link in my bio.
Yeah, okay.
But, I do have that conversation firsthand before I even get into anything with the person. I make sure, hey, I am a full send creator on OnlyFans. I hope you know that I'm not going to stop that. I'm not going to, just drop my Instagram.
You said before that you find men with boundaries more attractive.
Right.
Don't you think that would be a boundary for a man that you might find attractive?
Yeah, I've had relationships in the past who weren't okay after knowing that I did have it, and I completely was like, you know what, respectable, and I stopped doing OnlyFans completely, and then they fucked me over, so I started my shit again.
Right.
So.
Let's continue moving along with this question, and if we can try to get this everyone's answer without constant, go ahead.
No, I would not date a man that makes less than me. I mean, even so, like, part of the reason that I decided to take my career like toward cosmetology and hair was knowing that that's something that I, if I want to, can go fall back on. But the plan is honestly to have a family and be able to be at home with the kids and take care of things there. I think, like I said, like naturally men are the providers, and women are more nurturing, and I mean it's just kind of biology when it comes down to it.
I would not date someone who makes less money than me. I really enjoy the drive, and I like to be with someone who has ambition and pushes me to want to work for more. So that's kind of just what I go after, is someone with a hard work ethic. And I know that everyone's saying like, yeah, some people fail, but it's the part of getting back up and keeping on trying and keeping on going for that goal. That's super attractive to me.
I'm really shocked by everyone's answers. I think I would date a man who makes less than me. I think I'm probably going to have to date a man that makes less than me because I'm going to be making a good amount of money. Yeah.
Well, hold on. Expand on that a little bit. You're gonna be making a lot of money. What do you mean? Doing what?
Because right now. As a pilot.
As a pilot.
Yeah.
How much do pilots make?
You start off at about $90K, and then in the middle of it, about $250. Towards the end of your career,
Are you talking commercial pilot?
Commercial,
like flying
yeah.
Flights and.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so like if we're talking the big three, which is the only thing I'm gonna go
what's
for
the big three?
Delta, American, United.
Okay.
Yeah.
What about like Hawaiian Airlines?
Hawaiian Airlines? You're still like making six figures. Yeah.
Well, you said by the end of the career you're making $250K?
No, that's like middle of career.
Mid-career, by the time you're 45? 40, you're going to be
I'd
making.
Say like 35.
35 pilots are making $250K?
I mean, if you get into it young, I'm young. I'm going to be in the airline, and I'm going to be flying airline in like 2 years.
Have you're flying planes now?
I do fly planes now as a student.
Like charter planes sort of thing?
You're 24, correct?
I'm 24, yeah.
Okay. So, okay. Is that true? Chat, is that true that pilots make, by 35, they make $250K?
But look at how much debt then is there and time spent for schooling.
That's true. Is that true, chat?
Yeah,
so
what's the average commercial pilot's income?
So while people are getting their flight miles for especially their commercial pilot's license, you're actually teaching a lot as well.
Yeah.
So sometimes it pays for itself.
Yeah, the smallest, dinkiest starter airlines are hiring brand new, fresh out of school, $90,000
for pilots
to be a pilot. Yeah.
All right. Well, let's assume it's true, right? So you want to be a pilot. Okay, there's a lot there. So, but you said you are willing to date a guy who makes less than you, and you think frankly it's going to be difficult for you to find a guy who's going to make as much as you will make. Is that correct?
Yeah, and I think I think you become a slave to money once you start making too much, and so I think it's hard to find a wealthy person who has strong morals and values. I'd be willing to take the pay cut for someone who shares my morals and values.
You think wealthy people have less morals and values?
I've seen it firsthand.
Comparatively to people who aren't wealthy?
I've seen their values be put in the wrong places, and like I said, I think you become a slave to money.
As a general rule, though, you think that people who have resources have less morals?
Generally.
Sounds like the lib hasn't quite died in you.
I've been around that community. I've seen it firsthand.
Yeah.
It's not a blanket statement. It's just very
You
common.
see, I find that in order to get to the top, there's a misconception that you have to stand on people's heads, and that does happen, obviously. But in order to get to the top, you also have to provide value, and you have to solve problems, and you have to hire people, and you have to know how to manage relationships, and you have to know how to bring value in many different ways.
Yeah, that's fair. I don't think stepping on people to get to the top is a bad thing. That's just the industry. But I see people care more about cars, purses, materialistic things, and they're so focused on these materialistic things and not focused on their families, spending time with their families. Like, they take so much time to work that they neglect their wives, they neglect their children, and
I
that's
see what
what
you're
I'm
saying. So
afraid
you
of.
think people who are more wealthy and have more resources tend to have less time, so less time for their families.
Yeah, because once you start making a ton of money, you just can't stop. You always want more.
Like
So-
yeah, but also people who are struggling for money are working a lot of jobs, and usually both of the people in the household, and the time is very slim with the family, and that's what they have to do. I don't know that it's necessarily matters how much money you make. The other thing is just because someone can't afford nice things doesn't mean that they aren't constantly focused on it, and it doesn't mean that they
Don't
if
have
they are
value.
given the money, that their mindset is like that as well. So I
Oh,
think
yeah.
money can inflate that and show that, but I think it would be unfair to say that people who are well off or have money have poor values, or especially morals.
Well, in any case, disregarding whether people who are wealthy or not wealthy, you know, not making a conversation about assessing their moral character. So you want to be a pilot, and you anticipate you will end up making more than your partner.
Yeah, I hope not, but that
You
might
hope
be
not,
a reality.
but it may very well be the case.
Yeah.
My bigger question with you being a pilot is, I mean, I know you talked about most of the people that you've dated, you fly to them. Do you think it makes for a stable relationship to be constantly gone from your significant other? Because as a pilot, I assume you would be in a different city, 2/3 of the year?
Oh, you can very easily manage it. I actually dated a pilot, and he could do one international trip a week. And so he was just gone for 2 days out of the week and home 5 days out of the week.
Red flag. I think, well, okay, so for example, I've said this before. I think, for example, a flight attendant is a red flag in terms of like a career that a potential partner, I feel like I've pretty much reduced my options down to like 2% of women with all the red flags I'm aware of. But as a flight attendant or as a pilot, you're constantly, and I know you said perhaps not in your case, but you're always in a new city. So like for me, if I was to date a flight attendant, well, I just wouldn't want to, because I just feel like there's such an opportunity for infidelity under those circumstances. Maybe that's me being like insecure or whatever, but it's like, bro, even if we're in a committed relationship and there's not an opportunity for infidelity, my understanding is that you're in a new city every week, only there for a couple days. Because, for example, I'll match with girls who are flight attendants on dating apps. At least, well, I'm not on any dating apps right now, but when I used to be, I'd match with a girl who's on a dating app, and she's a flight attendant. You're in town for a day and you're on a dating app. Okay, what are you looking for then? You must be looking for casual sex, because you're in town for 2 days. Why are you on a dating app? What is the only option available to you? Casual sex. So my assumption is people who are like flight attendants and pilots probably fuck a lot. That's my impression.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a
fuck
very
around.
sexually rampant culture within the airline industry. I advise people not to date pilots or flight attendants unless you meet them
Except
and
you.
you're no. Unless there's always going to be exception, right? If you look at them and you're like, this is some of the most outstanding moral values, like truly the best you've ever seen, I'd say don't go for it because it's insane the things that happen.
Fair enough. Well, I had another thing here. Just really to touch on this very quickly. Actually, I'll come back to it, but we'll continue going around. Would you date a guy who makes less than you?
I would not date a man who makes less than me. It's not that simple with me. I also want him to have a pretty solid net worth and a high credit score and no irresponsible debt and to make a certain amount of money.
That's
reasonable.
That's base though. It's because like no offense or anything, but as you get a little bit older, you start to be able to like define what you want a lot more, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'll go out on a lot of dates with men, and I will end things over various financial factors that to me are red flags.
Such as?
One person that I dated recently was 51 because I'm 39, so I'll date I don't know if I would date younger, maybe if he was like a super solid 35-year-old, so I'll say like 35 to 55 I probably date. And by the time you are in your 50s, to me, you need to have established net worth. You should have investments in the stock market and or real estate. Crypto doesn't count because it's too volatile.
This is good.
And you should know how to manage your money, and that's why I feel like the credit score is important because people can make a lot of money and waste a lot of money, and to me that's also not attractive. So like he needs to have financial literacy and be successful and hold it all together and make more than me.
See, I respect that a lot. I think a lot of people would look at that and be like, "Oh, you're so demanding or whatever."
Well, that's fine.
But I think
They
that
can
if
think
girls,
that.
if women were to lay out those sorts of things, it would encourage men to be better in that regard with financial literacy, especially in this country. Like financial literacy is really not a thing. Like when I was looking at around LA, I was thinking, if you guys did two things, if you replaced all of like the weird sexual stuff that's being taught to kids in school and all the racism that's being taught to kids in school, and you replace that with macronutrients and financial literacy, it would solve a lot of problems in your country. Teach them from a young age.
I also think a lot of relationship problems are because of finance, like, and especially in marriage, that's why a lot of people get divorced. So being able to talk about that in the first like few dates is really important.
If a guy didn't want to pay on a first date, like if he didn't pick up the tab, is that one of the red flags or deal breakers for you?
I just wouldn't go on a second date, but I wouldn't make a thing about it. It's just not the person for me.
Sure, fair enough. What about you?
Me?
Yeah.
Which question?
Would you date a guy who makes less than you?
Well, I'm pre-law, so I anticipate that I'm going to be making a good amount of money in a few years.
Kind of what?
I'm pre-law. Going to be
you're what?
Pre-law.
Pre-law.
Oh, pre-law. Okay.
Sorry.
You want to? What kind of law do you want to go into?
Sports and entertainment.
Sports and entertainment. Okay.
I originally wanted to do constitutional law, though. But yeah, I anticipate making a good amount of money. So I would definitely prefer for them to be making more money than myself. But if it were a comparable amount, that'd be fine.
When you say comparable, do you mean equal to?
Similar.
Okay, because I've heard some study, and maybe you might be familiar with this. Women will say they want a guy who makes the same as them, but really that means like 56%. They want a guy who actually makes 56% more than them.
No, I'd like to keep it within like 10%. Oh, you're saying that means that they need to be making 56% more than they do. Is that what you're saying?
I forgot the exact wording on this. Maybe someone in the chat can help me out.
So no, I'll be more specific. If they make within like 10-15% of what I make, then that would be fine.
In either direction.
I mean, if it's above, then go all out.
Sure.
But below, I would say within like 10-15%.
Okay. What about you?
I would date someone who makes less than me, but I don't think I would marry someone who makes less than me because I want to be a stay-at-home mom. I want to work, but like very little, just because you have to do a lot in the house, and I want a lot of kids.
Hell yeah.
Just a reminder, so who said that they would date a guy who makes less than them? Just show of hands, you would date a guy who makes less than them? Show of hands.
I guess.
I need to scoot in here.
Kind of.
Would you...
Well, I would date, not marry.
Would you...
But then what's the point of dating if you're not going to marry?
Hold on. Would you be okay with a stay-at-home dad. So you're the 100% breadwinner, and he's just stay-at-home dad taking care of the kids.
That's a little bit of a reach. Like, it would be, I don't know.
Okay.
It wouldn't be a no.
Picture this situation. You come home from a long day of work and you're stressed, and your man is at home and he's got dinner on the stove for you, and he's wearing a pink apron.
Cute.
Yeah? And he's wearing his pink apron, and then he has to go and do the grocery shopping, so he has to ask you for the credit card. And then he jumps in your car to go and drive to the shopping center to use your credit card.
That part's
Imagine how miserable he would be.
He's miserable?
Yes.
If my husband is
He would pull over and scream.
If my husband is like stay-at-home dad and I'm the breadwinner, my husband has his own car, my husband has his own card, my husband is set just like I would.
But it's your money, isn't it? We all know it's your money.
And that's fine as long as you're taking care of my kids, our kids.
I don't know.
Like if that's like the full responsibility.
I think in practice you'd be pretty off it.
A man who takes care of his family, is that not sexy?
Taking care of your family as a man isn't being a stay-at-home dad. Taking care of your family is providing financially.
I think you underestimate the bond that you form with a child, especially when they're young. Like
it is really
when they're born, you need to be glued to them. Like they need you 24/7. Yeah, as a mother. Yeah. It's just not practical, especially when they're young, to have a stay-at-home dad while you work.
Well, I mean, I would be there, like, obviously, after I'm done giving birth, I would be there for a certain amount of time. But, if I'm the breadwinner, I'm going to work and make sure my family's getting fed.
So they're...
Proverbs 21:19 donated $100. Better to live in a desert than with a quarrelsome and nagging wife.
Based.
Sure.
Word. Yeah. Thank you, Proverbs 21:19.
Word.
Okay. So what I'd like to do at this point is I had a couple notes for each of you here. Some of you provided some pre-show information. Actually, you know what? Before we do that, before we get into that juicy stuff, Nick, can you pull up the Twitch? Guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow. Drop us a Prime sub. Mods, if you can spam it in the chat a bunch of times. Twitch.tv/whatever. Nick, can you pull it up? Yeah. It's one of the tabs. One of the early ones. There you go. F11, please. You got it. Make sure you put it in F11 before you switch over. Yo, always right. Thank you for the Prime. Girth, Quake, thank you for the Prime. Varks, thank you for the Prime. Guys, go over here. Drop us a follow. Drop us a Prime sub. It's a quick, free, easy way to support the show every single month. Oh my God. We have 1,250 viewers over on Twitch. We have like over 3,000, I think, on YouTube. Thank you guys so much. Appreciate it. Okay, so let's see. I had some notes here. We have Tasia. So you, just going back to what you said before, you said you used to be a hardcore leftist, atheist, feminist. Mm-hmm. But now you are recently a conservative, born-again Christian. When you say born again, are you waiting until marriage to have the sex?
I am.
But you're not a virgin.
Correct.
But you're born again virgin.
I wouldn't put it that way, but yeah.
How would you put it?
Well, I'm just saving myself for marriage from now on out.
Okay.
You can't really reclaim virginity.
What was the catalyst for all of this, might I ask?
Oh man, there was a lot. I think dating a cop made me realize a lot of the BLM stuff is ridiculous. Going to France changed.
Glad you came around.
Yeah.
France?
Yeah, France changed me a lot because France is ahead of us in their progressiveness. It's real weird out there. The gender roles are completely reversed. Like the guys are staying at home cooking, cleaning. In the south of France, where it's very liberal, the north is different. But the women are like players and sexually promiscuous, and the guys like really want commitment, and it's just so reversed.
It's actually a cultural thing with French, is that the women tend to have like a side piece.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Women have side pieces?
Yep.
Yeah, it's
See, I was born in France. I didn't know about this shit.
Brian.
French women are... Okay, let's not
adventurous,
go there.
Dirty.
So France is like in flames at the moment. So did you see the in flames? Like there's been riots the last few weeks. Okay. Yeah.
R.I.P. the motherland. Is France the motherland or the fatherland? I guess it's my fault because my dad's from France. It's
the motherland. The mother has a side.
Because isn't Russia the fatherland? What? Wait. How do you chat? How do you decide if it's fatherland or motherland? How do you decide?
If your mum or dad is from there. So my mum's from Italy, so Italy's my motherland.
Oh, okay. I didn't know it was that simple.
Could be wrong though.
Okay, so it's my fatherland. Yeah, France is a failed society.
Yeah, it's going down the drain.
I mean, there's a lot of other countries that are getting all. Anyways, let's not get political. But okay, so born again. Did you used to have did you have a hoe phase or what? Like, were you like super crazy before?
No, my hoe phase was like kissing people in clubs and not going further. So, yeah.
Word.
What made you miserable about being a liberal atheist?
I think the atheist, I'll focus on the liberal first. So liberalism, you're just constantly angry and offended. And I believe there's a lot more racism in the left than on the right, and that a lot of well-intentioned things, but the road to hell is paved on good intentions. Yeah, it's very regressive. Like this idea that Black people can't. Well, we won't get into politics.
We can go there a little bit.
How do you feel, Brian?
What?
A quick tidbit on politics.
What specific political topic are we talking about here?
Black people.
What, bro? What?
I'm 40% Nigerian, so I feel like I can claim the card to talk about it.
Black is the political topic you wish to discuss is black.
This could go so many ways.
Yeah, I'm gonna pass on that one. I'm gonna take a pass on that.
Okay, well, we'll exclude any race. The idea of oppression, I think, is very harmful when you're telling people your country hates you, you have opportunity stripped from you, when really that's not the case. Like, we're born in a country that we can do so much no matter where you came from. I came from the sticks. I came from the boondocks.
Agreed, very much agreed.
And here I am, like, in the pilot field. Like, I think it's ridiculous.
I think it's very harmful to tell children, especially, that you are disadvantaged purely for something that you cannot control. And I think it does a lot to their mental capacity to be able to see themselves as somebody that's going to provide value to society. Yep. I think it really, really harms kids, especially.
Yeah, it becomes self-fulfilling prophecy.
Absolutely.
I did a video yesterday where we went to Santa Monica Pier and we were just interviewing people and we were asking if they think America's racist. Every one of them said yes. And I couldn't believe it because I could believe it, but like America is so overtly non-racist. Mm-hmm. Like it's just a complete melting pot of all different people, all coexisting together. And one of the girls was telling me that she's from Nigeria and she said she came over when she was like 8 and that she thought she was making a good point to me, but what she was saying was that she had no idea about racism until she went to school and the school taught her all about racism. Mm-hmm. And I was like, and I said to her, I was like, so you never knew about it, and then the school taught you about it, and then she like couldn't quite put 2 and 2 together. But there's some serious indoctrination happening in this country.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. That's something close to like what I went through. Like I came here when I was 8, so like I didn't understand even like the bullying, like the verbal bullying. I'm like, that doesn't make sense. All right, I'm walking away.
So I have a couple more notes here for each people. We have Priya here. You wanted to talk about dating someone with kids and how drug use affects relationships and also age gaps or age differences in relationships. Is that so? Did you date someone with kids?
I have dated somebody with kids, yes.
How old was it? Older guy?
Yes, he was 10 years older than me.
And just a reminder, you are 22?
Yes.
Okay. So he was, well, maybe this was a couple years back or?
No, this was my most recent relationship, so just under a year ago.
Okay, so he was 31, you were 21?
Yes.
And he had kids, okay. And he also, there's an age gap, he had kids, and he did drugs, is that correct?
No. The drugs was a different...
Meth? Heroin?
No.
What was it? What drugs do you take?
I do not do any drugs. I've never touched any sort of drug. I do not support drugs whatsoever. I think they're incredibly harmful.
But the boyfriend that you were dating did drugs?
Yes.
And you bought you didn't partake, but you bought the drugs for him?
No.
Was it meth or heroin?
It was not either.
Pills? Benzos?
Pills. No, I started dating him and then found out about the drug habits about 2 months into the relationship, was going to break up with him when I found out, and he begged me to stay with him. I did, believing exactly what he wanted me to hear. I want to change. I don't want to live this lifestyle. I don't want to just do it for you, but I want to do it for me too. And it was good for a while, and then eventually he broke up with me because he believed I judged him for his partying habits. God forbid I cared about his well-being, but yeah, that was a different situation than the one with the kids.
Word. Here, let's talk about the age gap one. So that was your biggest age gap relationship. You said it was 10 years.
Correct, yeah.
Would you do it again?
Yeah, I would do the age gap. The kids, no.
Kids, yeah, I can see that.
Yeah.
We'll go around the table on this, and we'll start with Grace, actually. Would you date someone significantly older than you, say like 10, 15 years older than you?
I'm not sure because I look very young, so I feel like I would feel like a baby in that relationship, and it depends. If it's a really great guy and we vibe and I feel really comfortable and at home, then yeah. But I'm also in a very, very happy relationship right now.
If you were single.
But yeah, if I was single, I would consider it. It just really depends on the chemistry. I don't really look at age unless it's like creepy, like if he gives me creep vibes.
Sure. What about you? Would you date?
Yeah, the biggest age gap I've had is 21 years. He was 21 years my senior.
Okay, good times. So what was the age breakdown? Like you were what, 35, he was 50?
I was
37.
37, okay.
Wait, he was 59, so how old? So yeah, I was like,
30,
yeah, I was
22?
30, no. He was like 59.
22.
49, 49, no.
What?
Wait.
Is my math wrong here?
Wait.
37 to
60
59
50,
is 22.
No, like 59 to 49, 49 to 39.
22.
22.
39.
Yeah, that's 22.
40.
Yeah, I'm trying to questioning my math over here.
math.
Okay.
No, if he's 60 and he was 20 years older than me, that would make me 40.
Mm-hmm.
So he was 59. So I was only like 37 or 38.
So 22-year age gap.
22-year age gap.
21 or 22.
Yep.
I wasn't in my 20s. This was like 2 years ago.
Yep.
And he was going to turn 60.
Word, what about you? Age gap, yes or no? Would do it? How much?
I actually prefer age gap. I like the 10-year age gap, but you just gotta be careful because the older you get, the more baggage you got.
Okay.
Agreed.
Yeah, I would date older. I typically stay within my age range, or my age group, but I'm open to different things.
I would date older. As far as kind of the age gap goes, I do prefer someone probably minimum of 3 years older than I am, just because I'm young, and honestly, I'd be looking to settle down sooner than a lot of people, I guess, are in my age range. I would maybe go up to like 7 or 8 years older. I don't know if I'd hit 10. It kind of just depends on kind of what Grace is saying with chemistry and the person specifically, because you do have to watch out for a lot of creepers when it comes to older guys sometimes. So. Would
you date Henry Cavill?
No.
You wouldn't date Henry? Do you know who that is?
I don't like, it's just celebrities in general. I don't know, will you pull them up?
Yeah, we get, Nick, can you do a little Google search for our boy Henry Cavill? Cavill? How do you say that shit? I don't know. While he does that.
It's probably going to be a no, but.
Okay, what about you?
Sorry. Yeah, I would date guys older than me. I wouldn't date someone younger than me.
Okay, got it.
My biggest age gap is probably like I was 21 and he was 42.
Okay.
And then youngest was like, well, I don't know, like more recently.
Oh, you've gone the opposite direction.
I have. And like what youngest was like 25.
Oh, I thought you were about to say some weird shit. Okay.
No. I've kept 25,
okay.
26
Okay.
is like youngest. I'm 29.
Yeah.
So
okay.
That's like the youngest that can be acceptable for me because like
Sure. Do you have the photo, Nick?
Yep.
Boom. This is Henry Cavill.
Yes.
Superman. Yeah.
Geralt. Fuck. What's the Witcher?
Hands down.
How do you say Geralt? Is it Geralt? Geralt? Gerald? Is it Gerald? Fuck, I don't know. I don't watch
The
that.
French one.
See, I'm so bad with the faces to names, but a couple weeks ago I was talking to some friends about celebrities and he came up and
Would you date him?
no.
No? Come on. Yo, stop.
Stop the cap.
I don't
He plays World of Warcraft. Does that change anything?
I
He's
mean,
like,
probably less
It's
likely
worse.
for me to date him.
okay.
Unfortunately.
Burke, what about you? Age? Here.
Yeah, I would definitely date kind of what Grace was saying. If we vibe, we vibe. I would go like maybe a year younger than me, but not really much younger than that. And then just because of maturity. But yeah, definitely would date someone older than me. And if we vibe, we vibe. If we get along, you make me happy. You can please me.
In the age, yeah, definitely.
Then I'm down.
Okay.
There's like, definitely been like people that like are older and you expect a certain like behavior from them, and it doesn't matter like how much older they get. So
I would
that's
concur
the
with
part
that.
where it's like dating older people is like, oh, sure proof of like it's gonna be good. Like no, like a lot of people like still at like a even 60s like are not.
Well, I also think something to take into consideration, at least for myself, is for men and women when each of them hit their prime, like what age that looks at. I know for women it's like mid 20s, and for men it's more so in their 30s, I think. So even from like again, I brought this up, like the biological standpoint, it kind of just makes sense to go for a little bit of an age gap there.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and that age gaps actually naturally manifest. I mean, I think it's typically I think the average is 2 to 3 years. I don't know if you know what like typically, I think the age of first marriage, it's younger for women than it is for men. So I think that's another kind of manifestation.
I think it makes sense, particularly in the modern day, because with like the way that the market's going, it's a little bit harder for men to create resources. So if a man waits until he's 35 and then he checks up with a woman who's say 25 or so, because girls are obviously waiting a little bit more these days as well. I think that 35 and 25 is like a perfect sort of age range.
I think there's also a biological component to it as well.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's are you talking about like fertility?
Yeah, fertility, but also, I mean, just in a general sense, I think that the majority of women, in terms of wanting to settle down and kind of understanding what they want out of a relationship, tend to figure that out a little bit earlier in life than men do. And yeah, I think if women are looking for commitment and looking to settle down and start a family, I think they're going to be looking for men that are typically a little bit older than them.
Any boss babes here who have their eggs frozen?
No.
Got any boss babes just freezing their eggs or anything? Okay, let's see here. We have Miss Aubrey Rowe. She said, a lot of people also act one way but expect unrealistic results to their actions. Sure. I think hookup culture is toxic, and whether women want to admit it or not.
Word for word, Brian.
What's that?
You don't have to read it word for word.
Not verbatim?
I mean, you can. I just put it out there like pretty boldly on there. I mean, you can read it word for word.
Okay, all right.
I just kind of threw out.
Be bold.
She's saying women are the gatekeepers of sex or hookup culture. So basically what you're saying is women are to blame for hookup culture.
Okay, well.
You're such a misogynist, Aubrey.
Yeah, honestly, I just hate women.
You're like a raging misogynist. How dare you?
No, honestly, the reason I put it like that because I was like, oh, I'm just gonna throw it out there. But
can you do that again?
What, that little?
Is that your throwing
That's me
motion?
throwing.
Okay.
I'm a girl. I throw like a girl. That's why.
Fair enough. Checks out.
Because I'm a misogynist, so of course I've just
Clearly.
said that. Okay, no, as far as like the expectations go, what I find a lot is like there are a lot of women who do want to settle down, they do want to eventually have a family, but they wait so late, and then it's kind of too late, or it's kind of just biologically, but also it's like what you put out is what you attract. So if you're wondering why you're not attracting these men that you're wanting to settle down with, it's maybe because you're not being the type of woman that the type of men you would want are attracted to. And so, and then like playing that into hookup culture, it's like a lot of women, like they want to, early in their 20s, like they want to go clubbing and they want to go sleep around and they want to just have that party lifestyle and then settle down later on. But at that point, like, it plays into the body count. Like at that point, in a sense, like in different ways, their value has gone down as far as market value when it comes to dating and what like high value men, I don't know what we consider high value men, even depends on the person, I guess. But it just kind of
Henry Cavill's pretty high value.
I mean, he was Superman, so I guess he's got that one. But no, I just think as far as like hookup culture, I mean, ultimately, like the woman, I mean, obviously there's in certain circumstances, but the woman does get to determine like if they're gonna let a man into their space in that sense. So, and that's why I think going back to earlier with how many people each of us have slept with, right? That it can be a lot more important for women versus men, because ultimately that decision lays on the woman of whether she's going to actually allow a man to even have a chance with her.
I have a note here from Nicole, and Nicole says, I prefer dating a man with a high body count, and certainly much higher than mine. A low body count is subjective, but I suspect mine is lower than many women my age. There are a few reasons it's attractive to me when a man has a high body count. And as a woman, I do not aspire to have a count anywhere close to what the man I date have. Nicole, confirm or deny? So you
I did say that. I wouldn't say that I
own it.
I prefer that he
it's
has
fine.
a really high body count, but it doesn't bother me. And to me, there is something attractive about a man who has a high body count.
Who's just ran through, like who's just 100
ran
chicks?
through. I hate the term.
No, he's
body
not
count.
ran through. He did the running through.
Oh, it doesn't bother me. I have met men who have dated who have slept with what I'm like, oh wow, that's a lot of people, you know. But it doesn't, in my eyes, it doesn't take away from his value. I don't know, it just doesn't. I am 39, and people generally assume that I've slept with a lot more people than I have. Fun fact, I was celibate from my late 20s until like 38, and I didn't even date, so I had no sexual contact with men for almost a decade. That's like a whole tangent, but yeah. If
Hold on. What was the age range? 28 to
29 to like 38.
Were you in like thinking about being a nun, or
I was, yeah.
Actually
thinking about being a nun?
Yeah, I was.
You look good in the nun outfit.
Thank you. But I was only looking at communities that had like really pretty habits, like no ugly ones.
Habits? That's what they're called.
That's what they call the garment.
Things.
Yeah. So I that was pretty radical. So that's why I originally made that choice, because I needed to know if I could live the life. And then
what did he do to you at 29?
That's what everyone says.
What happened?
But actually, that's like a very ignorant question.
Like
but
what influenced you? Cancel Brian.
My 20s, I've never really been drunk. Like I haven't done crazy drugs. Like I didn't have I think my 20s were pretty like I had a few long-term boyfriends.
29 to 38.
Yeah.
Who's the fucking absolute giga Chad who came in at 38?
He had a high body count.
Who knocked you off your fucking nearly decade long?
That was a good experience, I could say.
I want to meet a girl who hasn't had sex in 9 years, and then she's like the pent up sexual.
It would have been bells ringing.
Honestly. So yeah, I don't know, but all I'm saying is that for me, if a man has a high body count, it's not unattractive to me. And maybe hot take, I don't know, but I feel that the reason it's attractive for
a little closer to the mic.
A reason why it's attractive for a woman to have a low body count, and the reason it's seen as attractive or something to aspire to as a man to have a higher body count, is because both of those things are difficult. It's difficult for a man to rack up a really high body count with a lot of beautiful women. It's hard for a woman to constantly say no when she has men coming after her. So to me, it's more that we are, as a society, glorifying what is the more difficult choice for each sex. So, and I'm not saying like morally or anything if that's right or wrong or it should be that way or not, but to me, that's what it feels like to me, is we are saying that's the harder choice for that sex, and so that's why we think like kudos.
So,
facts.
You're 39. You were almost 10 years of celibacy between 29 to 38. The guy that you broke your celibacy for, did you guys date for a while, or was it?
We did.
A little ting.
We did.
You did?
Yeah,
okay.
Months.
You guys broke up recently, or?
Months.
It's pretty recent.
No, this would have been when I was, so I just went over 39, so it was like beginning of when I was like 30.
And you said your longest relationship was 2 years?
Yes.
Or did you say you've been single for 2 years?
No, my longest relationship was 2 years, and I've been single for a year.
Okay. Huh. You've been single for a year.
Mhm.
Okay, so the thing with the guy who broke your celibacy, were you like, when you met him, were you kind of looking for this to be the end of your celibacy?
No, we formed a really deep friendship.
Friendship.
Yeah, we formed a really like deep friendship.
Was he also was he part of the nun school, or what was going on?
No.
Played the
no,
long
he
game.
wasn't. I just got to know him and it just formed, and I just did. It wasn't like some big thing.
Like a decision. Like
Yeah, it was.
It just happened. One thing
Well,
led to
no,
another.
I made a choice. It's not like it just happened. I made a choice
Sure,
to do it.
of course.
But it wasn't. It's not as like dramatic maybe as you're trying to make it sound. I just found someone and I connected with them, and I felt that really strict season of celibacy for me had served its purpose, and I just wasn't there anymore, and that was okay. I'm still very selective, but
Why did you not do the nun thing? You didn't want to go ahead with that? No? Was it for you?
Well, they rejected me.
Stop it.
Haram.
They rejected me.
Wait, so hold on. Were you like not trying to be celibate, or this was like a very intentional thing?
I was intentionally celibate.
Intentionally?
Yeah.
Okay.
I made a choice.
Okay.
Mhm.
So just to bring it back, I mean,
Yeah.
you were saying how you prefer dating a man with high body count, certainly much higher than yours. Maybe we can go around
I mean,
the
it
table
doesn't
on
mean
this.
I don't mean that it needs to be high. Like they need to have 100 plus. I think.
You like a guy who's sexually experienced,
I
who knows his way around a woman's body,
like
who
it.
can locate the clitoris.
I like it, and if he's a good man, then those women to me, like, they don't matter. And if I'm with a
There
man,
are
Hold on
meatballs
just a sec.
donated $100.
Thank you, man.
Don't you guys think a huge problematic outgrowth of social media, hookup culture, is the destruction of female intellectualism?
The destruction of it?
Intellectualism part
The destruction of it. Was
That's
it
a-
ever there to begin with? I'm kidding. It's a joke, guys.
not that much.
I kid.
I definitely don't think it's benefited it.
I don't know. It doesn't bother me. I don't ask men how many women they've slept with, just because it's irrelevant to me. And if I'm with a man, I'm with him because I trust him, and so I don't have insecurity with him. It's just not a thing. I don't know.
Word. Yo, thank you for the super chat. Or the TTS. Appreciate it. Okay, that's news to me, the whole nun thing.
That was
Did you have like a party phase or anything when you were younger, like college? Did you
No.
go some frat parties or
I
something?
would go to college parties, but I didn't drink. So
Okay.
but I love dressing up. So I would have like 3 or 4 costumes per Halloween and go to all the parties.
Okay.
But I didn't get drunk or do drugs.
Okay. All right. Let's see here. I had something. I think that's it for most of my notes. Okay, so let's get a couple super chats in. We have our good friend Woods. Thank you, brother. Burke, can you read this one?
Of course. Brian, loving your content that you've been pushing out.
Thank you, man.
Representing the ZYZZ community.
Ziz.
The Ziz. Is
Yeah.
it-
Wait, can you do this?
Australia
Can you
represents.
do this? No, it's like this. Here.
Wait,
like
the
Heisman? Wait,
kind of like
hold
the
on,
Heisman,
hold
you
on.
know?
Do like this?
Is this? Oh wait, am I doing it?
Look,
Are these
Here,
gang,
like
are these
this.
gang signs?
I know. What are you asking?
Like this?
Up in heaven.
No, like this.
Like
Out
this?
and look up. Look up. Higher. Lift your arm.
And now say rest in peace.
What is that?
Okay.
What is?
Congratulations, you're now gang affiliated. Just kidding. Go ahead.
Good feelings.
Go ahead.
Okay, the Ziz community get aesthetic as
Fuck, brah.
Always take your drugs in doses that you've been prescribed legally. The simp in me want girl in pink, but the dog in me refuses to such.
What
Period.
to such? Well, there's 2 girls wearing pink, so you're gonna have to clarify, Mr. Woods, which one. All right, can you read?
take us both.
Can you read this one, por favor?
Yes. Okay. Thoughts on men wanting to get married in a church, mosque, synagogue,
Yep.
And with modern women being less religious, it is harder to find normal women who want that. Dating within limits, dating pool. Plus, I found a lot of those women are nuts. So convert.
Who's nuts?
Women that aren't religious.
Isn't that typically where marriage occurs in a church? Even if you're like not religious, isn't that?
No.
Well, I guess
It's
there's
not
outdoors.
if you're not
and-
religious. Not in California.
Not in California. They do that shit at the beach, I guess.
Yeah, beaches, caves, Disneyland.
I have
Caves.
never been to a wedding. I just realized. Is that a red
Ever?
flag? I
That's
feel
a
like
red
that's,
flag.
people are like, bro, you don't have
That's
friends.
kind
What?
of a
Somebody
red
in
flag.
chat, invite Brian to your wedding.
Family?
I have never been to a wedding.
Do you know that you can hire professional bridesmaids? Like if you don't have friends or you don't have a maid
Wow,
of
that's-
honor,
like a best man
it's
shit.
like OnlyFans but for bridesmaids.
That
like
shit
you
is
can hire-
depressing, son.
There was like a movie about that with Kevin
There's-
Hart or something.
There was.
I
No,
remember.
it was.
there?
I love. There was.
He was
I
like
love
the
You
best
Man.
man. Like,
Yeah.
that is,
Oh, yeah. I
yeah.
never saw it. There was a movie about it.
Yeah,
Okay,
like
that's
they-
cute.
Gorton's Fisherman. I think everyone's fine with it.
I think
What about-
he's asking
Like,
if like we would if we would quote
I-
unquote convert or get married in the church.
Oh.
I
That's what he's
don't know.
asking.
Like, look, I'm Iranian, and like technically, like I'm supposed to be Muslim.
Technically
or whatever. I
speaking.
don't know. Like, clearly, I'm not like abiding by it, but
I thought you were devoutly.
What was the giveaway?
a few things.
Yes.
But like, I would if I was like marrying like someone Christian or a Catholic, you know, like I would probably say like we'll do that whole spiel in the church, and then like let's do like whatever like my people would do too, and then let's call it even. That's it.
That's a good point, Priya. So we'll go really quickly around the table. Would you convert? Let's say your dream man is.
Whatever.
Because some of
just
you
gotta
might already be
convert
religious. So I'm thinking, what if he was like a different religion? Or if those of you who are atheists, let's just say he's Christian.
Mm-hmm.
So would you convert for your dream guy?
I would. I would definitely not. I'm very, very strong in my Catholic faith. I would not convert for a guy.
So I'm Christian. I would convert to be Catholic, but that would be the only thing that I would be
Okay.
willing to convert to.
Buddhism?
No.
Jainism?
No.
Scientology?
Scientology?
Absolutely not. Hard no.
Well, so I actually dated my longest relationship, the one who went to jail, and I got out a few months ago. He was atheist, and I base legitimately everything off of like God and spirituality. So like going through that was like the worst thing, and going into it too, like all the reasons that our relationship ended, I knew that was like going into it why it wouldn't work out, and still I felt like I needed to gain experience on more of some of the surface level things with dating.
Word.
Yeah, but it taught me a lot, but I realized like I would never like first and foremost like you can get along, like it doesn't matter how many hobbies you have in common, like you'll learn to love their hobbies, but just like find somebody who has the same values as you do. Like that's the start.
That is the most important thing. Yeah.
By the way, Gorton's Fisherman here, just want to say, don't forget the Buddhist temples, bro. You're leaving that shit out. Come on, man. Please be considerate of other religions, you discriminatory fisherman. Okay. The real Mr. Meatball, thank you, man. Why not go more into atheist, libertarian, Allah, Ayn Rand? Definitely much more thoughtful than flipping from one empty calorie philosophy, liberalism, to another, conservatism. Ayn Rand? Are we talking about the Fountainhead? Or are we talking about the what's her other book?
Atlas Shrugged.
Atlas Shrugged.
Virtue of Selfishness.
Virtue of Selfishness. That's a good one.
Yeah.
Is she libertarian? Ayn Rand, is she libertarian?
She's like got her own sort of philosophy of.
Yeah. She might be.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's
Super capitalist, like the omni capitalist.
The real Mr. Meatball. Actually, Bert, can I have you read this?
Yes. Would y'all date someone who doesn't do social media and actively dresses down to not be flashy?
Yes.
Totally.
Yeah.
Red or green flag. Green flag.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Dresses down?
Yeah, but
Really?
defining dresses down. I mean, if you're not wearing designer labels, all that, that's perfectly
Like in certain
perfectly fine.
situations,
But I want you to look
dress
clean.
down, but
And
I think
I like
this-
not
Like,
being
look
too
put
flashy.
together.
Yeah.
I like a man who
I
dresses
think-
well. I want him to have nice pants, nice grooming, smell good, have a nice watch, have shoes that go with it. It doesn't need to be the most expensive, but I appreciate when a man puts like
Take
time
care
into
of
his
yourself.
appearance.
I mean, you
like
can
I don't
ju-
want him to intentionally
Violation.
make himself smaller or intentionally make himself be hidden. That's weird to me. I'd be like, why don't you want to take up space? You know,
can dress down and still smell good and dress nice. Like,
Yeah.
Dressing down,
but
like, what do we mean?
actively
Like,
dressing
yeah, that's
down
where I'm
not to
kind
be
of having a
flashy. That's
difficulty.
what I'm saying.
Like you
is
can
like,
go out in sweats and
But if I'm just looking like this
Also-
and you're out there in sweats with me,
Yeah.
no.
So like,
Like,
I think a lot of
you
people's
gotta know the
idea.
timing though. Like
Match-
yeah,
Match.
exactly. The energy.
What about let me throw something out there. What about a guy who wears Puma sweatpants
No.
and
Automatic no.
bro, hold on, let me
Okay,
finish.
fine. What are the other?
A guy who wears
It's Brian.
Puma sweatpants and like a black T-shirt and a flannel.
If you're at home,
You'd
fine.
wear.
no to
What
the
is the
flannel.
bottom of the
Brian,
sweats
is that
look
what
No
like?
to
you're
the
wearing right
flannel.
now?
Yeah.
Huh?
Are you
What?
wearing Puma
Are
sweatpants
they
right now?
like slim?
Oh,
Right.
I guess I happen to be wearing that. You know, just-
You got
What
the
do the bottom
slims?
of your sweats look like? Like,
Have
are
you
they the
thought about-
long, thick ending? Are they like the
Or the
scrunchy
joggers?
looking one?
Are we
Brian.
still talking about sweatpants? What are we
Yeah.
Brian
doing?
giving
I was
those
talking
red
about
flags.
sweatpants. I think
Let
I
me
don't
see
think
your
that
sweats.
it's.
What's up?
Bro, they're just
I mean-
they're just Puma.
Yeah.
There you go.
You don't have
you
to
thought
wear like
about
the
not
nicest
wearing
clothing,
flannel
but just
Is
anymore?
Brian
But
giving you
together
guys red
nicely.
flags with the Puma?
I
No,
don't
the
necessarily
flannel,
think
the
it's a red
flannel.
flag. It's just not a personal preference. I like somebody that knows how to put themselves together well. But that being said, you don't have to spend thousands of dollars on an
I
outfit.
mean, just
Right.
like
About
dress
his
dress
in
for
his
the
home.
occasion.
Timing.
The comfort
Where
of
are
his
you
home.
doing it? Where are you not?
Yeah.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like
Like, if
there's
we're
a time
going-
and place for everything.
But
like,
I
you
also
can't-
think with a man with the watch, you have to flash because a man, when he shows up on a date, if he's wearing an iWatch, I get major ick. I get major ick because the watch is like the most is the most personal accessory a man can have. His watch, and I feel like the iWatch is like the complete opposite of that. So like, I look for men's watches on their dating profiles.
So is it a red flag if they're not wearing a watch?
It's not a red flag, but when a man's wearing a real watch and not an iWatch, it gets me going some kind of way.
I think it has to do with people making tasteful
I
choices,
can't say,
and
like,
I think
yeah,
it's quality
can't
over
say I
quantity
don't
in that
completely
sense.
understand that. I do get it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like
He has
nice,
some
like,
taste,
chain
like,
or
or
something.
I don't know, like there's something specific that he. I don't know.
I don't know.
I think
man
it's-
with
I think
with
it's
like a
about the-
real watch is just
Yeah, I think it's about the occasion, but also like just balancing it out. Like you don't have to have everything super high quality, but like don't walk around looking like a bum. But I also would want to be able to like go to the supermarket and like pull up in sweatpants with my significant
Brian,
other.
Yeah.
Can I ask you a question?
What's up?
So if you were to go on a date with one of us, what would you wear?
I'm not gonna lie. I would wear this shit.
oh.
And where are you taking us? And
What?
Would you expect us
Are we
to
going
dress up
camping?
really nice?
Are we going
No,
camping?
honestly, like so. Okay, here's my thing.
Okay, come on.
I look if a girl dresses nice, that's fine. I actually kind of there's this song. It was his first hit by Drake. The best I ever had. Is that it?
Yeah.
Hair tied. Fuck, how's that shit go?
Chilling with no makeup.
Best I ever
on.
had. by Drake.
Sweatpants, hair. Hold on. Sweatpants, hair tied, chilling with no makeup on. That's when they're your prettiest.
I hope you don't take it wrong.
They know.
I don't like
That's a banger.
on a first date. I'll tell a girl, yo, you don't need to like. Hold on.
Their Almed Meatball donated $100. I'll chime and I watch guy.
Maybe spend that,
Oh my God.
maybe spend that $100 on a new watch.
He's a chap. No, but I actually prefer like I'll even tell a girl like, well, so okay, I'm not a huge fan of makeup. I don't really like makeup. So honestly, anything more than a bit of like maybe mascara, eyeliner, whatever. Like when you start putting shit on your face or lipstick, not a big fan. Not a big fan of it. So I kind of like the more low maintenance type of thing. You know?
She can still dress well and not wear a lot of makeup, and a man can dress casually and still be well groomed and smell good and be put together, and his sweatpants fit nicely, and he doesn't wear open plaid over a t-shirt, you know, to dinner.
Well, and a lot of it has to do with
flannels
how a
are
person
in,
carries.
son. I don't know what you guys missed the
Self-care.
If you went to Australia, you would be right in.
Flannels are the shit. Y'all.
I was about to say,
this is
if you
California,
put, like, a
son.
black button up on.
Black button up.
Long sleeve black.
You know what?
If that was
Hold
all
on.
black.
I'm gonna change into something. I'm gonna be right back.
Oh, yes.
You guys tell me.
Okay,
hold on.
Let's
you guys
rate
tell
you.
me if you would, date me when I'm.
Okay.
So
like,
rattlesnake,
it's like you're
you
showing
take
up to a
over. You
first
take over
date.
for a sec. I'll be right back.
Well, I was
in
gonna
the
add
jacket.
to
Take
it away, Jake.
Okay.
to the appearances. I was gonna
Alright.
say a lot of it has to do with how you carry yourself as well, having to do with like makeup. Because I even this past year, for probably like a good 6 months, I just increasingly like went with less and less makeup just to like try to embrace more and more. Yeah, but I noticed over time, like, and my mom like told me this too. She noticed like I started carrying myself a little bit differently. In some ways, it was like really good. In other ways, like when I finally did start wearing like a little bit more makeup, and I don't like I wear like maybe 3 things. Like I don't go crazy anyway. I don't really know how to do makeup that well, but like you just kind of it like ups your confidence sometimes. Like you just feel like a little bit more.
But do you think that has to do with the fact that people are now comparing themselves to people online constantly and setting unrealistic standards?
I think that that's a huge thing. Yeah,
That's a big
it has to do
thing,
with the
yeah.
comparison. For myself personally, I was able to develop more confidence with my natural beauty because like I got so used to wearing makeup every day. Like, and it was just like mascara, right? But even just going without mascara, like I started to love like just like my facial features the way they were without any of it. And like
Totally.
I think it's just about like enhancing your natural beauty rather than creating beauty. On
Of
your
course,
face
it can
with
be done tastefully, and then it can be done not tastefully as
Or
well.
It can be
but
damaging.
Yeah, absolutely.
The same thing happened with me. I think like a month ago. One day I forgot like bringing my makeup when I was out somewhere, and I didn't have any makeup on, and I looked in the mirror and I thought I looked hideous, and I was thinking about it, and I shouldn't look at myself in the mirror and think I'm ugly without makeup. And so I'm sorry, I'm really bad at talking right now because I'm kind of nervous and tired. But I feel like it's wrong to look at yourself in the mirror without makeup and think you're hideous. And so I went on a trip to Europe for 2 weeks, and I was like, I'm not going to pack makeup. And it was terrible. The first few days, I felt like terrible in all my pictures. But then over time, I felt more and more confident. And now I can wear it for like special events, but I'm trying to go makeup free as well.
That's how it was for me too.
Yeah.
I'm interested to know, girls, in your DMs, what is the craziest thing you've ever been offered in terms of being flown out? Anything like that? Have you ever accepted? Have you ever been tempted to accept?
No, because of safety.
Yeah.
Number
No?
one. Like,
What have you been offered?
I
Is it
think
true that you
people-
girls are getting offered to be flown out?
Yeah,
to
I would
exotic?
say so for
Flight
like,
tickets.
but for like sexual things. And at the end of the day, like,
Are they pretty explicit? You have to do this?
Sometimes, like, I'll get like messages in my DMs like, oh, I'll like pay you to come fly out to me and like do whatever. And like safety is number one, obviously. And I wouldn't necessarily accept money for that. Like I want to talk to someone or like get to know them, and not just for sex. Like that's not like a thing. I don't want to do that. Yeah.
Yeah, because you want to be careful as well.
Yeah, exactly.
How about yourself?
Are you being flown out to somewhere like you're unfamiliar with? Like,
Yeah.
Just anywhere. Has someone slid into your DMs and said, I'll pay you to do this, and then you've either rejected or accepted it?
yeah, and I agree with her on the safety part. Like, you can't just decide that. Just no matter what amount of money you're gonna give me, like, or offering. I don't know you.
So if you did know them, you might do it.
Who knows? Okay.
Like maybe the craziest thing would probably be like a car, but
They've offered to buy you a car.
yeah, but
Wow.
obviously like same thing with like safety reasons. Like,
Do you reckon they were serious?
There's a lot of stalkers, huh?
Do you reckon they were serious about it?
What do you mean? Like, do I think he was serious? Yeah,
Yeah.
he was.
Was I too
he was like
Australian?
a stalker of mine.
Yeah, right. Okay.
I haven't had anyone slide into my DMs, but
You will after this.
Because I'm sure, but because I go door to door and I talk to people every day. A few weeks back, I did have this guy, like he straight up offered to go take me and get a new car full up in cash. I was like sitting on this dude's couch, like trying to sell him like a smart home system, and he's like, "Yeah, I'll buy you a car." And then I was like, maybe I should be selling the fact that I'm broke instead of like the system. But no, then I was just kind of like, well, I'm gonna go talk to your neighbors. But other than that, I haven't had any crazy offers.
No, it comes back to safety. I am a really small person, so
4'11".
I'm 4'10".
4'10".
Yeah, you were giving me a little bit of grace with that extra inch.
That's all right.
I know I got these booster seats over here, been sliding around.
What's it like being 4'10"?
Man, I definitely get to experience the world at a lower level, I
Yeah.
guess.
It's like a legal, legally.
So my first car had a 1999 Tahoe, and I put pedal extensions in there, and I drove around with that. So like this small little girl hopped out of this big jacked up truck, trying to.
What's your cultural background?
So I was actually adopted from China when I was 9 months old. And then I grew up in Texas, and I'm still there currently, trying to move to LA.
Never met your parents, your adopted parents?
No, I have not. It was a closed adoption.
Oh, yeah.
So in 1996, it was adoption, I'm pretty sure in China you could only have one child. Oh.
I feel like we're
fancy over here.
Stalingrad.
Stop
it. If you wore this on the first date.
Women love a man in uniform, but I don't think this is what we had in mind.
Brian, do you have a hat? You have
Where's
a hat
your
to go
chapeau?
with the rest of it, or
what?
Do you have a
Because you're
sword?
almost there. I just think you're missing touch it. Find it. Did you get a watch also?
Yeah. Do you have a watch?
yeah.
Do you have a sword? Do the medals match?
A
what?
Maybe an eye watch.
Yeah. Do you have a pocket watch?
Yeah.
Watches are investment pieces.
A monocle, maybe?
Okay.
Yeah. Perfect.
Styling.
See, now I'm hopping on it.
Now he's one step above the occasion.
So I show up to a first date like this.
Dude,
That's a man of
It's a
business.
We
yes
run
for
away.
me.
It's done.
Yes
It's
for me.
you guys panties are dropping
we're getting
instantly.
It's over.
Instantly.
Running and screaming the other direction.
Is it a Soviet?
No, it's World War One.
United States. It's quite a collector's item.
I'm gonna be honest. I would, if a guy showed up in that uniform minus the hat on a first date.
You'd be into that shit.
I would do it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm kind of nerdy. I have like a weird World War fetish.
World War fetish.
Yeah, not like sexual,
What the
but
fuck?
Oh, I mean,
And
when
like a
you say
marriage,
fetish
right?
sexual, it suggests that. And when you say fetish, it suggests.
a romantic fetish.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like romance novel.
So,
Yeah.
Romance novel.
Yeah.
Pearl Harbor love story, that sort of thing. He dies and then comes
Adorable.
back.
Yeah.
You thought he was
Comes
dead.
back to life.
Yeah. You thought he was
From
dead.
the dead.
You seen Pearl Harbor?
Oh my God. AB Check, thank you for the 20 gifted memberships. Much appreciated. Wait, okay, so I think before I got up and took a while to get fucking changed into this shit, it's not an easy thing
I
to get
did
into.
see you struggling
Yeah,
over
it was
there.
tough. This shit was hard. Y'all were being very rude to me about my fashion choices. I was deeply hurt and offended
I'm sorry,
that
Brian.
all of you were hating on my flannel and
You need to
sweatpants.
lose the flannel, I think. Yeah.
What?
I mean,
Whoa.
okay,
The flannel's
flannel's
fucking
I know
legendary.
that's like your thing.
You know, that's my thing.
I know it's your thing,
I
but
think if you paired the flannel with like a nicer shirt underneath and then like some jeans, like it depends.
Jeans?
Like,
Bro,
yeah,
I dress for
are you like a
speed,
full-
baby.
It depends on what kind
jogger.
of date, but like
I dress for speed. I ain't trying to
flannels
dress
can
for.
be
Bro, have you ever
acceptable.
tried to throw a fucking high kick in jeans, son?
How often
Why
do
would
you
you throw a
do
high
that?
kick?
Bro,
first
more
date
often
on a
than you
date?
would think, son. I be throwing kicks all day. I'd be like,
Is that it
boom.
though? High kicks? Like you
You
just
saw
Oh,
the
you never know
throwdown,
when you gotta be
throwdown
fucking
with the
kicking some
flannel.
motherfucker. See, I dress for a zombie apocalypse. I'm fucking ready. Some shit goes down, bro. Shit hits the fan.
Shit's the fan.
See, you guys overlook this shit because you be wearing heels and shit. But us men, we gotta be thinking, okay, I don't ever wear sandals when I go out in public because in case some shit goes down, I want to be in some proper shoes so I can run.
Yeah. Me and Brian walk back to back down the
That's
street.
what's up. You
I
guys,
run better in
Puma sweats.
heels and
you guys don't
sandals.
have the privilege. Hold on. You guys don't have the privilege of being conscious of these shit hits the fan scenarios. That's why y'all be wearing heels and shit. You think you're gonna run away from a tsunami in heels, son? No. We're on the
Why
coast.
are you looking at me?
We're near
I'm
the
the
fucking
tallest.
coast. Son. We are here. This is the
I'm the
coast.
tallest here. I do not wear heels.
California, son. There could be a
Puma sweats
tsunami.
too. I won't even let you. I have Puma sweats too. I wear flannels.
I'm not trying to get
I
to
shop
high
at
ground in
Ross.
some heels, son.
Brian,
What?
Is there ever an occasion that you do dress up?
Huh?
I said, is there ever an occasion that you do dress up?
Funerals,
He's invited
bar
to those.
mitzvahs,
Yeah, no weddings.
No weddings,
weddings,
just
though.
funerals.
No weddings,
Yes.
And bar mitzvahs.
and weddings, I guess. I don't
Brian,
know.
just go to Utah. Everybody gets married in Utah. Everyone's getting married super
So
young.
Brian,
Sweatpants are comfortable,
There's
son.
weddings like every day.
Bill Gates wore Bill Gates. Steve Jobs wore
Bill
New
Gates is the
Balance. New
I
Balance, and he was a billionaire before
No,
he tragically
New
died
Balance-
of cancer.
New Balance is actually kind of nice. Those are it's pretty.
Yeah, but did he
New
wear
Balance
the
is
kind of
did he
trending?
wear
To
the
be
same
honest,
fit wear whatever the
to
hell he
a
wants?
wedding.
What? Hello?
What'd you say? He didn't wear the same fit.
I mean, should the brand matter that much? Like, definitely quality, but
he said he's
sometimes-
never been.
Look,
Sometimes it's
here's the
quantity.
thing. Here's what you guys don't understand. It's not our job as men to be the pretty ones. That's y'all job.
No,
That's why
in
we go for the
America,
guys with
Y'all
in
don't.
Europe,
Because
the
then that's when
men
we fix up the
dress
guy.
so nice,
They're not
and
ready.
they
They're
could
not ready.
still be ready. Oh yeah,
it's
That's
not
true.
even.
it's not. Yeah,
It's just looking clean cut and knowing how to present
I
yourself.
do need, I was gonna have
a
get a haircut
flannel's not even
yesterday, but, you know, shit
aerodynamic,
happened.
so like,
Me and Brian
it's okay,
pre-planned this. I said I'd dress
But-
nice, and I was
but you
like,
could,
Brian, are you
tear
gonna wear the
sleeves
flannel
off
just so
flannel
someone's
and,
ready?
Like, repurpose it a little bit. Yeah.
It's not even like a crazy amount of effort that needs to be put into it. Honestly, it's just kind of
Just
knowing how to
like-
style yourself and having a few really good, kind of timeless pieces. That
You know
you're
what,
gonna-
guys? You've
the
changed my
reverse
mind.
of the
so
it's the
upset.
reverse of
Brian,
my
Brian,
mind.
can I take you shopping?
Should we have
are
a
you paying?
ceremony and,
No.
and bury your flannels?
Oh,
after
let me
the
take
show?
you
The
shopping.
reverse of the Drake like lyrics
Let
that
me
you were
take
talking
you shopping,
about,
but not pay for it. Excuse me.
I'll help you.
Is that
I'll
what
fix
you-
your wardrobe for
Listen,
you.
I'm high maintenance. You got to wine and dine me. You're not gonna. If you're gonna take me shopping, you're paying for that.
Hey, know your worth.
Yeah, that's right. Yes, Queen. Okay, I don't know. But,
Can you
okay.
can you take that last part back? The yes queen. Can we not go? Can we not use that one?
It's
Yeah.
done. Accept it. Okay. Let's see. What do we? Did we? It doesn't do social.
I
We
don't-
did this one. Actively dresses down to not be flashy.
The social media thing is a turn on not having social media.
No,
Oh.
I like when a man has
Their
social media.
donated $100. Get a gold chain and you'll be golden.
No.
Listen.
No.
Listen. Are you guys familiar with the band Pearl Jam? Do you guys know Eddie Vedder?
Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
Yes.
That's what I'm going for. Okay.
Okay,
Yes,
Pearl
Brian,
Jam
now.
kinda-
Put
Pearl
some
Jam.
respect.
Now or at
Or you're
his
going for
peak?
like.
It was a great look in the early 90s. It's a
90s.
great look today.
So are you going for like the grunge, like Kurt Cobain?
I'm looking for.
Okay.
But like
with new-
the Eddie Vedder look, which is
Okay, yeah.
the Kurt
His
Cobain,
current.
like they most of the grunge band singers, they all died. But Eddie Vedder's still kicking, so I'm going for the Eddie Vedder
Okay.
look.
I mean, I'm
Kind
sure
of.
he's gotten
But
babes.
him.
Plus
so,
sweatpants.
You know, you'll get some babes with that.
Anybody
I'm
want to
guessing.
try to sing a Pearl Jam song really quick?
Dude, I grew up
I'm
on Rock
still
Band.
alive, her. Huh?
I grew up on Rock Band.
What?
It's always when I'm spacing the Pearl Jam ones, but I know for a fact I have some on my playlist.
Huh?
Dude, that one's one of the main. You have to know that one.
Which one? 1970?
Wait, is Alive by
Am I
Pearl
right?
Jam?
I think you're talking
That
about
was
Smashing
Smashing
Pumpkins.
Pumpkins.
No, is it?
Better Man is a good song by Pearl
Is
Jam.
Alive by Pearl Jam?
Who?
I'm still alive.
That's the one I just sang. Yeah.
Oh,
Alive.
Oh.
I thought we were going to get
That's probably why it
copyrighted.
came
It
to
was
my head then.
Yeah, I know. This
But
is
you
a
kind
cover.
of just like, you didn't sing it, you just like,
I mean, Eddie Vedder kind of sings like he
Are
has
you being
marbles in his mouth. But
kind of it.
okay, let's move on here. We have the real Mr. Meatball. Could you date someone substantially smarter than you?
Oh.
I hope to date somebody smarter than me because I
I
need
have
to
a-
learn some things.
If they have high
don't know.
EQ too, like they have to be smart, but also very understand how to talk to people and
They have to be
socially.
They have to be
Like, not like
humble
pretentious
and
about it, but like
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
dated a
it'd be nice
couple
to
of
learn.
men who are in the genius IQ range, and I found that it actually turned out to be quite difficult for me.
It
So
is.
I
Like, they
I
don't
like
have
when
the
a man is
social-
intelligent and smarter than me in areas that I'm not so capable. But I think I've learned from me there is actually like a threshold where it's like it doesn't work for me.
I guess it's just about like complimenting like the areas where you each aren't. I say like I'd obviously rather date a man that's smarter than not. I've like dated guys where like even just talking about like different IQ levels or like I don't know, like study habits, things like that. Like it's one of those things again where what's the word, whatever, it's like hypergamy. Yeah, like I feel like it's the same thing with intelligence. Like I want somebody that like I can actually learn from and grow, but I also want them to be able to like grow and learn from me in the same ways as well. Instead of me feeling like I'm dragging them along because they're like, you know, they don't want to try or they just it doesn't click.
Like that's their peak.
Yeah, because I've dated guys where it's like I'm like looking to get a little bit more out of them, and I'm like, oh, like that's it, like that's kind of where it stops.
Jake from Rattlesnake TV, would you date a woman who's stupider than you?
Well, of course I would.
Of course.
Yeah.
They're all.
I'd be much more hesitant to date a woman that's smarter than me. Yeah, I'd rather date a woman who's more stupid than me.
No way.
Absolutely.
Why?
Wait, you'd rather date a woman who's smarter
Is that
than
what
you?
you think?
No,
you
I'd rather
deserve?
date a woman who's less smart than me.
Okay.
Why do you think you deserve that?
That
Like,
doesn't mean
What
that
do you mean
they're,
deserve?
dumb.
Like I don't know. Like what do you mean by that though? Like can you elaborate on that? Like
What specifically do you want to know? I think that like.
How do you know that they're
like is
smarter
it like
than
a
you?
Well, you can tell. I mean, you have exchanges with them, and you can see who gets the upper hand, and then you have to sort of go easy on them.
But like,
sometimes.
is it like wanting to like be like the? I don't know how to. What's the word for it? Like.
Are you asking if I
like
want
the power trip type of vibe? Like, all right, I'm gonna always know.
Well,
better than
you don't
anyways.
want somebody who's always going to be constantly like challenging you on absolutely everything
Is
because
that
it's
pretentious or like what is it? Is that the right word? I don't know. Like,
So
like,
we like somebody like me. Like I've got a business that I run, and I'm constantly challenged by everything around me all the time. So when I get home, I want tenderness and love. And if someone who wants to help me with whatever endeavors I'm doing, then that's fine. But I don't want to get home and have somebody who just wants to argue with me, challenge me, and all these sorts of things. I don't want somebody, so.
Like I think it's important to be able to have intellectual conversations, but
Definitely. I said before, I like smart
overrated.
girls.
Yeah. No one needs a
that
brain
shit's
anymore,
overrated.
honestly. Yeah.
You know,
I think one day you're going to be old and like you're going to be grey and old, and you're going to want to talk about something with someone, and like some of the common misconceptions that like a lot of guys say that they want a girl who's just going to sit there and shut up and be quiet. And I personally don't think that. I think that like you want somebody who can have a conversation with you.
And dumber than you doesn't mean dumb or stupid in general.
yeah, I feel like you maybe worded it differently, but I get what you're saying more now that you explained it a little bit.
So someone who's less smart.
A little
than me, I'd
bit
be cool
of an
with that.
intelligence gap.
Yes.
A small intelligence gap.
I
Yes.
don't even know if it's
I
like
think
an intelligence gap. but
Stupid women are
it's
really
more of
hot.
Like,
like a girl who's just dumb
It's
as bricks.
bimbo
It's
feminism,
just
baby.
kinda
Bimbo
fucking hot.
feminism.
Just somebody
They-
that's like a
they-
Brian,
I
you're going to
can't
be the
say
victim
they're
to the
not.
bimbo feminism. They're going to
Huh?
come for guys like you.
What do you mean?
The
Huh?
bimbo feminism?
What do you mean?
Were you here for that part?
Like I'll
gonna
I'll end up
demolish you.
dating a bimbo
no, like
feminist?
there's like
I
that
mean,
tier of
you're falling right into the
that
trap.
are like that I don't know how.
that are
They're
like
like the
bimbos.
Paris Hilton personality.
I love women like that though.
No.
I think they're great.
I think they're funny.
They're
but-
fun.
they're
I
funny.
think. I mean.
You know what I mean?
I think.
Brian,
they're great.
I think you're afraid if they're too smart, they're going to start critiquing your outfit too much.
If they're too smart,
If they're too
they're gonna
smart.
critique my.
Yeah.
No, I feel like high IQ people probably don't give a shit about how you dress. It's you could actually make the
Yeah.
opposite argument that like super high IQ women are like not super concerned with
Could care less
material.
That's
Sure,
true.
you can absolutely
Yeah, I
make
would
that.
agree
Like you
with
could
that. I would
argue
agree
like
with
really
that.
like low IQ women are like really obsessed with vanity. So,
That's
um,
true.
but
Because there's not much
Well,
more
then
depth to them
but
after that.
when I say like a dumb like a stupid. By the way, I'm kind of being facetious, but not like a dumb woman that's gonna like fuck up your life, but like a simple woman. You know?
Sure. Yeah.
So not,
It's just
not
like
very much
simple.
depth.
like an airhead.
Because like sometimes being hyper intelligent comes with neuroticism, so it's like they're just because like if you're kind of ignorance is bliss type of shit. Like if you're super smart and you're just thinking about like, man, poverty.
all the time.
Equity.
I'm just like, bro, okay. Oh my God, the
So
world.
we all
That might
basically
be me.
want a balance.
I
Like,
really
we
was-
just want.
I really was
a
going
little
through the
bit
airport
each.
looking at people thinking if there was an apocalypse right now, who would die first? So I mean,
What? Wait, what?
I'm thinking about how you're like, you want someone who doesn't, they're just sitting there thinking about like, oh, poverty. Like I was sitting there in the airport thinking like, I wonder like, I'm like, oh, lady would definitely die first if like zombies took over right now. Is that what you mean? Like just thinking about like.
Well, like there's like stupid where they make mistakes and they fuck up, you know?
In
You don't
what
want
way?
that.
What kind of mistakes?
And then what's the other?
And like you mean the sweet spot of stupidity? Is that what we're looking for?
Yeah, there's like a sweet spot to it for sure.
It depends on the personality as well. Like I'm somebody who's a big communicator. Like I'm traveling with my brother, we work together. He's a terrible communicator, internalizes everything. So I find that very frustrating. So if I ever had a wife, then I would need her to be a good communicator. And I find that's a form of intelligence that I would personally need. Whereas other people, like my brother, for example, he wouldn't care at all about that. Like, you know, he's a very creative smart, but like not necessarily like somebody who needs to communicate. So
we have here Don A. Thank you for the donation, man. Appreciate it. I run 100-mile foot races in Sandals. LOL 39 single Marine vet.
Okay.
Yeah, there we go.
That's
I think
an exception.
So you can do it in sandals.
I run. What did I miss? Was I away from this part?
You said that you don't wear. You were
But
saying
you know you
don't
leave
wear
the house.
sandals because you have
And
to be
you
ready to
know-
save people. And he's saying he's a vet and he wears
I
sandals.
run 100. Look, there's people who
you
do
can do it,
barefoot.
yeah.
Look,
I was
you
gonna say
barefoot shit.
I run barefoot
you
when I
finished
run.
that and you had blisters.
I'm just
after that.
I'm
Like,
just
it's not
saying.
the most comfortable way.
Listen,
to do
if you're trudging through the there's glass-strewn streets of the Paris riots, and then there's like what's like a disease you can get on your hepatitis. You know, you want shoes when you're walking through the streets, son. I'm not walking around New York City or San Francisco in fucking barefoot.
Wear
Just saying.
open-toed shoes in a city.
Look, you go to the beach, yeah, you go in the sand, fine. You can go barefoot, but
Catch a needle
I'm just
in LA.
saying. I'm just saying, you know.
You can't do that. No.
Brian, do you think your level of risk aversion is normal? Because even with like first dates and marriage
Your
and not
risk
wanting to wear sandals,
Huh?
Are you genuinely asking what?
Wait, so what's the question? What's your question?
Do you think your level of risk adversity is normal?
Is my level of risk averseness normal?
Yeah, you're always worried about these weird situations.
I'm deeply worried about this. You're right.
Yeah.
I'm super deep.
He's trolling you.
Okay, maybe not the sandals, but like the marriage and like not paying on a first date.
I do feel like really insecure when I'm wearing sandals, though, not gonna lie. Like I do in the back of my head, I'm like bro, if shit goes down, I'm fucked.
You feel vulnerable. Right?
Yeah, like I'm going to Chipotle, bro, who knows who's coming? Some fucking gunman comes in Chipotle, I got my fucking sandals on, I'm fucked. I can't run in sandals, son.
There's also the feet fetishers.
What the
You don't
fuck?
want to be showing your
Yo,
toes
you know
in
what's
public.
crazy? You know what's fucking crazy? If you there's a website called wikifeet. I'm on that shit. Not like someone uploaded my feet pics to that.
You're lying.
Do you feel betrayed?
Yo, Nick.
Why do you have feet?
No, don't pull it up.
Yeah.
Did you send your feet pics?
Told you, he said
I'll send it.
OnlyFans.
I'll send it. Just like some weird dudes, like a couple.
Screenshotted it?
Some weird dudes be screenshotting my feet.
Drop the link.
Why are you
if
putting your
have
feet
it.
online?
I didn't put it online. I'm just saying there's like a photo and my feet happen to be in the photo. These motherfuckers like zoom in on the feet. I literally have a wikifeet article about me.
Can we pull that article?
No, but they
Do we
rate
have
my
that
shit
article
though,
on
and
hand?
I'm high rated.
So
I'm
you're like
super
that.
high rated on wikifeet. Watch out, girls, I'm coming for your bread.
Put me on. What's going on?
I'm coming for your OnlyFans money.
Hey, collab.
Let's go. Let's fucking go. Wait, so what was your question? Seriously though, I'll try to be serious. What was your question?
Does anyone remember something
Do you
about
think your
risk
level of risk aversity is realistic?
or is it
Risk
normal?
averseness.
You seem very highly adverse to
My high
risk.
maintenance, is that what you're saying?
Or like high anxiety.
I don't know.
You're very nervous about certain
huh?
situations.
I don't think he's
feel like.
nervous.
Yeah,
I think
man,
he's
I'm
just planning for the
nervous about
worst.
touching
No, we're not talking about the sandals.
yeah.
anymore.
In terms
Yeah.
of marriage,
We're going deeper
in
into
terms
the
of marriage
psychology.
and his view on marriage, you have to be careful these days. It's not
Yeah.
being risk averse. It's being smart and calculated, and not
100%.
thinking with your dick.
Yeah, but even
That's
like
true.
not paying on the first date, I feel like sometimes you just gotta risk the L.
I don't know. There's been times where
I
I
don't know,
have
man.
paid.
Hmm?
I feel like I've paid on first dates like a lot of times, and
Why do you do
worked
that?
out fine. Just because I'm able to and I want to, and it doesn't matter. I know it's gonna come back. Like it's just one fucking.
Are
deal.
these dates where you're just going out to dinner, or is there an activity involved in the day as well? As in, like,
doesn't matter.
Wait, Tasia has a question for me. Please restate your question. I will answer it.
Do you think your level of risk aversion is normal?
What specifically are we talking about here?
Do you feel like it's normal for you to be so concerned about like what could possibly go wrong?
In terms of marriage, or?
Like
well, in
his
terms of
anxiety towards
yeah,
everything.
I think it might be more general, but especially in dating and marriage.
So you're saying that like when it comes to dating, I am risk averse.
Yeah, like
more
you
than
don't.
the normal, more than the norm. Well, I think I am merely moving and operating the same way that like an average woman would move in terms of my screening process, because I think men are honestly terrible screeners and they'll honestly take anything that comes, whereas like I think I'm approaching, like when it comes to the screening that I do, like it's commensurate with like the average woman. So am I risk averse when it comes to dating? Probably, but that's smart.
To a degree, it's smart. I think you can miss out on a lot of great girls by refusing to
what?
pay for a first date.
No, that's some gangster shit. They love that shit.
Like, your name is Grace, right?
What's not paying
You
for
can't
it?
tell me.
Huh?
Wait, what's gangster? Not paying for it or paying
Huh?
for it?
Not paying for it.
Not paying for it? I mean, it's not gangster.
No, it's
It-
cowardly.
honestly, it's
How's
gonna
it
make-
cow? Whoa.
If I
I take
pay-
offense. I take
will
offense.
say-
Someone give me a glove. I'm gonna challenge you to a duel. How dare you call me a coward?
You can't tell me that if a woman like Grace wanted to go on a date with you, that you'd be like, oh yeah, she's sleeping with a bunch of men, so I can't buy this
Grace?
nice lady a dinner.
Oh no, she's got the Miley Cyrus hair. I don't know.
Wait, so Brian,
Miley
I don't know
Cyrus
this
is
about
bad.
you. You don't ever pay on first dates.
There are some rare occasions in which I will pay for a first date.
Like you don't even go
So-
half and half. Like it's just a full. You don't like.
No. I'll
half
pay.
the-
I'll pay,
How
I'll
do
pay for my
you-
food.
okay.
Of course,
How
I pay
do
for
you
my. I'm a
decide-
gentleman.
All right,
I'll pay
see,
for my
that's-
food.
That's different.
Wait, what if you
How do you
I'm a perfect
decide
gentleman.
when you're
Like, you're not gonna
paying
pay for her, though.
her part of the like?
Huh?
What does that look like? How does that go down?
Oh, you
When
want some
do- like-
game? I'll give you
like
some
the,
game.
The check comes
no.
and you've decided
I've
at
already-
some point
yep.
in the date, like I'm not paying for her portion.
What do you mean? Hold on. At some point in the date, I've just that's predetermined.
No, he has a
There's
whole
there's not
plan.
there's not a decision in the middle of the date where like I'm not paying for the shit. It's like going in. I don't care how cool she is. I ain't paying
Oh,
for that
so
shit.
because you said sometimes you'll pay, sometimes you don't. So I thought, like, what? How do you
Oh,
determine
okay, that's
when
fair.
you?
That's fair.
Yeah.
That's
That's
fair.
why
Okay,
I was
okay.
like, well,
You're right.
how,
That's
how are
fair.
you
You caught me.
deciding? Yeah.
You've caught me.
What if you
So
asked?
in the
No,
yeah,
Wait,
Say
hold on.
you-
One question at a time.
How do you
form a
des-
line, please. I will
How do you
answer all your
decide
questions in
when
time.
to pay for a date?
Yeah.
And how do you decide when you're not
Sure.
going to? And what
Of
does that
course,
look
of
like
course.
on the date for you?
So there's one thing I'll look at is
She's not ready.
income.
Okay.
Income. If she's making good money, if she's a professional, she has a career, under those circumstances, man,
Victor
I was
Apostle
about to
donated
cook, bro.
$100.
Yeah, thank you, Victor.
I feel like Brian is a bit too careful when it comes to dating, but it seems that's not enough looking at how the dating scene looks like in the States. In other places you don't have all these factors that make it harder for you. Cheers, Bree.
Brie, huh? Is that cheese or some shit?
I'm
Okay.
assuming they meant Brian.
Like cheers, bride.
Yeah, I get it. I get it. Well, I mean, one thing he's talking about, like, for example, guys have to be cognizant when it comes to the not paying thing. A lot of, maybe not a lot of women, but enough women do what's called a foodie call, where they're going on dates without a genuine intention of pursuing anything, whether it be sexually or romantically. So they'll go on a date with a guy because they had nothing better to do and they just want a free meal. No, I'm not saying all women do this, but if you've dated long enough, like you've ran into a girl who's a user, just like I'm sure women have, you guys have maybe ran into dudes who are fucking
So
either
do you know this before
misrepresenting.
the date? Like I
Huh?
can tell she's that kind of woman, so I'm not going to pay. And then why are you taking
Well,
her
that's
the first
that's
place?
like a
you know? If that's the determining factor,
You wouldn't go if you knew it was
why
a
are you
foodie call.
taking her out?
Yeah, I wouldn't go, but,
Right.
like-
So when do you not pay for a date? Predetermined.
Okay. Well,
or-
like as I was about to say, if she's a career woman, if she's making her own money, and also like living in California, a lot of women you encounter tend to lean more liberal, progressive. So you kind of like, bro, you can't be feminist until the check comes. You can pay. Like, this is what you asked for. Maybe that's a bit vindictive, but I'd say the main thing is, for example, if she's younger and she's in college or something, like she's 21, she's still in college. Under those circumstances, I'd be
Like, you'll
more
factor out,
inclined to pay. But honestly, I feel like you can do some even extra gangster shit and just do something for free. Do some free shit. Go for a little.
So the best move, and it's only a
Do a
couple
little
of
walk.
men have ever done it.
Huh?
It's when the thing that I love the most is when the man excuses himself to go to the restroom and he pays the bill so that so it's not even an issue at the table. So he takes care of
Okay.
the bill and it's done, and then they come and they say thank you. That happened to me, and I swear it was like, wow.
Yeah, well,
that was a class act, because he was like, I'm not even going to put her in a position. He knows who I am. He's like, I'm not even going to go there. It didn't matter like what I made, what I did, whatever. He's like, of course I want to get it. And so he just got it.
Yeah, listen, this isn't like what I am putting out there is not like the most effective thing you can do. The most effective thing you can do, regardless of what the situation is, whether it's a foodie call, whether it's not, whether she's liberal, whether she's conservative, is to pay for the date. However, as a matter of principle, even though it comes at my detriment or my potential detriment by losing women, for me, it's kind of like a principle thing. Because
you're trying
because
to
if
weed
you're
out the
like
bad
dating
eggs.
liberal women, which I mean, I'm trying to avoid that in recency, but like living in California, living in Santa Barbara, a super liberal place, a lot of the women you're going to encounter are probably like lean liberal. They'd probably say, I believe in gender equality. Gender roles should be removed, blah, blah, blah. Like, I'm not.
Genders can be
I'm not
equal
gonna
and
do it.
have different roles.
That part.
Men and women are equal in their dignity.
Yeah, but you can't.
But
okay,
they can
but-
have different roles, and they can be complementary. You don't have to say that a woman is lesser than a man to justify paying for a woman's meal. That's
not what I'm saying. But there are certain gender roles that benefit men, and there are certain gender roles that benefit women.
Okay.
So you don't get to like equality is not a buffet where you pick and choose the benefits with which you like. You take the equality that benefits you and disregard the equality that doesn't come to your benefit. That's my view of equality.
So you're saying that if a woman, just for clarification, so if the woman wants the right to vote and the right to an education, then she shouldn't anticipate a man paying for her meal to give her a small social cue that he is of a provider mindset.
Well, being in the provider mindset, that's a traditional gender role. I'm not sure the two examples you gave are perfect examples, but I'm trying to think of
Maybe you could think of one.
I'm trying to think of a better example. For example, okay, you want a man who's a leader and who's a protector and who's going to take initiative, right?
In what sense?
Okay, so, well, paying for the date, that would be like a man being in the leadership position. So
Okay.
if you want a man to be in that leadership position, he ought to have, like, the man in a long-term relationship in a marriage should be the head of the household. In other words, the final decision on any issue is mine. For example, if I want my kids to not go to public school and I want them to go be homeschooled, and you disagree with me, it's my call.
Right. So I would only marry a man whose judgment I trusted in the first place.
Okay.
So I'm only going to marry a man where I feel like he would make proper decisions for my life and my children's life and for the betterment of the family.
Sure.
And so that's a non-issue to me. That of
So-
course
Yeah,
that's what I want.
here's-
I want him to be a leader. If I don't respect him and I don't think he's a good decision maker,
Well, you shouldn't be dating him.
then
in the
I
first
wouldn't
place,
be
then.
dating him. So
Exactly.
that's like, of course I want that.
I'm trying to think of another example.
So-
Go ahead, Priya.
I
and then I'll
definitely
go.
agree with that, but to an extent, I think that just because I do believe that the man of the home is essentially the main decision maker, there are probably going to be decisions that he's going to make that I don't fully agree with at that point in time, but I'm going to trust him and believe because I trust his decision making capability, and I trust that he has my our well-being and the well-being of our future kids at the forefront of his mind, and I have to trust that he's making these decisions for that betterment.
I agree 100%, and I actually think I actually think that oftentimes men make better decisions
100%.
Than I would make. And I think I've learned in dating that sometimes men have a foresight that I don't have. And if I just defer to their decision and what they've chosen, I often find that if I sit back and allow it to play out, it actually is a great decision. Whereas when I was younger, I think I might have been like, well, I don't see that, and I'm not sure, and I think we should do it this way or whatever. But now, I don't know. I feel differently now. So I'm saying I agree with you.
No, totally.
Go ahead.
Sorry, just one more quick point. Just women tend to be more emotional decision makers, and men tend to be more rational. So I think, therefore, that's why they historically make better and more trusted decisions.
So let me ask you a question. Is it a man's job to pay on a first date?
I think for me, if a man doesn't pay, he's not the man for me.
Okay.
Most likely.
Now, if I were to say it's a woman's job to cook and clean, do you object to that statement? Or is that okay for you?
I think that if someone's in a traditional gender rolled marriage and they've decided like the woman's going to stay home and cook and clean and raise the kids and the husband's going to be a provider, like that's fine.
Now, I'm not, just to clarify, I'm not necessarily saying that that's what I believe.
Yeah.
But as a woman, even if you're a liberal-leaning woman, you're not going to get a ton of pushback if you say, I want a guy who, or I think men should pay for the first date. However, if a guy were to say, I think a woman should cook and clean, you're going to get a lot. Well, people will be losing their shit over that.
If a man wants a woman who wants to stay home and be a homemaker, then he should find that kind of woman. There's lots of women who want to do that. I think that's great. I have nothing wrong with that. I do know women who don't like when men pay on dates, and that's fine too. But you're asking my opinion. Do I think a man should pay on the first date? People have free will. They can do whatever they want. All I'm saying is if I go on a date and I go to dinner, if I'm asked out on a date from a man and we go to this dinner and the bill came and he wanted to split it with me, I would split the bill. I wouldn't say anything about it. I would quietly pay my piece. I would quietly pay my piece of the bill, but I wouldn't go on a second date with him.
That's fine. And look, everyone can have.
I mean, I don't. It's not like a big. It's just my preference. Yeah.
Okay, but couldn't it be my preference to not want to pay on the first date?
It can be your preference, yes.
Okay, but you object to it.
I don't object to it for you if that's your choice and that's attracting the kind of woman that you want. But for me, if you and I went on a first date and you said, hey, Nicole, let's go out to dinner. We go to some seafood place. I don't know. You're wearing flannel and I'm looking great. And then the bill came and you wanted you said, oh, okay, let's split the bill. I'd be like, okay, great. I wouldn't be negative in the moment. I'd be polite and I'd split the bill with you, but I wouldn't go out again.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, well, you're bringing up the physical appearance thing, in terms of a man's dress. I mean, I would simply just reiterate once again, while it does add bonus points for a man to be physically attractive or well-dressed, that is not our primary method, at least I believe, of being attractive to a partner.
I agree.
I think that's more within the realm of women.
I agree.
In that situation, though, at the same time, it also does kind of depend on who invited who out.
Well,
who invited who out?
Yeah, but generally speaking, men are initiating first dates.
If I split the bill with a man, it's because I'm not interested in him. So sometimes I will offer to split it or to pay it, and it's because I'm not interested.
No, and look, there's definitely guys, and there's definitely guys that will be, if you even offer to split, they might be turned off by that. There are some guys who are going to be like,
right.
No,
that's why I would only do that
might be turned
if
off
I wasn't interested in him.
But then there are definitely guys who will look at that and be like, oh, okay, she wants to equally contribute to the start of this relationship. And I don't think that makes a guy a super liberal soy boy cuck or anything.
I like when they reach for it. Do that thing where they pretend that they're going to find their purse. They have no intention.
I don't reach.
Honestly, though the hottest, I think the hottest thing a girl could do is she just pays for the whole fucking thing. She's a straight up simp That's so fucking hot if a girl's just a simp.
That's
for
actually
you.
that's actually a good call.
Like she's like,
Is
I'll
that
be
what
true.
that's called though?
Simp.
That's called
Yes.
simping. I did that a couple dates ago. I went inside to the restroom and I paid the whole bill.
No, because it shows that she's really trying.
But I
to
wasn't
impress
interested
you.
in
That's
him.
actually that is
What if
hot.
you forget that's just your nature?
I
is
just got
caretaking.
it, like,
Yeah.
and I can.
Acts of service. Let's go.
It shows,
But-
yeah.
Wait, should we talk about how lots of people are saying because I'm 39, I'm too picky and I shouldn't have so many. I shouldn't be asking for so much. I'm asking for too much because I'm 39.
Yeah, just out of curiosity. So,
Yeah.
do you want kids?
I'm open either way.
You're open either
Yeah,
way.
I'm open to having a child. And if I don't have a child, then I'm okay with that.
Do you date people who do have kids?
I don't date people with children, no.
Okay.
Have you before?
I tried once because a friend of mine was like, why don't you try dating men with kids? And I tried it and it wasn't for me.
The question comes back to though, like, if you do want to have kids, then obviously 39 you're getting on, so it's going to be much harder for you to have kids from now on. So then I think that's what people would be alluding to in terms of lowering the bar a little bit with your standards.
Yeah, so for me, I only have probably a few years if I want to have a child. If I meet someone and we get on quickly and it's the right person and I get pregnant and we have a child, that's beautiful. If I don't meet the man who is for me until my 50s and that time has passed for me, I can show my maternity and my femininity and that love in other ways. And it will probably be something that I do mourn to some extent. But that's okay. I just would want to find the right person for me.
And how much are you willing to wiggle in terms of this arrangement? Because if you did want to have kids, like we just said, that the clock's ticking quite a bit. Do you have wiggle room there, or are you pretty set in your ways?
It depends on what we're wiggling on.
Let's just take the first date for example.
Okay.
I think that you expect too much in terms of the first date.
Okay.
I can understand that you'd
asking him or having him.
I'll
pay
explain
for,
it. So, like, I can understand why you'd want someone to be financially sort of stable, and then obviously that first date thing, that's a generosity thing, and that's an attractive thing. But in terms of paying for the first dates, maybe the guy is just seeing if you're willing to go halves. Like maybe he's willing to. Maybe he's just.
Maybe
he's just doing that to just see if you understand reciprocity.
Maybe. And I've gone halves and I've reached for my wallet with the intention to offer. I've also not
done the
reached.
old fumble.
It doesn't. Yeah, I've
proper reach.
But I'll if I'm going, like, I'll actually, I will. So I've done all the different.
I'm not sure if I really necessarily believe you when you say that that's an automatic no-go, because it has to be something else that happened in the date. Because if it was a really good date and if he was a good prospect, and if you do want to have kids in the future, surely you wouldn't just not go on a second date because he.
It's an interesting question, because I think the men that I'm going on dates with, they don't want me to pay for half. So I'm trying to imagine a scenario with a man I'm going on a date with who wants to go halves, but I'm not.
What about, like I just said, reciprocity? Okay. He wants you to be showing that you're willing to reciprocate from the jump.
Okay, so if I'm on a date and he wants me to go halves, I'll go halves. I've said that.
But then you won't go on a second date.
Probably not.
But what if it was a good date otherwise? And what if you were actually very surprised because he was generous in other regards and he strikes you as a generous person?
Yeah, then I would. It's not an end-all be-all. It's just it's a difficult question, because the men that I go on dates with are not asking me to go halves. It's just like not in their nature really, maybe, to ask me to go halvesies. So I'm not in that scenario.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
I don't.
So there. I mean, getting back to the whole wiggle room thing, there is wiggle room. You do have wiggle room in terms of the dates, because it
depends on what we're wiggling on.
Like I just said.
Like what? Like he does. Like
his
he
penis?
goes. Like he goes. Like he goes halvesies on a first date.
Yeah. Just little things like that, because if you do want to have children, then that should be something that you're pursuing with some vigor, rather than just saying, oh well, not him. So if you're pursuing it, then you'd want to maybe get to know somebody on a deeper level before you reject them for not wanting to pay for the date every time.
Sure, I understand that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jake from Rattlesnake TV, are you saying that she has too high standards?
Yes, I am actually.
Oh my God. Well, you know what,
I actually appreciate the standards though. I like the fact that you know what you want, but in terms of your own, if I were you, and you were sort of heading towards your 40s,
date a homeless person. Just kidding. I'm kidding.
It's not. I don't. My personal opinion is that it's not a very nice existence to be north of 50 and not have a family. So
that's fair.
Yeah.
I was also thinking about never being married ever, so we might have slightly different,
I think that's
mindsets
also
in that.
pretty.
So, yeah.
Their Almed Meatball donated $100.
Thank you, man.
Why not consider just doing it yourself? Or at least freeze your eggs to keep your options open.
Freeze the eggs option?
Are they suggesting doing it yourself as in having a child?
Yeah, they're
by
saying
yourself?
have a child on your own, freeze your eggs.
We know what happens to children who are raised without a father.
I don't.
Prison.
I wouldn't do IVF.
Wait.
Prison, poverty.
Prison.
Wait, children who are raised by only their father?
No.
Children who are
Without a
raised.
father in the home.
Oh,
Children who are raised in single mother homes are 20 times more likely to end up in prison. Far more likely to end up in poverty, drop out
Other
of high
bad
school.
things.
Yeah.
What about single fathers?
Single fathers is much less. Single dads. Well, I mean, because obviously single dads have more of the tough love, and then single mothers are more nurturing. So especially if you're a young boy, you're gonna walk all over your mother.
Yeah, and we're also looking at the majority of people that are going to prison are also men. So boys that grow up without a strong and good male figure in their lives, that's the result of it.
Yep.
And also, I was raised in a single mother home. I was raised in a single parent home, and I feel like it's not the greatest environment to grow up in because you have so much of a burden put on you. Because I was the oldest, so I kind of was the second parent, and I don't think it's fair. I don't think everyone has the right to be a parent, and I don't think freezing eggs is a ethical way to do things.
Yeah.
Would you guys date a single father?
I would.
You would?
That's right.
I love that for you.
Brad Pitt.
Would you pay
hit
for
me
the
up.
first date?
Huh?
Would you pay for the first date?
For the African children.
African children.
So I did date a single father, and it was not in the plans. I never saw myself doing so. It was just we were good friends, and it progressed into more. He was a great guy, but we didn't align on a lot of values, and the kids thing was a problem for me.
Did you meet the kids?
I did,
They
yeah.
called you mommy? Did you
I met
scold? I bet you're a great scolder.
I met the kids
Wonderful
before we
scolder.
started dating, because I said, we were friends, so I had met them prior to us starting to date. But yeah, I did realize that in terms of especially how he was a great parent, but we had differences in how I would personally handle things if they were my kids or if we had kids together. There would be a lot of issues there.
Word. Would you date a single mom?
No.
I don't think I would date a single mom.
Nope, I wouldn't.
Wait, so okay, just to finish off our little point there. So you said I was too. Sorry, gotta spit these out. Don't look at me while I do this shit.
Yeah, I
What
felt
was that?
that was really uncomfortable.
You think I'm risk averse when it comes to dating?
Yeah. Well, and I wonder too, do you want a traditional woman?
Do I want a traditional woman? How many women are traditional, though, is the thing.
Okay, you know what you gotta try, Brian? Get on Bumble.
Christian, I don't know about.
Get on Bumble and set your location in different cities and go find you these women who aren't in LA.
Well, the thing is, right? Just one other point with the not wanting to pay. A lot of people are dating multiple people, and I've said this before countless times. One of the reasons I don't want to pay for a first date is I don't want to be a sucker. So a lot of girls, when they're single, and a lot of guys move this way too, they're dating and sleeping with multiple people. They're single. They're hooking up with a person here, hooking up with somebody there, have three, 4, 5 people that they're fucking or dating in rotation. And it's I'm going to reserve that treatment to somebody who's loyal to me. So you don't get girlfriend treatment until you're my girlfriend. So if you're, and I think going into a first date, you kind of have to go in 2023, like assuming this person's like could be fucking multiple other people right now. I would feel like a total sucker paying for a girl that just fucked a guy the night before. So
I can understand that.
You know,
sounds,
the same thing.
yeah,
you know,
I can understand that.
Like I could be going out with a guy and he just
sure
fucked like 2 girls.
How do you get past
I wouldn't even know. Like that's the whole point of you just starting to date somebody. Like it's not like privileged information.
I would like to meet a girl that's not moving like that.
I was gonna say,
though.
or just don't date people who are, dating and sleeping with multiple.
But how do you
people.
know? Because people be
You
lying.
don't know until
people
you
are
like
lying.
You can still feel somebody out, and like even how quickly they try to advance things with you, you can tell sometimes plenty to know.
Or maybe where
Not
you
there.
want
There's
them,
here's the
or
thing
I
though.
don't know.
There are girls that their previous 20 sexual partners they fucked on the first date, and then they meet you, and then they're like, you know what? I want a boyfriend. I'm gonna try this out. Let's wait, and then they make you wait. So it's not necessarily an indicator that they don't
You girls
have
all
a
know this
promiscuous
is true.
past.
Okay, when I to be
Wait,
fair with you,
hold-
Brian,
hold on 1 sec. She had something. Go ahead.
I said they see something special. You're worth the wait, right?
Wait, no, it was something before. I think you had a point on.
Oh, like how do you get past that stage?
Yeah, how do you get past that?
How
Well-
do you get past the whole? Okay, we're just going on dates. And, hey, now you're my girlfriend. So now I'm gonna be paying for all this. I'm gonna be taking you here and there, and you're gonna be my parents. But how do you get past that? How do you
get there?
What does the transition look like from
like how do you
dating to
start
exclusive?
being
decide?
You having some trouble? No.
you said I'm not gonna treat you like my girlfriend until you're my girlfriend. So do you just like treat them like a side until you're ready to be like, hey, yo, let me.
I need to know that you're not talking to other guys and you're just talking to me and that we're exclusive.
Some communication.
But how does she prove that to you? Like,
Well, it takes time.
right.
yeah, but
It
like,
takes
what
time.
are the steps to like proving that to you? Like, do I have to like give you my phone?
Or like
do I
the
have
indicators, or like.
Well, you got it.
like what? Like I feel like
Spending
communication.
time with you.
I think the girl has to be the one that broaches the exclusivity conversation.
Really?
Okay, so
The
like
girl
you just
has
have
to
have
be
a
like-
full conversation.
Yeah, the girl has to be like, will you be my boyfriend?
So trust.
Huh?
So
you
trust.
think that the woman should be asking the man? to-
That's
Definitely.
100%
Definitely.
a conversation the girl should
Okay.
initiate.
No way.
You
Yeah.
think the girl should initiate
I like
asking out the
that.
guy?
No, not asking out the
Like
guy, but
making
like
it
you've been
pretty
dating and
serious.
then
What are
she
we?
wants
Do you guys not
exclusivity.
find that
Advance
to be a
So what
turn
are
on?
we
advance it to that
now?
level.
Yeah, most of the time it is the woman.
Simping-
I
simping as
think
well.
I think a lot of men might perceive that to be a turn off, and I think a lot of women.
Well,
believe
those
that
men
that would be a turn
don't
off.
want to like give
Have
any
a-
commitment
yeah,
to that
have a
girl.
committed
But if you
relationship,
really like
absolutely.
the girl and like you've been like holding your like frame for a while,
Totally.
and then
You're
she
gonna
comes
have
to you and she says like, oh, what are we? And you've held out.
I think it's
kind of.
obvious at some point.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. Well, you
But if you're just like fucking a girl and then she's like, what are we? It's like.
Yeah.
Brian, I don't know. Maybe I'm changing my mind here. I think okay, I might experiment in just splitting the bill all the time, because you know what? If I split the bill, then I feel like he will feel that he has less. He won't come on and try to turn things sexual so quickly. Like, I feel like if I just split all the
Sorry,
time.
hold on.
Disney
Just a
92
sec.
donated $99. Brian, number 80. Brought a refreshing group of gals. Would love to talk to these ladies about life in general, seem chill. Elizabeth Browan, she's absolutely stunning. If I had Insta, I'd do her. Oh well. Love the show, made this account for you, bro.
Dude, Chris Disney, thank you very much for the TTS. Much appreciated, man. Yeah, 80 was a good episode. Elizabeth, she was cool. Thank you very much, man. Much appreciated. Go ahead with your point.
I was just gonna say it might maybe it'll keep in the guy's mind like we're friends only, and it will keep them from trying things so quickly.
Okay,
if I don't allow him to be paying for me.
Well, there's 2 points there. So there's definitely like scumbag dudes who feel entitled to sex if they pay for you, which I disagree with. I think if you
A lot of them
there's
do,
guys like,
and
oh,
then-
I bought you dinner, like, you know,
Right.
that's really scummy
yeah.
if a guy has an
Yeah,
expectation of sex. But the other thing is like they'll view it as a friendship. I don't think like, I mean, like as long
I
as
think
it
I'm trying
started
to ward
off.
off the scummy guys. Like, oh, okay.
What
You
kind
know,
of
the ones
friendship
that
really
do think
exists
like
between
that.
a man and a woman?
No, I'm not saying platonic.
Yeah,
I'm not saying platonic. No, I don't have close
Well,
friends.
it's so
Just about
long.
every friendship I've
If you're
tried to
on a
have with a
date with a
guy,
guy,
it's
isn't
not
it
friendship.
necessarily like if you've just gone on a date with a guy, I don't think whether you split or not like removes the romantic undertones of
No, but if the guy's scummy, because this is what I'm thinking is like guys that go out and then they pay and then they think like, oh, I can try and come on to her or whatever, and I that makes me very uncomfortable. So I'm just saying maybe I'll experiment with splitting. I don't know why you're fighting me on this.
Like
I'm telling you, maybe I will try splitting.
Your motives.
I mean, it would potentially counter that cohort of men who feel entitled to sex because they've just paid for your dinner. I think though that's really scummy behavior.
It is.
To feel entitled because you've paid for a girl on a date, but so it could potentially fend those types of dudes off, but romantic, yeah. So so wow, I've changed your mind. Congrats.
Maybe.
But I mean, I don't know. Wait.
Yeah, I'm still confused. Do you want a traditional woman?
What do you mean by traditional?
Okay, so do I want a woman with like a low body count who's like feminine and
Yeah.
Okay,
because I feel like when you tell girls, oh, you're on OnlyFans, but you want a traditional guy, doesn't make sense. That's how I feel about you. Like you want a traditional woman, but you won't take that role in the beginning.
Yeah, that's a fair point.
Because I think you're going to push away a lot of really great traditional women who you would totally be into, and vice versa.
Sure. However, can we agree that the discrepancy between not wanting to pay on the first date, like the, let's say the social faux pas or the egregiousness of, no offense to the girls here who do OnlyFans, doing sex work is like way more non-traditional than the guy who just wants to split the bill. Like, can we agree that that's skewing further away from tradition?
I don't think the tradition matters. I think how much it can be a red flag. In the same way a guy will shut down the body count, a girl could very well shut down you based off that decision. And I also think like there's just risks you have to take in dating. And I think if you know.
But I've already laid out the scenarios where like if she's in college and she is, for example, traditional, and she's younger, she's not making a ton of money, then I'm more obliged to pay for the first date. However, if you're a professional career woman, I mean, that in and of itself is kind of non-traditional.
Okay.
I think it sounds like you've kind of just accepted like anybody that's going to weed out and turn off from seeing you as a romantic partner. You've kind of accepted that.
Yeah.
And you kind of take it as well, I don't want to be with that person. They're not right for me.
And I mean, the other thing that I would point out when it comes to this is that women who require romance, they're just not really that into you. Like, because a girl will...
So are you...
a guy who's attractive enough, you're not going to be... Even if he doesn't pay, maybe if it's your preference that he pays, if he's attractive enough to you, if you want him bad enough, that's not going to deter you.
But then, like, what do you expect a courtship to look like?
What do you mean?
Like, in terms of getting to know somebody when you first start dating, what do you expect that to look like if there's not going to be any romance involved?
Well,
I think you're, like... exaggerating the term romance a little too much. Like we're not.
What do you
no
mean
one's
by
looking
romance?
to like have rose petals laid out on the floor constantly.
When I say romance, basically just as the guy, obviously paying for romantic overtures, flowers, gifts.
Well, those are things that you like, especially the flowers and the gifts. Of course, a lot of women appreciate that. For myself, I love flowers. Gifts, I don't really care too much about, but I'm a sucker for flowers.
You go on a first date with a guy, he shows up with flowers.
That's too much.
Yeah, way
Who said
too
that?
much.
Depends.
You said that?
I think if I'm going on a
Oh,
first
well,
date,
hold on. It's too much. See?
If I'm going on a first date with a guy and he's pulling up with flowers, I think he's trying too hard.
Exactly, but that's why all this like romantic shit, it's no longer appreciated en masse. Because as a guy, it's like 50-50. Either the girl appreciates it, or honestly, more likely than not, she's gonna be like,
is this something? If a guy can show up and be himself, it shows. Like if he shows up with flowers, I'm wondering like, okay, is he trying to make up for something that he feels like he lacks?
But why do you think that? Why is that
I
not
mean,
just a kind gesture that somebody does?
I mean, it
That's
could
a
be
very
kind
classical gesture.
I think more so like
that's the norm these
It's
days.
too much.
Though. Like that's the norm in terms of like romance. But in other countries, like I travel a lot and live in Europe quite a bit, and in those countries, women love that stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure it'd be nice. I guess it's just more so. I mean, it depends on the context of if you've met them previously. If I met them in person, I guess I'm thinking first date of like, let's say it's off of a dating app. Let's say it's off of like a dating app. If it's off a dating app and I'm meeting them for the first person, which I'm not even on dating apps.
Are you on
like,
Farmers Only?
Hypothetically.
Christian Mingle?
Right?
What are you on?
I'm not on any
Is there a
dating
dating
apps.
app
I
for
actually
Mormons?
don't like dating apps.
Mormons.
There is.
Excuse me.
Depends on
There is a
LDS
dating
or-
app. It's called Mutual. And
Mutual?
It's literally, yep. It is just.
Depends on the
What's,
dude.
what
though.
is soaking? Is that what? Do you know what I'm talking about? Is that?
Are we really getting
Sorry,
into
what?
that?
Oh, I'm sorry. Is this?
It's
What is it?
Haram. I'm sorry. I heard it's a
Yeah.
thing that's done. Okay, I don't know.
It is a thing it's basically. I don't
Sounds
know
like
what
a-
to talk about. It's
okay,
it's just
never
like a
mind.
loophole
I
for
apologize.
virgins.
I'm
who-
vile.
It's not even. I don't know. It's just weird. There's a lot of like guidelines, I guess, or.
Okay, but so
Yeah,
you're on
guidelines in
Christian
the church.
Mingle. You match with a dude. He brings you flowers. Turn off.
I guess it's more so like. I guess okay, you're right. It really just comes down to how attractive he is at the end of the day.
And also
but-
how confident he is as well. Because
Right.
if he's
I
a
think the way
confident
he
man and
carries
he
himself.
does that and he's like dressed up nicely
I
and he
think-
gives you flowers, it's going to be like
Yeah.
that's a for me.
I think
that would be
it depends on
sign
so
for
many
success.
Also,
factors. Like they could sweep me off their feet. Otherwise, like I could just be like, oh.
If he was
like,
giving you
eh.
flowers, like please love me.
Yeah, exactly. And I
Of course.
guess
That's
maybe
what I
maybe
think.
I've just
No
had some
one's
experiences like that.
No woman's gonna like that.
But flowers is like.
I don't think the flowers are the make or break factor.
Yeah, that's
in that
that's what I was about to
situation,
say. Like flowers is never going to be, like it's never going to be a maker.
though. No.
And so
It's
what's
of
the
course
point?
just an app, but it is just an app. Okay, so when you're especially in the first terms of dating, you of course like have this slow build up, and it either obviously like takes off or drastically declines, and you stop dating that person. But there are little things that somebody can do that slowly speed that process along.
If it was a guy that I had known previously as well, if I'd met him, even if
Like
it was
drug
like I
use?
met him in public and he like
Drug
asked me
use
out
is a
that
hard
way or
no.
got my phone number that way, and we've been chatting like a little bit, then I feel like that's a different situation from somebody that it's your very first time meeting them, like a blind date type situation almost, or like a dating app type
See, I still
situation.
don't agree. I think that, like, okay, obviously, in the sense that we were just talking about, if someone shows up super nervous and really unsure of themselves,
Mm-hmm.
flowers aren't going to make or break that situation. That's them. But if somebody shows up and is very confident and shows up with flowers, whether it's the first time I'm meeting them or not, I would absolutely appreciate that.
I agree with you on that
But
one.
these
I think
days,
it is how they carry
these days,
themselves at the end
guys
of the day.
have to absolutely wait to do that sort of stuff.
I just want to ask, why is it that you guys so fervently support a patriarchal, traditional belief that men should pay for the first date?
I never said.
Are you
I never
guys in
stated
favor
my
of the
stance.
patriarchy? Hello?
I
Absolutely.
Is the
Do you ever
patriarchy
say
kind of
that-
awesome?
Does this feel like
Yeah.
reverse
It's
psychology? Like,
Okay.
I appreciate the
You know what?
patriarchy.
Can I say to the
appreciate the
flowers
patriarchy.
thing? I think there's a real problem in our society with apathy in general, but especially when it comes to dating. It feels like a contest of who cares less about this relationship.
Sure, yeah,
Yep.
absolutely.
That's true.
Yeah.
Maybe more like nonchalant. or-
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
it's
who's
an
less
exclusive. It's an
invested?
exclusively thing that's happening in the West, though. Like,
Yeah.
Guarantee
Yeah.
you, like we have a very strange and sick dating culture.
Absolutely.
Over here, and like I said before, you have to really wait before you give those gestures over here. Especially, and even if you're somebody who appreciates romance, you just can't take that chance anymore. But if you do that in other countries, then women will really, really appreciate it from the jump. So
I think because
Word.
there's a lot of people have fear about like the love bombing thing. I know like
It's a strange
we talk
concept.
about that about just
It is a
coming
very
on
strange
super
concept.
strong and like you said, it's
Or
just the culture out
retracting.
here.
Like coming on super strong and then like retracting like out of nowhere. kind of thing.
yeah, romance is dead.
We have
Killed
to
it.
get a couple of chats out of the way. We also Nick was so kind as to pull up my wikifeet.
Let's see him.
Great. Looking forward to it.
Oh God!
I was going to pay for this on OnlyFans later, but let's go.
Yeah.
Go for
Me
it.
a subscription.
Oh my gosh, this is a thing.
Control mouse wheel up, please.
I've never heard of this before.
Control mouse. Yeah. Okay, so somebody made this shit. Look at my rating. 4.4 out of 5.
what? You got a 4?
Scroll down.
Let's see these feet.
So I don't even know how they found some of
Who
these
got a picture
photos,
of you
but
laying in bed.
wait, what?
Is that you? Who got that picture?
Oh, that's on my Instagram.
Okay.
That's on my Instagram.
Okay, you're just asking for
You did it to yourself.
What?
Should have put a sock on.
So does anyone here have a foot fetish?
Nope.
Good.
Brian,
Thank
how
God.
would you feel if you
Grossed
got into
out
a
by
relationship?
Thank
I'm
you,
okay
Lord.
with people. I'm okay with people touching my feet.
Brian, how would you
and,
feel if you got into a relationship and the girlfriend asks you to take that picture down because your feet are out?
Yeah.
What?
Like
Do you
they
think
look
that's,
too
do you think
good.
that's
I didn't
controlling?
post it.
But
Like
your
you
Instagram.
did.
on
How
your
am I go-
Instagram, do you think that would be controlling because your feet are out?
What? Like they look too good?
No, because a foot fetish, like the term fetish, it's like I think it isn't something like
Sexualized.
abnormal that someone's attracted to.
Yeah, yeah.
So like
Unique
there's
sexual.
nothing inherently sexual about feet. So like for a girl to ask me to remove, I can't believe I'm analyzing this fucking ridiculous
I completely
question.
asked that as a joke too.
Yeah.
But I'm glad you're going into
No,
it.
but it would be like no, that's well. First off, I think men and women operate differently. So like I don't think
So if you're dating
like
Jonah
if
Hill,
even if I had thirst traps on my Instagram, I think men and women's experiences on social media is very, very. Madison, what are you doing? Come over.
Come over.
Get over. What? What are you eating? Popcorn? Hella mint. You're eating.
Tasty.
Do you know how many calories that has? That has. There's no caloric. You want some popcorn, girl? What's up? I got some. Here, take mine. Here you go. There you go. Here, eat it on camera so they can see. All right, there
someone's
you
got a popcorn.
I got
fetish
you. I
out
got
there.
you.
Yeah, I was
Maddie.
gonna say. That's gonna be somebody's fetish now.
The attention men and women receive online is so vastly different. So, like, I think it's probably pretty reasonable for a guy to ask his girl to not post certain types of pictures, but it doesn't really make sense for a girl to ask the same because, like, guys
Most men
really.
are not posting like sexualized photos on themselves. The majority of them are not.
The majority of them aren't, and just the sheer amount of attention that women get versus
Absolutely.
men is like astoundingly different.
Yeah.
So like you can take an average girl with like 1,000 followers on Instagram, and she's getting DMs, she's getting offers to be flown out. Like
Totally.
so whereas most men, even attractive men, are not really getting DM'd
No,
by chicks.
they're
like
not getting
there's
the same
maybe
attention.
occasionally, but men really don't get that degree of attention. So
Absolutely, I agree.
there's a differential there. So
And a lot of that just has to do with the fact that like men are typically the ones who do initiate
Yeah.
with women, and if it's the other way around,
I think
then
women
it's-
should be simps though. So I'm like I have a
think-
very
Honestly, not a lot of people know how to handle that.
oh it's great. Like if a fucking chick's all over you like simping, it's wonderful.
Yeah.
It's
I'd
great.
say with
100%.
certain people, I'm very
I don't
pretty
know.
simpy.
I think
I've been
Pretty
simping with
simpy.
some
I'm like
people.
as like
and
too
then-
forward.
Depends
What's
if
that?
you,
I'm curious how
Forward.
everybody feels about that because I don't know how it differs now versus like throughout time a little bit, but the idea of like women asking for a man's phone number, like kind of initiating more of that, or kind of being like considered forward sometimes. Like, how do you guys? I guess how do you guys feel about
we
that?
don't want a girl to be aggressive about it, but
What's
you can still
like show interest.
you can still take initiative, but do so in like a kind of a feminine
What's
way.
aggressive?
I've just heard like it's more so like women like, or they set the guy up to be in the position to move it forward versus like the woman.
yes.
Yeah, you'll
Moving forward.
glance
How do you
in our
feel about
direction
that?
for 2 seconds, and then that's your sign.
Yeah.
I know,
Right.
please say
Bat
what's
their
aggressive.
eyelashes or
Huh?
drop their
What's
handkerchief.
like the aggressive?
If
What's
they're
the
like
aggressive?
constantly messaging you, like I've had a few girls do
Is
that
that
where they
it?
where they
Like,
like
is
will
that the
constantly
only-
be constantly like
I
replying
think people
to your
would like
stories and
describe
shit
it as
like that.
clingy and.
But if like a woman were to slide into your
It's like a
DMs, how
lot
does
of
that make you feel?
contact.
No, that's fine. If she slides into your DMs, that's fine. But if she does it once every 3 days, then that's different. You know,
I think
it's
that's
annoying.
Like, you know,
But if you've made the initial contact and if you've gone on a date and then she simps on you after that, it's glorious.
Okay, so how
Yeah.
about
What if
if
she
it's
simped on you?
them sliding into your DMs versus like a friendlier approach, as in like it's like, oh, just like catching up to be friends,
Yeah.
versus like, hey, like I think you're attractive, let's go out. Like, how does
Mm.
that differ? Is that too much then for a woman to say like, hey?
No, because
I
if she
find you
does
attractive?
that,
That's
then
too
I
much of a
think that
turn
she's
off?
doing that to a lot of other guys too. I think it's like
a little too much.
It's a process, you know. If she's that forward with me, then I'm like, okay, well then she's obviously forward with everyone else. But if it feels exclusive and if it feels like a little bit more rare, then that'll be different.
Also, anything like
Little more genuine.
overtly sexual, like if she's like, "Yo, let me suck that dick," it's like,
Okay.
oh, okay, relax, lady.
on the
Well,
first
Brian,
But
simmer down.
you
Chill
like
out.
but you like women simping. What do you mean? Is that not? I'm just messing.
No,
no, it's
Yeah,
just
I'm
like
just messing
too. It's like
simping in a cute way. You know
I
what
was
mean?
in
Yeah.
like a
Simping
weird
More
like
genuine.
situation, like
Wishing
maybe
you had a good day. Like wishing you had a good day.
Yeah,
you know,
stuff like that. And also, like,
sending you
when
good
you're just
messages.
around, just the two of you at home, and she always got her hands on you, like, I know I keep bringing it back, but European
Affection.
girls are great like that. They're very affectionate. Even, like, if you're lying at the beach, they're always just, like, touching your back and stroking you. Just stuff
like
this.
intimacy, but
nice,
affection.
feminine, tender.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, all that sort of thing. That's, like, what simping is for a girl.
When I think a lot of people confuse
wants you and she
intimacy for
loves
like, this is one thing that I think is like people, they've strayed away from what love is, and they think like lust is love and intimacy means sex, when in reality a lot of it has to do with affection and genuine love. And
I think, and
genuine heart
often
connection.
with a guy who's like, you know, very busy and career driven and always around other guys and doing deals and like living a very sort of fast paced masculine lifestyle, that's the perfect balance.
To have that escape as well.
Exactly right. To have that soft, like, feminine touch is absolutely perfect.
Yeah, if a girl brings you peace, that's huge. That's the biggest thing. Like a girl that gives you a headache, like as you said, like if you're a guy and you're a businessman, if you have a stressful life when it comes to work, like you need like a chick that brings you peace.
There is no feeling in the world like a woman's warmth in that regard.
And that's something I think can be so important as far as like balancing a household is. For those who I guess do want to go with more of the traditional route, is like the woman is able to take that load off the man.
Exactly right. There's also one of the greatest things that you can experience is somebody making a home for you.
100%.
Coming home and there's food on the table and like, you know, the house is clean and it's such a wonderful feeling. And if a woman does that, she can honestly take a guy who operates at 95% to 100%. And that's a big difference when you get to the upper echelons like that. When a guy's operating at a high level, to have a woman there who like can push him to that next level, it's a big thing.
Men want peace and love and like a caring touch from their girl, and women want security and protection.
Yeah, and also to use that social calibration that you guys are so good at. Very observant. Like there was a study done where they put people into a waiting room. They thought they were doing something else, like a different study, and they brought them out of the waiting room after like half an hour, and they said to the man and the woman, like a bunch of different people, what did you notice? And the girls were telling them all the details of the room and everything. And the guys were like, oh, I don't remember anything. So women are much more observant socially. So if you guys can use that superpower to like observe exactly what your man needs and take him to that next level, honestly, it's a genuine superpower.
Well, and that's something I think is so important, especially we were talking about feminism earlier, is like it's become like what's the better gender, like who can do more, and trying to compare. It's like comparing apples and oranges, when in reality it's like we're designed to complement each other and work together rather than compete in the same level. That
notion is being destroyed though, because feminism tells you don't need to do anything for a man. You're independent, boss babe, all of this sort of crap. Whereas really, we both complement each other and we both do things for each other, and there's nothing wrong with that. And there's nothing wrong with living a life where you want to secure a mate and a partner and a long-term relationship with somebody you can build a legacy and a family with.
As well as like if both want to work, I think that's great. Like I definitely like would love to like stay at home as well, but I know I want to still be out and about and have my own things going on with that. But just the idea of like parents being away from the kids so much, both working super stressful and then coming home and being stressed with the kids, that doesn't, like, there's no balance to that. There's not really anything that's gonna like help take that load off at the end of the day.
There was a study done in 2019 that found that the average like American family parents spend, I think it's 36 minutes of quality time with their children a day.
And the rest is just the blue-head teachers.
Yeah,
right,
exactly.
And then they go to school for 6 to 8 hours a day and learn God knows what.
Yeah.
Okay, so one question really quick related to this, then we'll finish up on our chats, then we're going to wrap up here because we've gone quite long tonight. Okay, related to this, to our point about the attention that men and women get on Instagram, social media, starting with you, Grace, how many DMs would you say, I know you're in a relationship right now, have you gone like a lot of DMs? How many DMs do you get a week, a month?
I'm not like getting all the guys, but I get like 1 or 2 DMs a week, but they're not from very interesting, like any guys that I would give any chance to.
Sure. Priya, what about you? How are the DMs looking?
Nothing
any
too
blue check mark? Well, you can buy blue check mark now, so
they've lost their value.
Nothing too crazy.
How many in terms of volume though, how many DMs do you get?
Probably a handful a week, but in terms of them being like outrageous, claims like sugar daddy kind of stuff, I think maybe I've had like a total of 10 ever, at least that I've seen. Nothing.
Okay, 10 sugar daddy offers. And then a bunch of normal dudes?
Probably just randos, yeah.
Wait, so you want the sugar daddy offers?
No, I don't want any of them.
Oh, you don't want any of them, okay. What about you? How are the DMs?
Probably a handful a week, but also I have my handle on my dating profile so that they can see who I am outside of the 6 photos. So a lot of them come from there.
Sure.
I don't post on Instagram, so.
No DMs?
No.
You've never gotten DM'd?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, that's fine.
I probably get a good amount of DMs weekly, but I am not currently looking, so not
Situationship, of
yeah,
course.
it's getting in the way of things.
Honestly, I'm not the most active on Instagram. I kind of just get like the random, like every now and then, maybe like 1 or 2 every few weeks kind of thing. Sometimes like mutual friends kind of thing.
Okay.
Well, because I do OnlyFans, everything's mostly just like slide ups on the thirst traps.
Okay.
But like things I would actually take seriously, maybe like 2-3 fingers on my hand, I can count them. But yeah.
Okay. What about you? How many DMs you getting?
Like weekly?
Yeah.
It depends what. It depends what I'm doing that week, I guess, and how much I post.
Just like average, like every month, or
I would say
10, 20, 30, 100
like,
plus.
A little around like the 10, 15 or so.
A month?
About, yeah.
Okay.
I just prefer like more in person anyway, so.
I would say like a nice amount, but it honestly just really, really depends on what I'm posting. Like on my stories, what pictures I'm posting. Bikini pic, yeah, we're gonna get a nice amount. But if I don't post anything, not really too often. I don't know.
That's like
it depends, yeah. It honestly just really depends.
Okay, got it. Good to know. Good to know. Let's get these chats out the way. Then we'll do a brief after show. Then we're gonna wrap. Nick, can you pull up the Twitch really quick, guys? Go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow. Drop us a Prime sub if you have one. Twitch.tv/whatever mods. If you can spam it in the chat. Nick, just a reminder, you got to make sure it's F11 before you switch over. Yo, Tism, thank you for the 200 bits. Liddy, Likia, thank you for the 6 days ago. Oh, it hasn't updated. That's weird. Guys, twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow. Drop us a Prime sub. Thank you guys so much to all our viewers over on Twitch. Okay, we have Dawn A here. Dine and dash is a real thing when it comes to women on dates. I've stopped dating because of it. It is bad. All seems good. Then ghost. Note, I'm 6'2", 180 pounds, and well enough off that I don't need to worry. Yeah, I think Jake from Rattlesnake TV, have you ever had an experience where you take a girl out, dinner, everything seemed good, then you never hear from her again?
Yeah, I've had plenty. I mean, I can't really think of one off the top of my head, but yeah, it's definitely happened before. But are you talking about dates where I've paid for it and then they've ghosted it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think.
Funny.
Yeah, I had one.
I've done some dine and dashes in myself. I actually got arrested once for doing a dine and dash when I was younger.
Like the
yeah, a little Asian man chased me with a spatula, and then I sprained my ankle, and he sat on me for a while, and then I got arrested.
Damn. Okay, we have. We have Nacho here. I love this podcast. I like that you're all doing the normal as it should be. I'm scared the child has to grow up to different standards. Give me a follow. Okay, bud. It's a little self-promotion-y, but thank you, Nacho, for the Nacho Nunez. Follow him on Instagram, guys. Okay, and then we have the real Mr. Meatball. Thank you, man. Thank you for all your support tonight. Shoot me a DM on Instagram. I like to connect with some of the, top G patrons. Thank you, man. This man does a live podcast. He is way less risk averse than average. Thank you, man. The real Mr. Meatball. What kind of family background does everyone on the panel come from, and what kind of roles are you all looking for in a relationship? Okay, so family background, let's just say, are your parents still together? Were they divorced young? Kind of roles are y'all looking for in a relationship? So what's the familial situation? Did your parents divorce when you were young? Single mother, household? What was that situation? And then currently, present day, what kind of roles are you looking for in a relationship? 50-50 or more traditional? Go ahead.
So I grew up with my parents together. Honestly, I'm very blessed for this, but a very healthy family life. And I'm honestly looking for someone. I was like a while ago, I was like, oh, I don't want to get married at all, but I've kind of grown into this view that I actually do want to have a man that can kind of take care of me. I'm not sure if I really want kids right now, but I think that like being able to travel with them and like having them protect me, take care of me, spoil me in a sense, like I would absolutely love that, honestly. So I guess I'm more traditional, but not because I don't know if I want kids yet. If I meet someone where I do want them and I'm like, oh yes, I want you to put a baby in me, then
You do want kids, it's just a matter of the right person.
It just depends,
Yes.
yeah, 100%. Like I would love to have a kid, yeah.
Mhm.
I mean,
And just since we're running a little bit low on time, I just ask if you can try to keep your answers brief to this one. Go ahead.
Sorry.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
I guess my parents separated when I was 8, and then me and my mom were single together like after that, and had a stepdad shortly a little bit after for the rest of my adolescence or whatever, and I would say like closer to a 50-50 role is what I'm looking for. Like, yes, the other, it's great, but I don't expect everyone else to provide other shit like that.
Sure.
My parents are divorced, married when I was like 1 or 2, divorced when I was 4. I'm looking for a 100-100 relationship. Nothing's perfect, but we'll work on it.
100-100 relationship?
Yeah.
So like, when I say 50-50, I mean like, I know like, 100-100, both people should be putting in maximum effort. I get that, but are you wanting to, like, when it comes, for example, like down to split the bill?
I mean, if we're married, yeah.
What do you mean? No, I mean like first date.
First date, if you ask me out, then I would expect you to pay. If I asked you out, I'm paying.
Have you ever asked a guy out on a date?
Yeah, I've asked people out on dates.
More often than guys ask you out on dates?
I guess, but I don't go out on dates often. But I won't go out on a date if I, not making sure that, like, if I'm able to pay the bill, I'm going on a date. But if I'm like a guy with like a blue check mark and with like that 100,000 followers and like wants to take me to a bougie restaurant, I'm probably not going to go because it's intimidating. I don't like Instagram dating, and it's also like that's what you expect every single date. I like picnics, beach dates.
Okay. What about you?
I grew up in a 2-parent household. My parents divorced like a year before I left the house, I guess, and then they're both remarried now. I think like traditional gender roles can be 50-50. It just depends on like what it is that's 50-50. Like regardless, it's gonna be, I just see traditional like more balanced. It's not necessarily gonna be financially like, I'm okay bringing in less money. I probably prefer that so that I can focus on the home life more.
Okay, so my parents were together until about a year after I graduated high school, and then my dad married his high school sweetheart, and my mom actually passed away a few years ago, so that happened. I fall under the traditional side just because I like to take care of my man, and I'm a caregiver.
When you say take care of your man, how did that sort of manifest itself when you were barreling down the highway at 120 miles per hour?
So that was maybe that was 2 years ago.
Oh, okay,
Brittany,
you've changed.
Yeah, I've
you've
changed.
Okay.
Good for you.
My parents were never together. I spent most of my time at my great-grandparents growing up, and ideally I'd love to be a housewife. Being a pilot's just kind of my backup plan if I don't find a man.
My parents were married for about 35 years before my father passed away unexpectedly from cancer, but they were together until he died. What I'm looking for in a relationship, I mean, it will depend a little bit on if there's kids involved or not. So I'm not sure what it would look like for me.
Sure.
My parents divorced when I was about 10, 11 years old. never had a great relationship with my father growing up. I was very close with my mom and my mom's side of the family in terms of what I'm looking for in a relationship. I would say that I'm pretty traditional, not totally traditional. I love working, so I would like to hustle in my early and mid 20s and then kind of slow down a little bit when I have kids, not fully retire, but want to dedicate a lot of time for the kids.
Awesome. My parents are divorced. My dad left on my birthday when I was 10, and I was with my mom and my 3 siblings. And then I want to have a really traditional family with a bajillion kids and be a stay-at-home mom, but I do want to work because I love working as well.
My parents were together until my old man passed away, but in terms of relationships, I'd say I'm very traditional in my views, so I'd want to have a girl that's going to be probably contributing to what I'm doing and the business, and probably a stay-at-home mum, maybe even homeschool, so probably pretty far down the traditional routes to me. We've been giving each other a few little bursts every now and then.
Homeschool or private
homeschooling?
Yeah, 100%. I'd want to. That's what the setup I'd want to go with.
Yeah.
Good times. Good. What?
Eddie Vedder donated $100. At home drawing pictures of mountain tops with him on top, lemon yellow sun, arms raised in a V, and the dead lay in pools of maroon below. Daddy didn't give attention to the fact that mommy didn't care. King Jeremy the Wicked ruled his world.
That's a Pearl Jam. That's Jeremy. That's the song Jeremy from Pearl Jam. Okay. Good times. All right. I think we're fully caught up on Super Chats. There were just 2 last things we had to do. Really quick, since we sort of touched on this, the whole who should, or the paying thing. I want you all to think of your celebrity crush. Would you expect him to pay for the date? Or would you let it slide because he's your celebrity crush, you know? Okay, a girl looks at who's I'm trying to, Andrew Tate often likes to cite to Chris Brown. You see Chris Brown in the club, you think he's gonna be loyal to you, you think he's gonna pay for you on a date. No, you're just gonna he's so high status, you're just gonna fuck him and you don't care.
I would not go out with him again if I split a date, if a celebrity took me out, or my dream guy. I have a couple dream celebrity guys. But no.
You're that black and white with it?
I am. There's also studies that in the beginning of relationships, men tend to invest more, and later down the line, women actually put in more investment in the relationship. So I don't think it's so black and white as traditional or non-traditional. And I think it's a good sign.
I'm going to have to see that study. I don't know.
Yeah, go ahead. You
have to send that shit to me.
But yeah, I'm pretty black and white with it.
Chris Brown is not a great example. I don't know why Tate cites that.
You lost me real quick on that one.
I don't know. You see who Drake in the club. Is that? I don't know if that's a great example too. But a lot of these girls who'd be oh, I'd never. The guy has to pay. But if a guy's attractive enough or high status enough, all your rules go out the window.
Incorrect.
No, all your rules go out the window. You're gonna break rules for really high status attractive men.
I think if they are high status, that should show even more that they're in even more of a position to lead and to come forth in that way. Yeah.
Yeah, but
I don't think that
you would throw those rules out the window if he wasn't willing to do that.
No.
I don't think so.
Whereas the guy who's making an average income, he better pay for the first date, but a really high status guy who's more than capable of paying, it's
I'm definitely gonna pay for Miss Rihanna's bill for sure.
Rihanna?
Yeah.
100%. Oh, you swing both ways?
I swing all ways. I'm pansexual.
Oh, I hate
you like pans?
Do you know what? I hate that joke. I can't stand you.
Okay.
It doesn't need to be expensive. He can just bring you to coffee. He can take you to a taco truck. This isn't. We're not asking him to spend on a 5-course dinner. Go somewhere that you can afford to make a nice gesture. If it's coffee, it's coffee. If it's tacos, it's tacos. If he wants to take you to oysters, fine. But choose something. I just think it's it's a better way. It's also
Word.
less confusing. Like you just know what's going on.
Third to last thing here, I want to come back to this. All of you said, except for, I believe, Brittany and Grace, that you're either, Brittany, you're in a situationship, Grace, you're in a relationship. The rest of you are brutally single, very single.
I'm just single.
I'm not
I don't
brutally
think it's
or-
brutal.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Or
that's fine.
very.
Fair
but
enough, fair enough.
Just single.
Fair
yeah.
enough. But what does that actually mean? So I want to get a better sense of what you mean by being single. So you say you're single, but come on, when's the last time you were hung out with a guy romantically? Look at you, smile cheek to cheek.
Last night.
Last night.
Not a
what's
no.
up? By the way, how do you wipe? I'm just curious.
Mind your business, sir.
Oh no, those are sharp.
One
as-
question at a time.
Okay, my bad. My
Now
bad.
I'm curious.
Okay, so what was going on last night?
What are you
You had a little ting last night, didn't you?
What are you talking?
Tell us about it.
I was actually going to sleep early so we can get ready for today.
Okay, fine. 48 hours ago.
What
What was going down? Friday night, L.A.
Working.
You guys live in you guys live in degenerate Los Angeles. What was going down? You guys were at some posh nightclub, right? You two are girlfriends, right?
What?
You two are girlfriends, right? Not like
Yeah,
friends,
wife.
friends.
That's my wife.
Yeah. So like Friday night, what were you guys doing?
Working
At
together.
the at the strip club?
No,
Oh,
we
well,
went to
no,
bed.
that was
We
yesterday.
went to bed super early because we had a photo shoot.
Are you guys
Yeah.
housemates?
No,
Oh.
We were just with each other a lot.
all the time. Yeah.
Are you guys?
Might as well.
Is there
We're working
something?
on it.
Hold on.
We're
Is there
working
something
on it.
here between you two?
That's my wife. That's the love of my life. We're getting married.
No, not. Mm,
Wait, we're not married.
no. They're asking like if there's like something like going on.
Oh, between us, like romantically.
I don't know why I'm playing.
Wait, what's the question? Because
I think, yes.
Just-
you got
are
it.
we
Because-
romantically dating?
No, we're not romantically dating.
Okay, well, hold on.
We're not into.
Andy donated $100. They was doing the sex.
No, we weren't. We have not done that.
Reading a book.
Thank you, Andy. Thank
You're
you.
welcome.
Not yet.
Okay.
keeping it real.
So look, you're saying you're very single or whatever. I don't know
Yeah.
who's. I don't know if you said you're very single.
I'm very single.
Okay, but
Well,
bro,
no.
the
I
w-
mean, I'm very single. Meaning, like, I haven't been taken out on a date.
when's the last time you hooked up with somebody?
Ooh. I don't know if they want their business out like that.
Just say the day. We don't have to know who it is.
Last night.
We knew it.
Let's go.
out there. She said
We knew it.
Okay, last night was it a girl or a guy?
Damn. Why you?
Huh? What?
It was a man.
That's fine. That's okay.
It
Yeah.
wasn't me.
It's okay.
It wasn't Brooke.
It was not
It was
me.
last night.
This is
You
We
weren't
didn't
so
do the dirty, but if
pansexual
you wanna
last night.
see what
this
we
is a
did.
safe space.
Yeah.
Is it?
It seems I'm a little
It's a safe
nervous.
space.
Andy donated $100. Got you, G.
Thank you, brother.
Wow.
Thank you, brother. What? Whoa. Okay, so for you it was last night, Burke. What about you? Oh my
Same guy?
God.
No.
Next question.
Love that guy.
No, not this.
Burke,
no.
come on, what you got for us?
No comment.
You said you're single.
I am, yeah.
When's the last time you hooked up with somebody? Miss Single.
Does my dildo count?
What the
or-
fuck? No.
No.
That's an inanimate object.
It's not a someone.
We need like a person. It could be someone who identifies as a drag. I don't know what. I don't know.
I don't know.
A they, them, a she, a her, a zer, whatever you want to.
Can I say no comment? Like no comment.
Yo, just rat on your. Was it last night?
No comment. That's my girl. No.
Wait, were you guys out together? Were you guys
No,
out
we didn't
together?
go out anywhere.
Closer to the mic.
We
We
didn't
didn't
go.
go out anywhere.
Andy donated $100. She was like night 2, don't
Thank you,
let
Andy.
her cap.
She was light night too. Don't let her.
Last night, I think you meant
She,
to say.
oh,
I mean, she's
Okay.
not lying
No
about
comment.
working last night. She
Yeah, I
was
was
definitely doing that thing. You know what
were
I
you
mean?
shooting a scene for OnlyFans?
No.
Wait, question. Do you
Wait.
guys who of you does BG content? BG content?
No.
Solo?
Solo GG.
Solo.
And
What about
GG.
you? Do you do BG content?
A little bit of mom.
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
Like,
When's the last time you
What? Now you're getting like me.
Okay, what about you? What about you? Very single. When's the last time you hooked up somebody? Into the mic, please.
last hookup, I don't know,
Yeah.
I'm gonna say it's been a little bit of a dry season, so like maybe like a week or so ago.
That's a dry season.
I know.
Oh, maybe a week ago. Less than a fortnight. Okay.
It's a desert out here.
Wait, Burke. Burke. Answer the question. Otherwise, Shia LaBeouf is going to fucking pop through that screen.
Yesterday, you said tomorrow. So just do it. Make your dreams come true. Just do it.
Okay, it
Come on,
was
don't leave
last
me.
night. It was last night. But not this, not this.
Not the same man.
This looks
Not
bad,
the same
okay?
man.
This looks
Is this a
bad.
threesome?
No.
Is it-
No.
Are you guys
No.
swingers? Is this like an
Coordinated.
orgy type
No.
shit?
It looks and sounds bad, but no.
I definitely
We had
get
no
like.
idea.
Okay.
But you get like a what? What is it?
I was gonna say just like the whole like crazy what's it called, swinger party club
No.
thing.
Like no.
Sex
no.
cult.
No.
What is it? Nylum? Was that the one? The sex cult? Anybody?
No, it was like eyes wide.
Has anybody here been in a
That's, like,
sex
one
cult?
of the oldest, like,
No, of course not.
Priya, looking at you. Just kidding. A sex cult. Have any of you been branded? Anybody here have a brand? Has it?
No, sorry.
Anybody?
Like the
Like
metal
a
thing stamped
yeah,
into your body.
I don't know.
Does anyone here have a
like a cow.
Oh, you.
Aubrey.
No, Brandy.
Yeah.
Did I get your name right?
Yeah.
Okay, just double checking.
Um,
When's the last time?
I don't do hookups. If that's a relationship, like I don't do hookups.
You don't. Never.
But I mean,
Has
sure,
there
I've like
been
tried.
some indiscretions in your past, Aubrey? You want to share with us?
Indiscretions? I mean, I've
Mormon.
Oh my god.
Whoa.
I'm sorry, LDS.
Depends on
I'm
who
sorry.
you ask.
Get it right.
No. I mean, I've definitely I've never been somebody who's like, oh, that person's really hot. I just want to go like make out or like mess around with them. Like, it's so much. It's always been deeper than that. But yeah, no. I guess like my last relationship was the last time I like was with somebody in that way.
When did
But,
your relationship end?
almost 3 months ago.
Oh, 3 months ago. Okay. So it's been 3 months. Oh, I'm saved by the way.
Donated
Holy
$100.
Just do it.
Cents amount.
My bad.
Thanks for hosting these beautiful women.
Yo, Andy, thank you very much for your insane patronage here towards the end of the show. Much appreciated, man. Good to see you in the chat. Send us a DM on Instagram at whatever. Huh?
Yeah, no, I haven't hooked up with anybody.
Okay.
I don't do hookups.
All right. Brittany's
to
in a
get a
situationship.
relationship.
What about you? Well, you're born again virgin, so I'm assuming nothing recently?
No, nothing recently.
Okay. What about you?
Last time I had sex with someone. Okay.
When you word it like that.
Well, a hookup, does that, I don't.
Yeah.
So sex. Maybe it was about 3 months ago.
Okay.
I thought the original question was the last time you went out with somebody.
No, I'm pretty sure it was about sex.
Not since my last relationship.
Okay. That's cool.
I'm a virgin.
Yeah, you're. What's that? Huh?
Oh, I said I'm a virgin.
Oh, did not know this. Did not know this. Are you waiting until marriage?
Yes, I am.
Congratulations.
That's awesome.
Anybody else here waiting until marriage?
Do I count?
I am.
I think you count.
I'm
You
like
count.
Similar boat where I'm similar boat where like I don't know for marriage, but I definitely waiting until it's like more. I mean, like I've only in committed relationships anyway, but like more heavily committed, I guess. like leading into marriage.
Wait, and that's how you, like all your previous times you've been
Previously,
intimate?
it's been in relationship. I don't. Yeah, like I said, I don't do hookups. I don't do that stuff. But yeah.
Also, just point of clarification: when someone says hookup to you guys, do you think that means one night stand? Because for me, when I think I just think sex when I think hookup.
Yeah, like casual once
I
in a
was
while.
assuming you meant like if we were
night
dating
stand.
someone,
Like, that's not where.
because I don't.
Because you could hook up with someone you're in a relationship.
Anyone I've reached those levels to, I've had
Yeah.
like full intention of like having a relationship with.
Right.
So,
Okay.
yeah. Well, I've had some mistakes in the past. Not like
Huh?
some.
Oh.
But
What? Just tell us more. Say more.
not anything like crazy.
What do you mean
Just,
some
like,
mistakes?
Well, more so like
What
I've always
happened?
held myself to that standard, so there's just like an incident where I like didn't. And not anything like crazy. Don't like everyone's gonna jump to like the craziest things, but it was enough for me to learn like I don't find value in putting myself in those situations or like want to. Like,
Good
'cause
times.
lessons not learned or lessons repeated, and some things I just don't need to learn again or do again.
Cool. Okay, I think that's that. Okay, we have two more quick things. Nick, can you pull up the Google search tab? There's a girl with pink hair that we need to pull up. So this is a question for Jake and for the chat. Would you date, this is the girl in the thumbnail, would you date a girl who had pink hair? I know that's such a, is it a red flag if a girl has pink hair, or like the girl in this photo here, or
Not
blue hair?
Not particularly. I mean, if she's a super traditional feminine woman who's, got her head switched
Scroll
on,
down,
then
Nick, a
it
bit,
wouldn't
scroll
bother
down.
me. But I mean, I'm more into brunettes. But
You're more a brunette.
if she's a pink-haired feminist, then absolutely not. But like,
Okay.
But if she's a pink-haired girl who just likes pink hair, then
Yeah.
go for it.
So, I mean, this is a question for the
Suggestive,
chat.
though.
Chat, is it a red flag if a girl has color hair? So red, blue, pink. Do you think it's a red flag? Could it be indicative of her politics maybe?
Can someone
Does
please
she have
answer that?
daddy issues?
I need to know.
Who knows? Who knows?
I think
please
the
answer.
politics do tend to. I'm not going to say all the time, but they do tend to kind of go.
When we're doing street videos, my brother and I will always look for coloured hair if we want to get like a controversial or funny take from somebody. If we're doing an interview, like when we were asking if America's racist, we were desperately looking for someone with blue or purple or green hair.
But
Well,
it's
definitely
never, like-
changed.
So what it makes
go
us
ahead.
like
It's definitely
predictable?
changed because obviously like I'm in the industry with hair and all that. Like it used to be more of like an artistic thing, and it's definitely swayed way more to it. It says a lot most times about your political.
I think that it was like, even though like the artistic thing has always been quite like a liberal leaning people who are more high in creativity and
I can see that.
openness
It's
sort
just
of
become even more
tend to
so.
lean a little bit more liberal.
Yeah.
And the last thing we're going to react to before we finally wrap up is we have a Andrew Tate video. This is a new one. It's kind of out there a little bit. It has to do, well, okay, why don't we just play it? And actually, before we play it, what's your hydration like? Do you guys drink a lot of water?
I drink a lot of water.
Yes.
Would you guys say you drink a lot of water?
100%.
Yeah, Priya?
Yes, absolutely.
You're a hydro
Yeah.
person?
I've got
You
a
like
gallon.
hydro?
I've got a gallon in my car right now.
Sweet. What about Aubrey over there? You drink a lot
I
of
mean,
water?
I spend my days outside knocking doors for like 6 to 8 hours a day, so gotta
You're a
stay
camel.
hydrated.
Yeah.
Because, I've had experience, a lot of, I noticed this, and Tate is about to, enforce what I'm about to say. A lot of chicks don't be drinking water. I don't know, you guys, I hang out with you guys for 7 hours straight. You don't drink a drop of water. What the fuck?
Or pH level or
Y'all
fuck.
just,
What do you just?
y'all just be drinking coffee and shit. I don't know, from Starbucks.
Whose water's still full anyway?
Water is like the only thing I'll
I'd rather,
drink,
like,
and maybe like
drink
early I stay away from
Nick,
soda.
Please kindly play. Can you put it full screen? I don't know which one that is. I think it's the furthest one. Oh, I think it's click that one. Go. Hold on before you play it. Let's just let everyone gather their piece. Okay, go ahead. Oh, no. Video tab, please. Video tab.
He's got the beard and thing.
Okay, go for it.
I was supposed to do another Tate speech. In fact, I'm gonna have to film 2 today. See how hard I work for you people? Because when I opened this can of water, it reminded me of a simple fact. A fact which has annoyed me for a very long time and I've yet to talk about. So we're gonna talk about it. Women don't drink water ever. Now when I say this, people go, what do you mean women don't drink water? Because like with all my Tate speeches, at the beginning people think I'm talking shit. And by the end of it, they're like, you know what, he's right. Hang around with a group of guys long enough, right? There's usually a bottle of water around. A guy's usually carrying a bottle of water. You'll see a man grab a bottle of water and drink a liter and throw the bottle away. Me personally, I drink these cans of sparkling water. I tear through 5,000 cans a month. All I do is drink these. I must drink 30, 40 a day. I'm never without them near me. Ice cold sparkling water all the time. I'm always drinking water. It's all I do. It's next to my bed. I drink as soon as I wake up. I drink before I go to sleep. When I'm working, I have water next to me. All I do is drink water. And if you notice, any group of men, you're gonna see the same thing. Hang around with a bunch of guys, you're gonna see someone with water. Then hang around with a group of girls. Now, most of you pussies probably don't hang around groups of girls very often, but I'm that guy who's often been sitting there with 20 chicks. Nobody has any water with them. Nobody hydrates. When's the last time you've seen a woman say, I'm dehydrated, I wanna hydrate? When's the last time you've seen a woman quickly grab a bottle of water and just finish it off? Ever. Now I say this, people go, I guess. But I want you to actually go out in the world and pay attention to this, and you'll realize how astutely true it is. Women do not hydrate. And why that annoys me is because women are also the ones who are constantly, endlessly complaining about these phantom headaches. They're the only ones who do it. I don't believe that heads just hurt for no reason. If I got a crippling headache, I'd be genuinely concerned. Maybe I've been poisoned. Maybe I have brain tumor. I don't just get headaches. My hand doesn't just start to hurt. I've hurt it somehow. So if I was going through life and I had a really bad headache, I'd think, wow, something's happened to me. But women just go through life, I have a headache, I have a headache, I have a headache. I need pills. You don't need pills, you need fucking 2 liters of water. You don't drink anything. I've been in Dubai with women who end up having heat stroke. I've seen them do it. I've seen them lay in bed, I don't feel well. Oh, I feel sick, I need to go home. You're in the desert! And you want, what, 2 martinis? That's what you've drunk today? 2 martinis and a fucking cigarette? They don't drink water ever. I don't know how they survive. I don't know. When they finally decide they want to hydrate, it's usually some garbage. Starbucks maca latte with cream. Just pure sugar crap. I don't know how females are alive. I don't know how they survive. Now, I am advocating for the health of women. Before everyone calls me a fucking misogynist and tries to put me in jail for saying that women don't drink enough water, I'm saying the world would be a better place if everybody, male and female, was hydrated. This is not a gendered argument. I believe in hydration for all. Before the fucking MSM have a breakdown. I'm just making an observation. I don't see women drink water ever. And anybody who disagrees with it, start to pay a little bit more attention, be more perspicacious, and you will see, as you go through life, you'll start seeing groups of women, you'll see none of them have any water ever. Or when they say they're thirsty, they order a drink which is not hydrating. It's just some sugar crap garbage. You never see women hydrate ever. And next time you see a woman who says, I have a headache, have you got any painkillers? When's the last time you drank 2 liters of water, young lady? When is the last time? That's what I literally say. When's the last time you drank 2 liters of water? What do you mean, I have a headache? You have a headache because you're dehydrated. That's why you have a headache. When's the last time you drank water? No, I just need painkillers. You don't need painkillers. You need fucking water to drink. By extension, we're gonna quickly flip over. This whole idea of random headaches is something that has to go.
Okay, we get it.
It upsets me and annoys me.
I don't know why we're reacting to this. Any thoughts from anybody on the panel?
I've never thought about that in my
hydrate
life.
properly. This is very important when it comes to dating.
Yep.
Drink water, folks. Do it.
Very important.
Get your
when it comes
gallon
to
in a
dating.
day.
Well,
my
obviously
water's
you gotta
gone,
drink
'cause I
water.
drink it
We're made like mostly of water, so like you.
Chicks
obviously
do get a
need
lot
it,
of
so
headaches.
it's not-
I know a
it's
lot of
not
people
a
that do not
secret.
actually drink water. They drink iced tea, they drink coffee,
No, I
they
know
drink
that-
soda, but they do not drink water.
My
You know, people are
ex-fiancé
women.
literally.
Huh?
People or women?
Actually, both. I know a few men that do the same.
My grandpa throws up if he drinks water, straight
Based.
up. He just
Nice.
only drinks Monsters all day.
But these people that I know, they are not healthy.
Word.
I mean, I don't know. The people that I do see that don't drink water either, they don't have headaches, but I don't know.
But also, these
I
are
think
the
that's a
same
little bit
people
of an
that are
exception.
going to fast food restaurants and like they're
Exactly.
not like getting like the proper macronutrients in their diet.
Ordering a triple quarter pounder with a Diet Coke.
Right. And calling it food.
Yeah.
Not food.
Okay. Well, what we're going to do is we're going to do a short after show. So if any of you want to stick around for the after show, you're welcome to. But I know we've gone late, so if any of you want to take off, you're also welcome to. Madison will be hosting that brief after show. So, guys, last call. Hit that like button, please, on your way out. Big thank you for tuning in tonight. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you were here with me. I appreciate that. Thank you to everyone who so graciously super chats, donates, tips, and supports the show. Really appreciate it. Thank you for all the super chats and TTS, et cetera, et cetera. Big thank you to the wonderful panel tonight. This was probably one of the more, I don't know how I would describe it, based panels we've had. It was pretty, you know. I was hoping you guys would argue with me a little bit.
With you?
I wanted some arguments.
Only about your outfit choices. For
What the
dates.
fuck?
I mean,
What's wrong
you
with my,
literally
yo? This is
Honestly,
some.
honestly, Brian, like I think the
Look at
flannels
you.
are
You're
nice.
wearing like a little.
I know.
What is
I'm
that?
down
A
to
tank
earth.
top?
I was
What are you wearing,
gonna.
a
I
tank
was gonna
top?
bring
What?
a flannel.
Flex for us.
I was gonna bring.
Come
a
on,
flannel.
Aubrey. Let's see what you got.
I just started
Huh?
working on my arms. Okay.
Let's see the
I don't know how to
thighs.
work on my arms.
Come
quite
on.
yet.
You're wearing a what?
No, I'm scared.
What are those high-waisted jeans?
Yeah.
What's that necklace you've got? What's that say?
It's a Kendra Scott, Brian. It's
Is
a
it?
nice one.
You have
It's
another
cute.
woman's name.
Thank you.
You have
Yeah.
another
Classy.
woman's name.
Very classy.
Yeah.
On your
yeah. What are you
necklace?
gonna do about it?
On, Brian?
What do you-
Like
bro, Puma. What? Huh?
joggers.
Puma.
You still got joggers.
Oh,
on.
joggers? I don't know what these are. These are
Got
some
some
weird ass
joggers
shoes.
on. You got
They
a
say I'm
flannel.
capping.
Damn, what the fuck?
They think I'm not a virgin.
Okay, here, lay up on the table. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Yeah, that's probably the cutest.
Where's the stirrups or
Got
whatever the
these
fuck they're
short
called? Okay. What?
What?
I
You
like,
want the
I like
smoke.
flannels. Listen, Brian. I wear flannels. I get made fun of. I had someone.
Wait, where do you live again? Are
Well,
you
right now I live in Colorado, but before that I was living in Utah. I
Okay.
usually live in Utah. I go to school in Utah.
Flannels
But
are
I'm from
in
Kansas.
Colorado. You're from Kansas.
I'm from Kansas.
You don't really have an accent.
Am I supposed to have an accent?
You are 100. If you're from Kansas, you must have an accent.
What
It's actually
what
a
would a
law.
Kansas accent
It's
sound
actually
like?
a
Can you
law.
just do one? Can
Huh?
you just? What would a Kansas? What would that sound like? Go ahead.
Hi, I'm from Kansas. I like me a girl who don't wear tank tops and who likes flannels.
You're giving Forrest Gump right now. I
Forrest
don't know.
Gump,
Like,
huh?
That sounds
Yeah,
like
that's a little
Forrest
too southern for
Gumpy.
Kansas.
Excuse
We're
me?
more Midwest.
Huh?
Run, Forrest.
Run.
That's what
Forrest.
you're doing?
Isn't that from Kansas? Isn't Kansas is like a southern accent?
Kansas is literally smack dab in the middle of the country.
They don't have southern accents in Kansas?
I mean, I have spent
Kansas?
most of my life in Kansas.
Kansas.
I don't know.
Wait,
I don't know.
isn't there a famous movie that took place in Kansas?
Superman.
The Wizard of Oz.
Wizard of
Oh, the
Oz.
Wizard of Oz also. But Superman's from his
Oh, he's
Bro, why are you
like
talking
Earth
shit on my
Islands.
flannels? Son?
I'm not. I was gonna bring a flannel, and then
You
it-
should have worn a flannel. Then
it
we
was-
could have been matching.
But it was dark green, and you said we can't wear dark green. I actually probably was gonna wear a flannel, but I'm glad I didn't now because I would have been made fun of with you. So
You
that's
messed it up, Brian.
That's good.
Whatever. See, I'm more trying to avoid like the vomit color. You know, like the green. Okay, you know what? Never mind. Anybody else? I don't know.
Anybody else what?
I don't even know.
I have a question for you, Brian. What's
Should we
what's
save
in
it
the
for
box?
the after? You want to stick around for the after show?
Oh, sure.
Okay. By the way, just show of hands, who wants to stay for the after show?
We gotta.
Yeah, that's fine.
I
That's-
want
no,
to
no,
see
that's
you.
fine.
We're
You don't
like
have to.
2
It's- That's why
hours
it's the
from
after
our
show.
home,
It's like the
yeah.
after show.
We have
So
to
you, Priya, Madison, Grace, you got to.
I have to go. I'm
That's
4
that's
hours
totally
away.
fine. Totally fine. Okay, cool. We're gonna wrap up here. So lastly, big thank you to our chat mods. Any women who want to be on the show, DM at whatever on Instagram if you want to be on the show. We will be live again Tuesday at 7 p.m. Pacific. I got a very good show planned for you. We have Matt. Stay safe. He was previously on. You guys really liked him. He's going to be back on Tuesday. And yeah, be sure to tune in for that show. Anyways, guys, thank you for tuning in. The after show is about to start. Can we get some, for those of you leaving, can we get some 07s in the chat? And please say farewell to the guests who are now going to be departing. Madison, I pass it over to you.
That was such a weird ending. That was like the most awkward ending.
I'm gonna grab
your charge. Oh wait, last thing. Hold on. For the after show, we're gonna do. We'll do TTS. I think we'll lower TTS, and Superchats will be. We'll read 20 and up. Oh, actually, let's leave this on. It's a bit better lighting. But yeah, okay, all right. So Super Chats will do 20 and up on YouTube, and then I'll change this. So guys, the after show is now commencing. I should have a theme song for the after show. You're sticking around? We're gonna have you move over to this side. If you want to sit there, I guess.
Kiki needs to get involved in a bit more with the after show.
I wasn't expecting.
Yeah, we could do that.
Which one do you want me to run?
Yeah. We went late, super late. You sit in that chair, Priya. You can stay in the one that you're in. 49. Hold on. What do I do there? Yeah, just stay. Wait, no, stay there. Stay there. Oh, wait, what were you?
Still live.
Yeah, we're still live. It's just the weird transition period while we're doing the after show. Let me save that. Okay, TTS is now $49.99 and up. Super Chats are what's it called? 20 or $19.99 and up. Change that. Last thing.
Okay, room.
Okay.
There's more space.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah, it feels nice.
I am the captain now. Bye. Nice meeting you.
So nice to meet you guys.
Drive safe.
This was like blocking my face the whole time, I think. I was just I kind of liked it though.
The bass gang is still here.
How was your guys' experience? How was yours?
It was good.
It was good?
I'm a bit jet lagged still from coming all the way from Rome a few days ago.
Where are you from?
Well, I was coming from Rome.
From Rome. Oh,
Yeah.
shit. Oh.
So I came a few days ago. So still a bit. The second half of this podcast, I've been nearly dead, but
Yeah,
we're
had to get
cracking
that
on.
Red Bull for you.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I came from Rome on Monday. So yeah, and I'm going back to Italy next week. Are we still talking into the microphone?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Talking them into the mic still.
Yeah. So I came from Rome and going back to Italy next week. So Italy
Cool.
and then Italy for August, Turkey for September.
And are you making content in all these places? Yeah.
Normally I just sit myself in one place for a month and we'll just make a bunch of content and then go to the next place. And
So how does your content vary from country to country?
it actually doesn't.
Okay.
We just get Airbnbs and we'll just like break down debates and do all that sort of thing.
Got it. Okay. Interesting.
So do you go out and you interview people, or what?
I
is
do
it
that
that
as
you-
well. I interview people, do debates, break down clips.
Is it centered around dating or what?
No. It's
Oh,
more
okay.
about culture, politics,
Okay.
that sort of thing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So
Wait, so what do you do for work?
YouTube.
I might have missed this.
YouTube.
What?
YouTube.
Oh,
Content
okay.
creator.
Okay.
Yeah.
Never mind.
So yeah, we like mainly we break down debates. But we also do like street interviews. We've got like a little travel channel where we go and interview like girls as well from different cities and ask them what they're looking for in a guy, and so a little bit of dating stuff.
That's
but that's more
interesting.
of a side project.
Yeah, I don't know if you heard, but Brian like threw out the idea that like we should make whatever like worldwide and just like have other people stream in like different countries because like the dating culture is so different
Well,
everywhere.
if you ever want to do it, let me know.
Yeah.
Yeah. There'd be really good ones to be done in Europe because the values are quite different. Although many places in Europe are becoming very woke. Like
What country would you say is your favorite in terms of the values that women
probably
hold?
Italy for myself because I'm also Italian, but they're all getting very woke as well. Like they're going very lefty.
Yeah.
And then up north in the Scandinavian countries, they're very woke. And then when the further east you get, the better it gets.
Yeah.
Like Russia, Romania, those sorts of places, they're like very traditional, quite conservative. Hungary's really good as well. Like Hungary's beautiful girls, traditional girls, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
And then I like Italy the most. But it's a completely different world over there.
It really is. Yeah, I agree.
It's like the worst place that you've seen, like.
Dating wise?
Yeah, dating
probably like
wise.
South Korea.
Really?
Yeah.
How so? Like
what's
what?
it like
Yeah,
there?
what's different?
So I actually find Japan's pretty bad as well, but like they're very closed off. Like they'd never ever flirt with you. Like I'm quite a flirtatious person, so like I'll walk past girls and like make eye contact or just be giving some sort of a vibe, and like they just don't do it whatsoever. And they're very culturally homogenous as well. So
yes, they really
if they like are dating, then they won't want to date a guy who's like not Korean or not Japanese because they'll bring shame to their family. What's your background?
Like my ethnic background, my dad was born in Thailand. My mom was born here, but they're both Thai.
Yeah, I did a video with Thai girls as well.
Really? How is that?
Thai girls are very, very open and very receptive. Yeah, like they're pretty cheeky as well. Actually, I like Thai girls, but yeah, I don't know. Like there's a real culture of like if you're a Westerner, you're basically a walking, talking dollar sign over there.
Yeah.
Like they expect you to come over there, pay the bills. So I don't really get like we do the videos and stuff, but like I don't really get time to like really date girls or anything. Yeah. Because I'm pretty honest about that sort of thing. Like, I'll go in there and I'll say I'm only here for like a few weeks.
You mean you're not a passport, bro?
No. Oh, I mean, I guess you might call me that because I do sort of explore my options over there. But if I'm only there for like a week or two, I'll just tell the girls, and then normally they'll be like, "Oh no, it's not for me."
That's honestly good for you though. You get to experience like the different like dating cultures in like so many different places, so you like really know what you like.
100%. And then you come over here and it's like quite bad. Like it's really bad. I wouldn't even bother with doing anything over here. Like you get girls who are very average with massive expectations.
Yeah.
Yeah. Honestly, tonight talking to some of you girls has been breath of fresh air because I thought we were doomed in the West. Honestly.
Low key, kinda.
Is that the third flannel?
I think it's the joggers. I think if you got some nicer pants.
Brian, it's not
like it's nice Lululemon.
You got some slacks. Some slacks.
Talking about Brian's outfit right now.
I have a pair of L's that fit.
It's great for at home,
Slim
but
fit?
if we were to go out on a date, that's not what I would prefer you to wear.
What would you dress Brian?
What do you
up
wear
in?
on a date, Brian?
Well, I don't eat McDonald's.
I would never go to McDonald's.
I don't eat McDonald's, so it's a hard no for me. You didn't get me like running the other direction with the splitting the check. It's the McDonald's, so it gets me has me running for the hills.
Based.
If she ordered off like the dollar meal, would you pay for her?
Yeah, are you gonna pay for our McDonald's date?
I've saved thousands of dollars.
Do you just want to blow $1,000 at McDonald's one day?
On you?
No, just in general.
What the hell would you spend? You could do it in LA.
You said you have
actually.
thousands
So
of
much
dollars
money.
saved up for McDonald's.
You'd be able to cure hunger.
Of all the money I've not spent on dates.
Oh, I see.
I'd probably say like I wonder if they've done the math. Like how much does the average guy spend on courtship?
I think that I feel like it varies a lot because you might be able to.
I think it depends how many dates you go on as well.
Yeah, I was
for
gonna
a
say
fit check,
it definitely
Brian.
depends on the kind of guy you are.
Do you want to give a fit check to the
I don't
viewers?
spend much at all.
Yeah.
Well, it's also a lot of some men are selective
I-
with the amount of dates that they take women on, and then some aren't. So I guess you
I'll
gotta-
always do something free first.
So right
Yeah, I
here,
totally get
Brian's
that.
got the
Unless-
blue and black
Yeah, go for a
flannel
little walk, get a
with
coffee,
the
you know?
number
All the
7
gym
pin
dates.
on the
The
collar.
Gym dates. Ooh, I don't know.
The left of the
I
collar.
don't know if I would do a gym date. I think
plain black
that would, like,
T-shirt
come a little
and
bit
some
later.
black.
I've never
business
even
I've
heard of
gone
it.
on. I've gone on gym dates that I had no idea were dates.
Mm.
Oh,
Yeah.
So they've just asked you to go for a workout.
Yeah.
Because
Very
they don't want to
interesting.
like directly ask you to go on a date.
Yeah.
I just feel like it's kind of an odd setting, though.
I agree, but also like, especially.
We got this for you. Put it in Windows tab. So according to Google, our survey found that women spend a lot less on dates every year than men. 800.
So
Makes
about
sense.
yeah. So men spend almost, not quite, but almost double.
That makes sense.
Yeah, it makes
Yeah.
sense. That's the expectation. So,
I've
has a
got a-
guy ever made you like pay on a date? Sorry, you can go first.
No, it's okay.
No, go.
Mine's a little off topic.
Oh, just
so-
go for it.
Question for the men. I don't know if Brian's listening, but I heard a guy who said that every woman he's ever slept with, he's fallen in love with a little bit. Have you experienced that?
No, not at all.
Mm.
Having sex can be like taking a piss for a guy.
Who said that?
For a guy,
Yeah.
it's probably not like that for a girl.
Not
but
for a girl. For a girl,
yeah,
it's very different.
it's
But for a
very
guy, like
different.
we can quite easily do it and then not care whatsoever.
Do you confirm,
Interesting.
Brian?
Who said that?
It was just a friend of a friend.
Hmm. So
Wait, can you
your
shoot into frame a little bit like student?
your friend said that they felt like what about if it's just like a drunken if you're like just drunk, you have sex with someone, then you leave them. Like this is a male friend who said
Yeah,
that.
I don't think he necessarily meant like one night stands, drunk at parties, but even just like situationships or sleeping with a girl a few times maybe. I'm not sure the context.
Yeah, I think honestly, I think girls yes, but guys can be quite easily very emotionally detached from sex.
Yeah.
Mm.
It really isn't a big deal. The only reason we want to have self-control with it is because of like, you know, it's just for that reason, being able to exercise self-control. But otherwise it doesn't do any. I think there's this whole like who hurt you thing with guys, like, oh, you know, you have sex with all these girls, you must be damaged. Not necessarily, you know. Like I don't really
Some guys
necessarily
are just
think.
born like
I think
that.
also a lot of men.
Rattlesnake TV, what's your body count?
Oh God, I honestly have no idea what it is. Yeah, no idea.
I think a lot of
Lost
men
count.
also go through phase in their like late teen, early 20s, especially, where they do explore, you know, a lot of sexual activities more than women tend to. I think that I think that women doing so is a growing
Oftentimes
thing,
it's also
but
a competition for guys as well, especially when
Totally.
you're younger, like in your teenage years and early
Absolutely.
20s. And there's a lot of stigma attached if you
It's very
don't
cool.
have sex for a
Uh-huh.
while. If I went to the boys tomorrow and I was like, hey, like I haven't had sex in like 6 months, they'd be like,
yeah.
and that you'd be like really self-conscious about it. So there
Mhm.
definitely is an element of that as well, where it's like you're
100%.
kind of like having you feel like you have to keep up with it sometimes. but
Totally.
yeah, I guess that's kind of unhealthy when you think about it.
Man, can you do the Superchats?
Yeah. Did we the 1243 one? Or what is it? This one? Did we show that one already? Y'all should cater to East Coast, West Coast folks. I'm going to want to die tomorrow at work. What does guy on the panel do for work? Oh, we just answered that.
Yeah, I'm a
Yeah.
YouTuber. Rattlesnake TV.
Mhm.
Next one.
Mr. Meatball says South America has more traditional women, Western Europe over Eastern Europe.
South America definitely has more traditional women, but they're very fiery as well. You got to watch the Latinas; they're very fiery. But if you're saying Western Europe is better than Eastern Europe, then no way. Western Europe's woke as like Britain. You can forget about Britain. Germany, extremely woke. Holland, extremely woke. Switzerland, Austria, all these places. Yeah. Eastern Europe is where you want to look if you're a quote-unquote passport bro. If you want to go to these places. Like you go to Russia right now, all the guys are either conscripted or they left the country. It's an absolute free-for-all in Russia.
Were you there?
Not yet, but I did a podcast the other day with a guy called Wealthy Expat. Have you heard of him? He like helps people like offshore their businesses. Yeah. And he's in Russia at the moment. He was telling me all about it, and yep.
That's
Plenty to choose from.
Super chat. I don't think there's any more. Yeah. What were we talking about, like, right before that?
Guys' ability to detach emotionally from
Yeah, I
sex,
feel like
guess.
everyone just goes through a phase for a little bit, like men and women. So, but it's a learning experience, you know.
Well, also, I think there's a biological component to that as well.
Yeah.
Men are designed to repopulate the world, where women are, can only have one child at a time, and our lives are essentially dedicated to raising that child.
You think women get more emotionally attached to guys that they do sleep with, though? Because have you ever heard of
Pair bonding?
Not that, but Brian might know this. But there's like a thing called Alpha Widow. I think it was Rollo Tomasi in his book.
Okay.
I can't remember what the book's called. Famous book. But yeah, he has this thing called being alpha widowed, where like a girl will date a guy, and then like they'll have sex with this guy, and then like they'll never be able to look at guys the same again, because they had this guy and he was like the apex predator, and then every guy after that they can never. So he's essentially alpha widowed her, is what it's called. The rational male. That's what it's called. That's right.
Interesting. I don't necessarily think so. I've never heard of that personally. Yeah, I feel like it might take longer for women to detach themselves from like past sexual partners, but I think it does happen. Yeah.
I tend to think that like the more guys that women sleep with, the more damaged they become for that reason, because they've had so many experiences with so many different guys that they're going to then compare their partner to all of those different guys.
I don't think it's all bonding as well.
Yes, exactly. I was going to say, I don't think it's necessarily a comparison. I think it has to do with pair bonding. I think that you engage, especially for women, sex is such a intimate activity. It's the most intimate activity that you can possibly engage in. And I think, the more people that you do partake in that activity with, the more desensitized you get to it. So.
Yeah, absolutely.
I have some thoughts on that.
You said you're right. I got mixed up about the Western and
Yes.
Eastern Europe thing.
Yes. No, you want to avoid Western Europe. Great Britain is basically a lost cause. They're even worse than us. British girls are.
Yeah.
There's obviously some good ones everywhere, but for the most part, I lived in London for 3 years. I lived in a little place called Hackney Wick, and it wasn't great. I'm telling you that much.
How many people have you like dated in other countries?
Well, I'm not really dating while I'm moving around because I'm just too busy with work.
Yeah.
But I've.
Well, you said like you lived in London.
Yeah.
Did you date in London?
Yeah, I've dated like Dutch girls and like various different European. Yeah, a lot of different ones. Even my preference when I was living in Australia was foreign girls as well. So I used to date Brazilians and Colombians and stuff in Australia, but yeah.
Do you still have a preference?
Do you want to say something?
Yes.
Here, I'll pretend to be
Exotic European.
Right.
Like
Brian's
Italian, Spanish.
Do you need the helmet too?
All right, here I'm Maddie.
Hey, Maddie.
What kind of weird shit do you get up to back here? How's it like looking at the back of my head for 5 hours? Is it a good time, Maddie?
You have a great head.
Thank you.
Good head of hair.
Inappropriate.
A great head. Not inappropriate.
I'm surprised you don't pull out more of these props, man. I got a fucking
Well,
Game Boy
you
back
told me
here.
not to
little
pull
eyes
out the
wide
baby
shut mask.
anymore.
I said that?
Yes.
Here, I want to
You were like,
assess
okay,
our
put the
guys'
baby away. So I stopped holding the baby.
nurturing abilities.
Yes.
Sure.
This will be green flags,
Oh, this is a big
red
test.
flags.
Yeah.
You know what I mean. And here you go, Priya. And then
What's that supposed to mean,
I'm
Brian?
sorry.
Yeah, it's okay.
See how you hold a child.
We're assessing it.
See
Yeah,
if you
that's a pretty good hold.
motherly
It's like
instincts.
Just remind you gotta speak into the microphone, guys.
Like Angelina Jolie
I'm
over here
so
with a
sorry.
little adopted African child.
Am I supposed to just hold this for the rest of this time?
Yes.
Oh
Just
yeah.
pretend
Got
it's
it.
a baby, I guess.
Is this rugby?
That's rugby.
Yes, it is.
In Asian countries, they will be working and they'll be having their child on their back or
yeah.
whatever, and they'll just be working away.
Yeah.
Okay, there you go. That's for you.
Well, I feel so.
Why didn't we bring these props out earlier? I like this.
Who's the other Asian chick?
You can pick. I don't care.
I think we give rattlesnake.
Yeah, man, give me a prop.
The helmet.
Oh my, what are you doing?
All right.
Oh,
I
that's
like it.
terrifying. Stop that.
This is not me.
Stop that right now.
I'll let you put it on.
Thank you, sir.
It's crazy.
Nice man.
It's heavy. It's a heavy one.
What's your name again?
Aubrey. Brian, Aubrey has lost the caretaker.
Madison versus Sophia in a boxing
you
fight. Winner
broke its
gets the
leg.
baby. Please, Brian.
Or both of its
Wait, I didn't
legs.
even.
Oh, she broke the African child.
Wow, abuse.
No.
Brian, why does everyone keep saying I should fight Sophia? I don't even
Who's
know who she
Sophia?
is.
Oh yeah, we're actually organizing a boxing match. Here, this
Really?
one's for you.
For me, I'm honored.
Oh, this is
Who is
So
Sophia?
you guys are gonna do a whatever boxing event?
I'm
You haven't
so
told me.
confused. I'm pretty sure she was on when I was gone, but I don't know who she
Brian,
is.
where did you get these babies?
I'm gonna read the super chat.
Why do you just have baby dolls?
You're just like posted up. Portugal has beautiful people, cool culture, and great nightlife for meeting people too. Plus, Portugal is super cheap for Western Europe.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Have you been to Portugal?
I haven't been to Portugal,
I don't get a
but
helmet or
I've heard
anything,
amazing
Brian.
things about it. Yeah. Apparently,
I don't get a
everything
hat or a
they've said
helmet,
is
Brian?
absolutely true.
It's kind of messed
I was
up.
going to go there in October,
I feel left
but in
out.
September, but we elected for Turkey instead.
Oh my gosh, who puts that on?
Yeah.
Did you figure?
Why
You
is
guys
it
did something.
Turkey? It's a boy.
My boyfriend's Portuguese.
Your boyfriend's
He, like,
Portuguese?
Loves Portugal.
Brian, where did you
so-
get this very
Is he
detailed
Portuguese
baby
Portuguese
from?
or like American Portuguese?
Half Portuguese,
Oh my
half
what the fuck?
white.
You guys would have cute little
I
exotic
know.
babies.
What?
You guys would have cute exotic babies.
I know. Yes, I'm so excited. I'm waiting to like at least graduate college.
I'm feeling
first.
really stylish right now.
I'm reading it right now, or we were just addressing it.
Portugal people are beautiful, cool culture, great nightlife.
Oh, we got everyone set up with the props.
I'm trying to.
Madison, your lip syncs with Brian are
Does
always
the
on
baby
point.
come with a dick?
Yes, that's
Oh,
what we
it's a
were
little
just
dick.
looking at.
Don't worry, Maddie.
That's hilarious.
Sophia will more likely.
Yeah, that's what I
knock
was saying,
herself
with like the props
out.
and everything.
No, I like the eye burning.
Okay, I just want to say I don't even know who Sophia is, so y'all gotta give me a little more information.
It does. When you first turned it on, I went a little blind for a second.
I'll go back and watch it.
It was
though,
so
I know who
bright
she
because you
is.
didn't have
And
it on the
then
whole time
on
we were here.
Tuesday,
and then
I'll be
right
back
before. Thank
to
you
talk
so
about it.
much. I wear helmets all the time, but not this kind. Safety
Brian,
first. Protect
what
your
kind of
noggin.
helmets
I
do
think
you wear?
this just damaged my eyesight. Could I maybe have like a different? Have you worn this?
Doesn't damage your eyesight.
With this being red and then the rest of it being blue, I'm like
It's just
seeing
disorienting.
other dimensions.
If she wears it for so long, she's literally gonna only see red in one eye. Get her a new prop.
Come on, Brian. You
Yeah.
can't be. You can't be harming your.
Yeah, I know.
your
That's
guests.
why, like,
You do.
do you want us to pass you a
Can I
mic?
sit in your lap? Is
Yeah,
that
of course.
This baby is.
Baby boy. Here, we can trade them down.
Yeah.
Brian.
It's good.
We can like pass them down.
Sophia
That
versus
works.
Madison versus Erica.
Whatever you want.
Who's Erica?
Maybe we can like sneak. Maybe I can sit there and sneak Madison in or something.
Wait, what?
Maybe I can sit there.
Do you want to sit on my seat? Or
Yo,
your
chat,
seat?
One in the chat if you can hear me kind of being ridiculous back here. Can you guys hear me or is it Scott? One in the chat if you can hear me. Let's see what they say.
I'm not Aquarius.
You guys hear me
I'm
or-
Sagittarius.
Can you guys hear
But
Brian?
I don't really believe in
One in the chat
those.
if you can hear me.
One in the
sign
chat if you can
stuff.
hear
Oh,
Brian.
there's a 3. Thank you. That's helpful.
Okay.
1, 2.
Twos. We've got some twos. Three.
One kinda.
They can hear
Okay.
me, but
Should
my
we give
volume's-
Brian a mic?
Oh, it's your decision now.
That's theirs, not mine.
Okay, I guess we'll
There you
scoot
go.
down.
There we go.
I guess they can kind of hear you.
Okay.
It's okay. It's all done.
Wait, what are we doing right
Wait,
now?
We're just
I'm just
giving him a
curious. Right. So,
I was really enjoying that one.
Where are you guys from again? Where y'all live? Priya?
I live in a small town in the Sacramento area in California.
San Jose?
What is it
Sacramento
called?
area.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Shingle Springs.
Have you been living there your whole life?
I lived in another small town in California growing up until about 10 years ago, and then I moved where I live now.
Wait, how about we do this, Madison?
Yes.
You go. I'll take this seat.
I'll sit in the back.
Yes.
Okay.
But you have a mic now,
Yeah, that's fine. I'm cool with that.
and then we're gonna wrap in 5 minutes.
Perfect.
It's been.
Your girl's
It's
got
been real
work
and it's been
tomorrow
fun.
morning.
Madison has work, but we are trying to get it so that she's gonna become a Twitch streamer. So, on the whatever.
My
You gonna
shoulders
be
be
sleeping
wild,
on the Twitch
apparently.
stream?
I'm kind of scared.
Madison is going to start streaming on the whatever Twitch channel, and that's actually going to be her new full-time job.
Playing
You're
World of Warcraft.
Well, I think we're just going to have you do just chatting.
To start off, yeah, I'm cool with that.
Yeah, just chatting. You're going to have to drop out of college, though. I'm kidding.
Ugh,
You
I
don't-
could never.
Nick
you don't
says,
have to
I
do
just
that.
woke
My
up.
dad
How the
would
fuck is this still
murder me.
alive?
What's up?
Somebody in chat said, I just woke up and how is this still alive?
We've been streaming for
hot minute.
How many
6 hours.
Damn.
Yeah, I've got a helmet on now.
Has it been 6 hours?
Is it comfortable?
Yeah, I think
Somewhat.
it's been 6.
Somewhat.
Is this your longest podcast?
We've had some pretty
Looks like you have,
freaking
like, a
long ones.
ponytail.
Yeah, we just hit 6 hours just now.
Are you going to try and do like a 24-hour stream at some point?
Oh, Lord.
No.
Didn't that used to be like a thing on
People
YouTube?
people still do it.
Are there like
People
24
definitely
hours
still do
Yeah,
it.
in a
like
Walmart toilet paper
challenges.
for
Oh.
it?
I can't. No, I
No,
wouldn't.
no.
I need my sleep.
Okay,
I'm
just
too
me.
old for that shit. But yeah, you know, never say never.
Is that a? Oh, you guys like rugby over here? I forgot.
Yeah, I'm a rugby fan. I like
Really?
rugby. Yeah.
Have you ever been to Australia?
Yeah.
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 Have you guys ever been to Australia?
Have not, but would love to go. Always
Yeah.
wanted to go.
The Wallabies. Quade Cooper.
Wallabies.
Yes.
Do you know the?
Well, are you more
course.
like rugby league or rugby union or Australian rules?
I'm more into
football?
Australian rules football.
That's what it's called, right?
Yeah, AFL, Aussie rules.
Yeah.
Have you guys ever heard of Australian rules football?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. It's a pretty brutal game. I played that for a few years. But in terms of rugby, I'd go more rugby union.
How does Australian rules differ?
So Australian rules is basically, it's like the rugby ball, but it's more of like a oval sort of shape. It's more rounded and it's a harder ball. And you drop it on your foot and you like this, and you kick it, and then you could kick it to somebody. If they catch it, they get to stop. And then the goal is to eventually kick it through the goals. It's a different sort of sport. It's very rough.
Wait, can you move those out of frame? I'm OCD. I don't like.
Yeah, sorry.
I refuse to advertise your.
Oh yeah.
What about
No, that's my bad.
the In-N-Out?
Listen, In-N-Out gets a pass, okay?
Does it?
In-N-Out. Yeah, In-N-Out. Yeah.
In-N-Out, if you're watching,
They didn't need our help.
sponsor the whatever podcast.
That would be such an epic sponsor.
It would be. That'd be
I
pretty
need
sick.
sponsors.
You
I
can
need
get sponsors.
Brian, what are these cameras inside?
Huh?
These little indoor
Big
cameras.
brother watching you at all times.
Did you set those up?
What do you mean?
Did
Yeah,
you
of
put them
course.
up?
What do you mean? Security cameras.
Are they
It's like $70,000 of.
Did you like go to the store and buy them and put them up yourself?
What the? What's with the specific?
I sell smart home and security systems.
Oh,
She's trying to sell you.
I'm
right
just
now.
asking questions.
Pitch him.
You're
Sell
not.
him
You're
those
not
cameras.
happy with my
She's trying to
setup.
make a
You
sale.
want to see my door?
Yes,
first?
please.
She gets
Knock on my door.
commission, so
Really?
Knock on me.
No, because this
Who's
is like
there?
my break. This is my break from all of that. I can do it.
Hello, what do you want?
So you're a
Knock on my door.
hairdresser?
So I've been going to school to do hair, but I'm currently on a leave of absence.
You're on the leave
so
of
that
absence.
I can go knock people's doors and sell smart homes.
Smell smart homes. Are you trying to sell me right now? Is that why you're?
I could if you wanted me to. You know what actually happened though? On my way here, well, like at the Denver airport, the shuttle bus driver straight up asked me like, I like told him what I do for work, and then he gave me his information to like get him a system. So it's pretty simple. I mean,
Okay.
I could hook you up.
Wait,
you know.
Madison, they can't see
Let's
you.
tell everybody in the chat that
Yeah,
if
yeah,
they
send her up if you
if
can.
they need a security system, that I'm the girl with the deals. People either love me or they hate me. They love me because I get them a deal, or they hate me because I knocked on their door.
Jake is so fine. Take the helmet off. Okay, thank you. Much appreciated. Oh no, you don't. No, keep it on. Keep
Someone
it on.
else
Looks
to
good.
speak
so you
deeper.
don't think I'm fine?
No, you are fine.
To speak
What
deeper
if?
with the helmet, though.
Speak deeper. I can hear
Yeah.
my voice like reverberating around my face.
Did we read this one? Madison versus Sophia in a boxing fight. Winner gets the baby.
I
Please,
read
Brian,
that.
make it.
Yeah.
Sophia might be coming on Tuesday, so maybe you guys can.
Who
meet.
is Sophia?
Yeah.
I don't
I
know.
asked
The
earlier,
chat, I guess, is maybe simping for her. I don't know.
Can you fight, Madison?
Was she cool?
Can you box? Yeah.
My dad has taught me
It-
few moves.
Is your
but-
dad on the Asian side?
Yes.
Okay, so he can fight.
Well, both my
Your
parents
dad
are
on
Asian.
the Asian side.
He hospitalized a guy.
Bit of
one
Wing
time.
Chun.
Your dad hospitalized a guy?
Yeah.
Damn.
I don't really want. Actually, I probably shouldn't even say
I told you I got chased by a little
Is
lady,
your
man.
dad in the mafia?
Maybe.
Okay, good times. We had, while you were gone, Madison, we had a girl on who was Vietnamese, and a lot of people were suspecting that maybe she was affiliated with the snake,
The snake?
which I guess is like some organized crime thing.
What
You'd
is
be
that?
surprised, those Vietnamese, man, they like control the heroin.
They're crazy.
Well, I'm not
Yeah.
Vietnamese.
You're not?
No.
I thought you were Vietnamese.
No.
Huh? You've been misleading me this entire time.
No, you never asked me.
I thought you were Vietnamese.
Brian,
son.
that's kind of messed up that you didn't know that.
You're like.
Why is that messed
I'm
up?
kidding.
Huh? Wait, you are Vietnamese. Come on, man.
She's from Thailand.
I'm Thai.
No, you're not.
Okay, I'm Vietnamese,
You told
guys.
me you were Vietnamese.
I'm Vietnamese, guys. No, I'm not. I've never told you that ever.
No, I'm pretty sure you told me.
Brian, this is yet
No.
another reason to cancel you this evening.
Why? Because I asked if she was Vietnamese.
Well, this is I think the second time you've racially profiled someone now.
Yeah, Brian.
Might I add incorrectly?
I'm still deeply offended
What? About what? Oh,
that you misraced me.
I misraced
Oh,
you.
you called her white.
So,
Called her
you're
white.
not white?
You're half white.
Yeah, I'm half mixed European and then I'm half Indian Asian, like Asian Indian.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Like as in India?
Yeah.
Really? You don't look Indian? at
Wait,
all?
can you share your last name?
Patel.
Oh,
Okay,
yeah, that's Indian.
yeah.
Arab.
That's an Indian last name.
Trust me,
Wow.
there's
I had a dentist.
there's millions of Priya Patels in the world.
One of them's
People
the
are not gonna find
foreign affairs secretary or something in the United Kingdom.
Mhm.
Priya Patel.
Have you
Or
been to
Pretty
India?
Patel.
Yeah.
Cool. Good times. Wait, what were you saying? Aubrey, you're talking shit?
Yeah,
or
she was
something?
just saying that you racially profiled him.
Oh.
Just talking
Wait,
about
so what
how
about
you're
this
gonna get canceled.
Vietnamese
Aubrey's out
girl?
here looking like Michael Jackson impersonator.
What?
I know, really. I'm not gonna lie. I used to love Michael Jackson when I was a kid. I did a school project on like his music when I was probably like 7 years
And you
old.
don't
and I
love him
definitely
anymore?
dressed up in it.
Because I do look like
You kn-
with the baby and everything.
I still
right
love
now.
his music.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rest in peace.
What we're gonna
R.I.P.
do is we're
for
gonna
it.
have Madison do a boxing match with Sophia, and then we're gonna have Kiko either go up against Tate or Nikki, the kind of the girl with the spider tattoo on her neck.
I casually saw Kiko walking down the street today. I was just like
No shit,
sitting,
really?
eating a burger,
You-
and I
did
and
you
I,
like
'cause-
fangirl?
No, but I had a second. I literally like did like a double take. Like I watched her walk by, and then I was like, wait.
Were you on State Street?
I was at the Habit.
As in Rage
on,
Quit Kiko.
Rage Quit Kiko.
Here?
I was
or
really
downtown?
I was low key hoping that she'd be
I don't
on
know
here
where
today,
Liz
so
is.
we could
Honestly,
fight.
I've just been like walking around.
Yeah.
Or,
No, I
getting a
see
lift
her like
ride.
Yeah,
I
I was
see her like
trying to-
every
I was
weekend.
trying
It's
to
funny
get her.
because
I've
she
been trying
works
to get her.
like
Good
downtown
stuff,
at like
though.
a club.
Brian,
So
I
it
was
like,
really,
kinda
I was
surreal.
actually kind of
just
scared
like,
to come
yeah,
on
like,
here. This was
walking
very
around,
tame
saw her on the
compared to
You
what
were
I.
scared to come on?
That's so
Like, a little
funny.
bit or two, I was like,
Yeah,
oh.
it's
Well,
so
first of
funny
all,
you
I
saw
think
her.
I talked to a couple of the girls. We were all scared that we were going to be like the only, like, kind of conservative girls on here.
I would have had your back if you
I know.
were.
I thought about that too.
Yeah.
Well,
We thought we were gonna get
panel
ganged up
was
on.
pretty stacked, I think. I mean, I thought it was a good conversation, but it was pretty tame. Like
Yeah.
there wasn't a
We-
ton of
we-
Chat thought it was
disagreement.
boring.
I was
If there
fully
was a
ready to
few-
come like argue with people.
If there was a bit of purple hair on the other side, it would have been.
Well, there was the girl
Yeah.
here in the middle who blasted
Yeah.
tats. Like
Yeah.
I was expecting a little pushback from her.
I was
She
too.
did. She
There
did
was a
like a
little.
tiny bit, but then I feel like there were so many people with the same viewpoint in
Yeah.
regards to certain things that like it kind of just like I noticed like at one point or another there was just like 3 people against her. Not like against, but like just
with opposing arguments.
yeah. With
Yeah, it's
opposing
tough. Like
arguments.
if it's not balanced, like if there's one girl who's like would otherwise challenge us. If like she feels like she's gonna get dogpiled, then they're gonna be like a little more reserved with like
Yeah.
vocalizing their
There needed
opinions.
to be a girl power around them.
Yeah, so that
Well, you hit them with the, what'd you say earlier? I think you said Slay Queen or something stupid like that.
Slay Queen.
Yeah.
I think you said yes, Queen.
Yes,
Oh,
Queen.
Okay.
Which was-
Let me
Not-
get
not
it-
much
Let me
better,
get the super
but-
chat. We have Steel Surfer. Priya, can you read this one for us?
Brian's flannel game is over 9,000. Recommend buttercloth shirts for the style. What's everyone's opinion on a man dating multiple women but tells the girls that they have to be monogamous with him?
Based.
Doesn't that come across as hypocritical? Come to Dallas.
Thank you, Steel Surfer, for the Super Chat man.
I'm not a
Immediately
fan.
no.
Anybody?
Oh yeah, I think that.
I'm not a fan of
I
that.
think
Wait,
that
Madison, if Frankie.
No, just no.
No, okay.
No, yeah, flat out
In
no.
terms of that, I think it just depends on the people's preference. You get stacks of girls out there who are fine with it. If it's a guy who's going to be paying the bills, and you get guys who are cool with that too. I mean, I wouldn't do it because it's one girl is enough. Like,
Yeah.
to
For
handle.
myself, like I'm not as worried about like the physical things that I'm getting as far as like if they're gonna pay for like this and that. It's more so like what I want is like that intimacy, that genuine connection with one person, and for them to feel the same way.
Yeah,
back
I
toward me.
like I said, I wouldn't be down with it, but like I think there are a lot of people who genuinely just that's their lifestyle, you know. And there are girls who are looking to get provided for, and they're not looking for anything deeper. And then there are guys who are just looking to have multiple chicks, and there's been guys like that throughout history. But yeah,
What
it
about-
sounds like a headache to me.
Yeah,
What
I
about
would not be
during
one of
back in
those.
like the Spartan days?
Yeah,
Like
I don't
in
know.
Greece.
all my boys back in the Spartan days, they
Thermopylae?
used to just
Thermopylae?
I don't know how
women
they would
left and
deal with
right.
numerous women because I feel like one woman would be enough of like chaos sometimes.
if you've got stamina like a Spartan.
Is that what you are in your relationships? Chaos?
I mean, like, no, not necessarily chaos, but like I definitely have my moments where it's like I'd get a little bit tired and then like get a little grumpy or get a little
that's why
hangry.
you have to date jailbirds.
Wait, Nick, can you pull up?
Then that's where
can you,
it's
Nick,
You have
can
to
you
date
pull up
jailbirds.
Aubrey's?
You have to
oh
do
my
what?
God.
You have to date
Instagram?
jailbirds.
Date jailbird. Oh my gosh. No, he was actually.
Yeah, it's in the description.
He was like the sweetest
was
guy
a-
ever too. It was like the most unexpected
It was a
thing.
DUI.
It was a DUI.
Yeah. He wasn't pushing.
And the
kilos.
assault was like, because he was out of it. Because there was assault.
Yuki
But-
needs a dating coach.
But that was because of drugs, which
Bring
I also don't condone.
Zerka.
And that was before.
Are you going to bring Zerka on, Brian?
I mean, he was in LA this past week, and
Look,
we
like,
were
like,
in
got
contact, and he
stage
was gonna
saved.
maybe come on the show.
Do you have any
But
negative, any
I
bad
don't know what
feelings
happened.
towards Zerka, or have you guys squashed the beef?
There's no beef, but, and I don't know if he's gonna end up seeing this. I'm like, he says some wild shit on Twitter, and I don't know if he's trolling or if he's serious, but he says some pretty wild shit on Twitter. So
I think he's a comedian, isn't he? He says in his Twitter bio that he's a comedian. So I don't know if I
Ben,
take
can
it
you
so.
just grab the helmet, and if you're able to put it back up there. Thanks, Maddie.
I don't know if I like
Five more minutes.
take it fully seriously, but these days we have, like, in the attention economy, you know, you have to sort of, there are people who, like, you know, have to say outrageous
No,
shit.
you're right. You're right. Do you have Aubrey's, or actually before you do that, let me do. We have Sandeep
Instagram.
Penta here. Wait, put it back for a sec. Yo, Sandeep, thank you for the super chat. And I think he meant to write this. Is this really happening live like this? Yeah, we're live right now. It's 1:15 a.m. here in California. It is late.
I've got to drive to LAX at 5 a.m.
Oh shit! You didn't get a hotel?
Yeah, I've got a hotel, but
Oh, but you
I've still
have
got
to-
to leave.
oh,
yeah.
fuck,
My
okay.
flight's at 10.
Probably best to not sleep at that point. Sleep on the flight.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to drive for 3 hours.
Where are you flying to?
Miami.
Oh, you're going to Miami. Are you going on FNF or not?
No, I didn't know those guys, but
Yeah.
What are you
I
doing
would.
out in Miami then?
We're just gonna work for a week, to be honest. I've always wanted to check out Miami.
Very nice.
Yo, guys, should Rattlesnake be co-host? Are you down
Down.
to be the co-host of whatever? I'm looking for a co-host because everyone shit talks me in the chat, and I
who
think
said
I need
AFL isn't a
co-host.
real sport?
Okay.
That's some bullshit.
That's one of our mods, Nemesis.
I'll tell you what,
I think
Rattlesnake.
he's in Australia.
Rattlesnake TV is going to be hitting the road in the next few months, and we're going to be buying a van, a minivan, or a truck or a bus of some sort, and we're going to be. I haven't actually told anyone this yet. Putting some logos on the side, creating a little studio. So
In America or
Oh,
where?
dope.
probably in America.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's going to happen in the future.
Ooh, nice.
Is this going to be your first time in Florida?
Yeah.
Okay, very
Yeah.
nice.
It's only my second time in LA. It's actually nice up here. I wouldn't stay for very long in LA, but I do like it up
I
here.
have a
so.
feeling you'll like Florida. I spend the winters in Florida, and I absolutely adore it.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Bougie.
Apparently, you guys want to take whatever international, Brian. Is this just conjecture?
Well, I mean, I have entertained like franchising whatever. So basically giving someone the framework to start their own thing like this, and we bring it to a market like it could be in South America, it could be in Asia, it could be in Europe, it could be in Australia, and then we give them the framework. Here's how we do our setup. We give them the technical knowledge. We'll even, I mean, this is not anything I'm planning to do immediately, but we would fly out to their location, turnkey, basically set them up with a podcast studio, because I did all this shit on my own. So I figured out all the fucking technical issues. I was doing YouTube for 10 years, but
I used to watch your videos.
Yeah, I've been doing YouTube for 10 years, but like figuring out audio stuff, like, cause video stuff I was decent with, but audio stuff, like that's a whole nother, in some ways that's more complex than video. So I'm thinking like, okay, franchise this shit like Fight Club. Every bunch of cities, you could have a show, and it'd have to be, Santa Barbara's not an ideal location to do this, because it should be in LA, to be honest. But
there's a serious market for this, I reckon, if you had a show in London where you could get
Pearl.
because
do you know Pearl?
Yeah.
She's in London, but she might be moving to the States.
That would be a good vibe though, because like London also has such an eclectic group of people as well. So
yeah, but then you get stabbed and shit. So I don't know about that.
True, you do get.
No,
stabbed.
I wouldn't be.
That happens in LA.
I would have
too.
a franchise. I could definitely do a franchise. I think that'd be a good idea. Not only do we set them up with, here's how to run the podcast. Here's all our like knowledge that we've developed. Here's like what we send out. Like I could write a book on this whole podcast setup. We also offer cross promotion. So we say, okay, franchise, boom, we'll promote you every quarter. You can come be on the show, something like that. This is just like big picture stuff that I was thinking about. In order for me to be interested in doing something like this, we're talking like, like mid six figures, for me to actually want to like spend my time like helping someone set this up. But anyways, let's move on from that. Wait, so just curious, you're on a flight in 3 hours, 4 hours, or you have to start, you
leave.
have to check out.
I'm getting up at 4:30. I have to leave at 5, and then I'm going to be at LAX at around 8. Flights at 10. I've hired a car, so I've got to go and drop that off, and then into the airport. But mate, I'm fine. I've done a lot less sleep. We've like sometimes like in Asia and stuff, we've had to do 1 hour's sleep and go film for the whole day. Sure. So it's all good.
It's a good amount
you
of
guys?
sleep on the flight.
What about you guys? What are your plans? You guys kicking it in Santa Barbara?
I'm taking the bus at noon tomorrow, going back to LAX, and then going home.
What about you, Priya?
I'm driving back to Santa Clarita tonight.
You're in Santa Clarita. That's like
hour and a half.
Los Angeles-ish.
It's like suburbs. Yeah,
okay.
Outskirts of LA.
Gotcha. What about you?
I'm heading to the airport after this.
Hell yeah, rock and roll. Very cool. Okay. We have to react to Aubrey's Instagram. Let's do it. By the way, guys, super chats will do. I should have updated it in the description. We're gonna do super chats, just $19.99 and up. Before you do that, enjoy Florida, my state. Go to Space Club and Versailles restaurant. That's from Mr. Meatball. Thank you, man.
How come my Instagram is the one of choice here?
I don't know. Somehow it came up, I think. I don't know. Jason Wittala. Brian's got to find a mini-me and do the Austin Powers accent for a whole show. You know what's crazy, guys, is I have a friend who's a dwarf, and I've invited him on, but he's very flaky. And here's the problem, though. He's Mexican. Oh, holy shit, that sounds so bad. No. Like, I don't mean it's bad. Hold on. I didn't mean it like that. Bro.
You are barricade the doors.
Bro, that's
the most Mexican place I've ever seen.
Bro, that's going to get clipped. That's not what I fucking mean. I mean, I'm white. Mini-me has to be like the same fucking skin. Like, oh my God, Jesus Christ.
You're digging yourself a bigger hole here.
Fuck. Some dickhead is going to clip that shit. Be like, yo, Brian's a fucking.
But everyone's gonna be like,
that's not what
everyone's gonna be like big W for the impression.
Somebody's gonna clip.
Bro,
all
I didn't mean like that, son. I did not
Absolutely.
mean
All
that
in
shit.
one
What
night.
I'm trying to say, bro. What? Listen.
And you're in Libtown.
Hold on, guys. Chat. Don't cancel me. This is what I meant. Austin Powers. If you're not familiar with the movie, Mini-Me looks just like Dr. Evil.
Yes.
Okay, he looks just like him. So, my friend
Groovy, baby.
Paul,
Yeah.
okay, his name's Paul, okay? He happens to have a much darker complexion than me. He can't be my mini-me, okay? Unless I get a 10. Okay? Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Is it good? This is Aubrey's Instagram.
Are you still
but
talking like this?
I guess so. Okay, we're going to scroll down. Oh, put it on GH.
Guys,
the
I'm
the
not
top
really
sources.
into the whole Instagram thing. I'm just starting to
The very
get
top
my
one?
profile
So what are the
looking
honeycombs?
a little
Click the eyeball.
it's
Click
kind of like
it.
symbolic, but I also just
Why
wanna,
is there a
like,
man's head?
Clean it up a little
Good.
bit.
Cool.
Oh,
She
that's
said
my brother
she's
said
here.
because
let's,
I do hair.
Let's scroll down. Let's go to the very
It's a
bottom.
little-
Let's
it's a
see the
little video.
embarrassing photos. That's right.
Go for it.
She's pretty.
I used to be blonde.
Oh.
Ooh, there we go.
You
She
know
looks
what?
Very different.
Let's do the one with the hat. Click
The
on
very
that
first
one.
one.
Oh shit! We're kind of blocking it. Can you?
Do you still go to Brigham University?
No, that was just.
Okay, I don't know why. Oh yeah, you can do that.
Because Mormons.
Oh
yeah,
no, that's.
I
there's
I
two
don't
of
wear
us
any
now.
of that stuff anymore. I
Scoot
don't
the other one
go
over.
there or anything
Scoot it
like
over.
that.
Scuffed.
Yeah, no.
That was
Scoot
like
it.
one of my parents'
Yeah.
sweatshirts. I think. I think that was my
Scoot
mom.
that
My
one
mom
over
went
now.
to that
Oh,
university, so I think that was hers.
Shit.
Oh,
Can-
gotcha.
Here, I want you to do Control Z. Hit, no. Now you're fucking shit up, Major. Control Z. Control Z again. Control Z again. Okay, good. Well, oh my god.
But no, the honeycombs.
Oh
is-
my God, we're
it's me
safe.
trying
Okay,
to
never
clean
mind.
up my account a little bit, so it's like adding the little
Okay.
space blockers in there because my Instagram's not very aesthetic, you guys.
Look, I'm just.
I didn't-
I'm so. Some dipshit's gonna fucking clip that. Fuck.
Brian, you know how you can solve the problem of finding yourself a mini-me? Just
Yeah.
have a kid.
Have a child.
Just do
That's
it.
the perfect mini-me. Are you
What are you
kidding
doing
me?
later
Shia
tonight?
LaBeouf.
I'm ready.
Slow down there.
He'll
I
pay
am
for the day.
ready. I've been noticing your nurturing abilities with that baby, and I'm impressed.
Yeah, I'm like Aubrey deforming her
Guys,
baby.
This baby looks seriously uncomfortable. Look at its facial expressions.
Here's the thing: is I was trying to like
Its
hold it in a
legs were
better way,
backwards.
but it
You were
just
doing
doesn't-
some very inappropriate thing. Okay, I gotta stop.
Whoa,
Don't say
whoa,
that.
Whoa, whoa.
You're doing some inappropriate
Okay,
things.
all I'll say is
No,
that
no.
his legs were backwards at one point in time. That's
Yeah,
kinda
I don't know.
sketchy.
He's just an acrobat.
Don't launch the little African baby.
I just
Send
like
them across the
I
room.
just want my kids
Catch.
to do what they
I'll
want to
catch
do, and if he wants
I'll catch
to, you know, do.
Is this audible if I just
gymnastics.
drop it? Hold on.
Or yoga.
Oh fuck my.
probably.
Okay, we're good.
And I'm the one who's.
Your
fucked up
neighbors
here
were like,
when
"Stop
it comes to
dropping the
children."
African baby again."
Stop.
Well, he said that's what he said he had.
Brian,
them
that
for.
was
He
probably
said you
strike
kick them or
4.
you punch them.
What do you mean strike 4?
Do you know what color that doll is?
What the bro? You're the one making it weird now. What the fuck?
I'm not the
Brian,
one
why
making
did
the
you have
comments.
the babies again?
Here, I'll drop the
Kick
white
them?
one too. Equality.
Yeah.
the fucking baby.
Fuck that white baby up. Go.
Yeah. Drop kick that shit.
Yeah.
Alright.
That one's not as
America.
heavy somehow. I don't know. Okay, let me read this. We have Super RC, Brian Greatpaw, down to co-host. Priya looks hella cute, especially with hat on. What sport do you play? I played pro sport too.
I'm an equestrian. I ride horses.
Okay. Good times. Good times.
And great classic
And
kids.
thank you.
Great times. Wait, what were we talking about before that? The Dr. Evil. Also.
We were
Is
talking
it a
about
good
your
accent? Is it a good accent?
W for the impression, I'd say.
Is it okay? Like, is it
I mean,
decent?
It was pretty decent. It was alright.
I think
I'd
Austin.
give it more
We're gonna
than
get
decent.
copyrighted because everyone's gonna think it's Austin Powers, the actual movie.
I know, right? You're gonna think that you're stitching the audio in.
Someone just did a rating, except Grace isn't here, so I don't know who he's referring to.
What happened?
Blair says it's 100 out of 10. Pretty good. Okay. Please keep going with the Dr. Evil. Brian drop kicked the baby. Mixture of Trump and Dr. Evil. It's a great accent. Resembles a skit of Trump. Oh, it's Trump? Okay. It was more like a Trump.
China.
Listen, we have the
China.
great. Wait, I'm trying to think.
China.
What does he say?
I have
it
the best
Puerto
words.
Rico
The best
thing?
words.
Oh wow.
He does like a.
He does.
Like a
No, he's
this.
just very audible with his hands.
Mm.
Sure.
Oh, he does that, doesn't he? He
Okay.
goes when
He
he's
does
making a joke. He
this.
goes,
He does.
It's that one.
"Lion Ted, Lion Ted."
Trying to. Someone give me a prompt.
Prompt.
What's his like main thing that he'll say with the great?
MAGA.
We're gonna make great. I
Gonna
don't
make
know.
America great again.
No, not that. Huge.
Huge.
Billions and
Okay.
billions and billions.
I don't know if I can do Trump.
Huge.
I don't know if I can do
Huge.
Trump.
Can't do that one.
Anybody here can do Trump? Anybody? Anybody here can do an accent?
I can
Anybody?
do a French accent.
Go ahead. Let's hear it.
What do
do you want me to say?
Say I would. I don't know. Just go.
Yeah,
Just
oui,
go.
oui.
Just go, okay.
Je m'appelle, oui, oui.
I am not very impressed by these Americans and their OnlyFans.
I'm not impressed by your performance.
Nice. I like to do the, hey, what's going on in here? Do I look like a fucking asshole to you?
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
1960s New York.
I used to be able to do a Dora voice, but
oh my god.
Have you seen The
Kinda
Sopranos?
rusty
Maybe
now.
we could do like a Jersey Sopranos type thing. Like, I'm trying to think how I can get into
Hey,
The Sopranos.
listen.
A gabagool. Oh,
Don't ever fuck me, okay? Don't ever fuck me.
Okay. I'm cool with that. Like,
How about a Borat impression? Can either of you do?
They're nice.
Very nice. I like you. I like a sex. It's nice. This is my sister. She's number 3 prostitute in all of
Look at
Kazakhstan.
Jake just pulling out all these impressions right now.
Give me your tears, Gypsy.
That's a good
Don't
one.
shrink me, Gypsy.
Do not shrink me, Gypsy.
Throw the Jew down the well.
Top tier.
Very nice.
Very
Very nice.
High five.
High five.
I like. I
Oh,
want the
wait.
Aussie guy to do
Yo,
it.
Nick, can you pull up the song, the Borat dance song? We'll play like.
Throw the Jew down the
Whoa,
well.
whoa.
So my
Bro, what the
country
fuck?
can be free.
Oh, this. Okay, yeah. Okay.
That's alright. I'll get clipped, not you. It's fine.
Yeah, it's the Borat dancing song.
People are already saying you're clipped, Brian.
What?
Aussie guy, can you do a London accent?
F11. I don't. It's probably gonna get copyright. I don't, let's not do it because I want to avoid copyright. Anyone else? Any impressions? Trying to think. what's
Jinx.
the-
You name it.
You can't jinx a
No?
maybe. Not if I'm losing. Maybe next time. Maybe next time if I have a chance to catch the jinx.
Someone said Indian accents are their favorite for some reason.
Indian accent.
You know what's interesting is there's some accents are okay to do, and other accents are not okay to do.
What do
Is
you mean?
Borat okay to do?
Is it
Probably.
is an
Yeah.
Indian accent okay to do?
No.
No? Why
No,
not?
you cannot do it. No.
All I know are the
I'm
ones
Indian,
on Omegle.
so
Those are the only ones
I
could
give you the
impersonate.
pass, Brian.
But they're not talking though. On the
You only
Indians on
can give me
Omegle.
half a pass.
They're not talking
No.
the Indians on Omegle. They're
Yes,
doing
I
other
know,
things.
They'd be like,
Like you
Let me
can't.
see your
Okay.
boobs.
And can I see your
Oh my
boobs?
god, I'm gonna get canceled, bro.
My name is John.
Disavow. I disavow.
Doesn't do a gay accent.
But yeah, I mean, yeah, you can't like. It would you could
So
not
why
do
is
as a
that?
white person. You could definitely. I don't think you're allowed to do an Indian accent,
Oi,
like an
oi,
Asian
oi.
accent, or like a black accent. You know?
So why is that though? Is the world just too sensitive now? Nobody can take a joke?
I'm not sure why that is. I don't know.
Can you do an Indian accent?
There you go.
That was really good.
Canceled.
That was
Okay.
You name it. I've got it.
Very
But if he's able to nail the accent, I don't know if you can cancel him for
They
it.
might think I'm actually Indian.
Comedians can do it on stage.
Yeah.
They're allowed.
Is it?
Everyone wants you to do an Indian accent.
Wait, did we read this one?
Who
Jeff?
needs a duck wiggy mat?
Aubrey, can you read
We
this?
did not.
Awesome after show. Great panel tonight. Great to see some beautiful based women still exist. Priya, you willing to move out to East Coast for the right guy?
Yeah, I mean, Florida's it.
And then we have Claudia. Try a South African accent. Ah, fuck. I feel like I can kind of do it.
You could do it. You could do
This is Africa.
No. South African.
That
like
is it.
Afrikaner.
I was doing
Afrikaans.
Leonardo DiCaprio. Blood Diamond.
Oh, wait. Let me hear more.
What does he say? TIA. This is Africa. We need to get some petroleum.
Look at me. No, I'm kidding.
Where is the diamond? No, that's not South Africa.
I feel like
I am the
they
captain
took
now.
a. Fuck. How did they?
That's not
It's
South
like
African, but
I've got South African heritage.
They took a bit like a little bit. Fuck, I don't know. Is this right here? This is kind of like.
No. Don't be going.
Let's do Australian.
The Australian.
Oh,
yeah. The thing is with the Australian,
you call that a knife. This is a knife.
Yeah. Okay.
Is that okay?
That's all right. It wasn't too bad. You don't want to do New Zealand though, because that's when things get very dark when you go to that side of the pond.
The sheep.
Yes. Yeah, they all love sheeps a bit too much,
sheeps.
unfortunately. My Kiwi brethren to the east.
I don't know. South African. It's a bit like South African. It's a bit up here. Oh wait, I don't know. Okay, never mind. Okay. All right, let's call it there. Let's wrap up there, guys. Thank you for tuning in to the after show. This is probably our longest stream ever. I need to stop doing this shit. I need to wrap the shows at like 3 hours, but yeah.
It's fine.
Anyways, thank you for everyone who stuck around for the after show. Appreciate it. Thank you, Madison, for sticking around late. I know you have some work tomorrow. Thank you guys for tuning in tonight. We will be back Tuesday. Matt, stay safe. We'll be on the show. Can we get some 07s in the chat to get us out? 07s in the chat, please. Hope you all have a good night. Be sure to follow, go subscribe to Jake's OnlyFans. 07. It's like a lowercase.
No.
Lowercase 07. Lowercase 07, guys. Okay. Good night, guys. We will see you on Tuesday. Oh, yeah, it's this camera right here. Yep. Nope. Hit. You got.